बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सारिਆਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁਆਇਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜੁਆਇਨ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਔਰ ਅੱਗੋਂ ਜੁਆਇਨ ਕਰਨਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਵੀ। ਅੱਜ ਦੇ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਰਬੀ ਦਾ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਸ਼ੋਅ ਹੈ ਵਿਦ ਸਮੀਰ ਕੌਸ਼ਲ, ਔਰ ਅੱਜ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਟੂਡੀਓ ਘੜੀ ਦੇ ਸਵੇਰ ਦੇ 7:04 ਹੋਏ ਆ ਪੈਸੀਫਿਕ ਸਟੈਂਡਰਡ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਔਰ 29 ਅਪ੍ਰੈਲ ਦਿਨ ਬੁੱਧਵਾਰ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ 7:04 ਹੋਏ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 7:34 ਹੋਏ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ, ਔਰ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਔਰ ਈਸਟ ਜ਼ੋਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦਾ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਵੇਰ ਦੇ 10:04 ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਅਗਲੇ ਕੁਝ ਘੰਟਿਆਂ ਤੱਕ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਤੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਾਥ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਣਿਆ ਰਹਿਣਾ। ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ, ਔਰ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਬੈਂਕ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੰਟਰਸਟ ਰੇਟ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਉਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਹਜੇ ਹੋਲਡ ਕੀਤੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੈਂਚਮਾਰਕ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਕੋਈ ਚੇਂਜ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ। 2.25% ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਬੈਂਕ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਰੇਟ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਇੰਟਰਸਟ ਰੇਟ ਉਹ ਅਜੇ ਉਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਰੱਖੇ ਹੋਏ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਤਾਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੱਡੀ। ਦੂਜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਸਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਅਪਰੋਕਸੀਮੇਟਲੀ 7 ਵਜੇ ਤੋਂ 5 ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ, ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੁਝ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਔਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਟਾਫ ਸਾਰਜੈਂਟ ਲਿੰਡਸੇ ਹੁਟਨ ਨੇ ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਤੋਂ, ਉਮੀਦ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਜੁਆਇਨ ਕਰਨਗੇ। ਕੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਝ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਉਸ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕੀਤਾ, ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੱਲ ਸਪੀਚ ਕਿੰਗ ਚਾਰਲਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਡਿਊਰਿੰਗ ਦੇਅਰ ਆਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਡਿਨਰ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਮੈਂਟਸ ਨੇ ਹੁਣ ਆਉਣੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਈ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਜਾਂ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਸਨੱਬ ਵੀ ਕੀਤਾ। ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ ਆਦਤ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਸੈਰੇਮਨੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ ਸਵੇਰੇ, ਉਹ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਈ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਿਊਮਰ ਜਿਹਾ ਲਿਆਉਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਥੋੜਾ ਲਾਈਟ ਮੂਡ 'ਚ ਰੱਖਣ ਦੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ ਡਿਨਰ ਤੱਕ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੁਝ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਉਸ ਐਡਰੈਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ, ਤਾਂ ਕਿੰਗ ਚਾਰਲਸ III ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਐਸੇ ਜਵਾਬ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਫ੍ਰੈਂਚ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਇਮੈਨੂਅਲ ਮੈਕਰੋਨ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਰਿਐਕਟ ਕੀਤਾ। ਆਖਿਰਕਾਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਸਪੀਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੇਖੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਦੇਖੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਡਿਨਰ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਖਾਸ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਰਹੀ, ਇਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਚਰਚਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਨਾਲੇ ਵਧੇ ਹੋਏ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਇਲ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਏ, ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਾਰ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਨੇ ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ ਇਰਾਨ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਰਾਨ ਦੀ ਕਰੰਸੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਰਿਕਾਰਡ ਲੋ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੈ ਰਿਆਲ, ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੁਝ ਹਮਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ, ਔਰ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਹਮਾਸ ਦੇ ਟੈਰਰਿਸਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਔਰ ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਦੇ ਟੈਰਰਿਸਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨਾ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਪਰ ਬੈਂਕ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਐਜ਼ ਆਈ ਸੈਡ ਯੈਸਟਰਡੇ, ਇਸ ਸਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਹੋਇਆ, ਵੀ ਆਰ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਟਾਕ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਦੈਟ, ਐਂਡ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਵੈਲਕਮ Staff Sergeant Lindsay Hutton into my show. Thank you so much, Staff Sergeant. I really appreciate, sir, once again for your time. And so, what is the current scene, or what is the current situation in the latest shooting incident, which happened yesterday at 6:55 p.m. and shared by the Surrey Police Service?
Yeah, so as you mentioned last night, just before 7 o'clock in the 6800 block of 140.
I think your voice is a bit, it's not audible properly. If you can just speak a bit louder, I think that will be great.
Sure. Is that better?
I think so. I hope it's not on the speaker mode, or is it?
Maybe. I can try to fix it here.
No worries. I'll try to fix from here. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so yesterday, just before 7 o'clock last night, in the 6800 block of 148th Street, Surrey Police Service frontline officers responded to 911 calls of shots fired at a vehicle. Our officers arrived and sadly found one person deceased inside that vehicle. There was another victim. That victim was transported to hospital with reportedly very minor injuries, thankfully. So our investigators have now turned the scene over to the Integrated Homicide Investigation Team. As everyone knows, IHIT. IHIT is now the lead on the investigation, and Surrey Police Service is supporting that investigation. The crime scene area is still taped off with police tape. And there will be police officers back there today canvassing for both physical and digital evidence. As always, we ask anyone who may have been in the area at the time, if you witnessed the incident, as well as if you have dash cam footage or CCTV footage, surveillance cameras on your house, please contact police and again, reach out to IHIT, either IHIT's tip line or ihitinfo@rcmp-grc.gc.ca.
So now the IHIT is, investigating this matter. So that means that SPS is not going to provide any kind of information regarding any updates or any other insight for this incident?
Yeah, the way homicides work in jurisdictions where IHIT is the investigative body for homicides is the police of jurisdiction. And in the Lower Mainland, a lot of people would be familiar with that happening in Port Moody and Abbotsford and RCMP police jurisdictions. Only Delta and Vancouver have their own homicide units here in Metro Vancouver. But what happens is a homicide happens and the police of jurisdiction, and in this case, Surrey Police Service, we go and we take care of the initial crime scene and secure it. And then we call in IHIT and they take over the actual homicide investigation part. And then we support them in the first usually 2 to 3 days of completing a lot of the investigative tasks, but mostly the crime scene management, because that's very labor intensive.
What about the surety, or how will you ensure the Surrey residents about their safety, especially when this kind of incident happened in broad daylight and in the dense residential area?
Yeah, the area was actually very busy. There was a large gathering of people not that far away from where the homicide happened last night. And early indications is that the victim was in a vehicle and driving, and the suspect or suspects were also driving and caught up to that vehicle. There's no indication that the homicide had really anything to do with that location in particular. That's just where it unfolded. But that's no consolation to the people in that neighborhood. We know it's unsettling and we share people's concerns. And we've seen, unfortunately, homicides like this happen in Surrey and in other areas around the Lower Mainland for decades now, where people who are willing to put all of us at risk don't care. They pull the trigger of their firearms indiscriminately.
And police also found a burned vehicle in Surrey as well. Is that connected, or is it still early to give any comment on this?
I think it's still a bit early to make a definitive linkage, but anytime, and again, this has been a common thing that people, your viewers and listeners probably have seen many times over the years, where after a serious incident, there is sometimes a burning vehicle or an arson to a car. And last night there was one. So what happens now is the IHIT investigators, because it'll fold under their investigation, will look to see if it has any connections. At this time, it's believed to be connected, but it'll be IHIT that makes that connection for sure.
But it's usually a hallmark of a gang hit when this type of modus operandi being used in the past.
Yeah, you're right. It does have all the hallmarks of a gang-related homicide. However, IHIT will reach that determination through their investigation. Hopefully, we have witnesses come forward. Hopefully, they're able to provide good information, and hopefully, they have digital evidence that they can rely on to identify and locate the suspects and put them into custody.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time, Sergeant Houghton. And thank you so much to the Surrey Police Service for giving the information at very fast pace. Once again, I wish you all the very best luck.
Thanks. You as well. Take care.
Staff Sergeant Lindsay Houghton, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ਾਮਿਲ ਸੀ Surrey Police Service ਤੋਂ, ਔਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਕੱਲ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਹੁਣ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ IHIT ਹੈ, ਇੰਟੀਗ੍ਰੇਟਿਡ ਹੋਮਿਸਾਈਡ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਟੀਮ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਹੈ ਉਸਨੂੰ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਨੂੰ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਔਰ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਹ ਕੰਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਲੱਗ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੁੱਲ ਦੈਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੱਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਜਸਟ ਅ ਸੈਕਿੰਡ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਸੀ ਕੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਔਰ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਫ਼ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਾਮ 6:55 ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਹੋਇਆ। ਔਰ ਜੋ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਮਿਲ ਸਕੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਬੜੀਆਂ ਇੰਟਰਸਟਿੰਗ ਨੇ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਨੇ, ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਕਹੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਜਾਂ ਦੱਸੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਅਜਿਹੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਵੱਲ ਇਸ਼ਾਰਾ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਹੋਇਆ, ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਭੀੜ ਭੜਾਕੇ ਵਾਲਾ ਏਰੀਆ ਸੀ। ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਵਨ ਥਿੰਗ। ਆਪਾਂ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਕੀਤਾ। ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ, ਕੁਝ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਰੀ ਹੋਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈਆਂ। ਇੱਕ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦੱਸੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਸੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਜਿਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿ ਸਿਲਵਰ ਰੰਗ ਦੀ ਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਦੀ ਬੋਡੀ ਅੱਧੀ ਬਾਹਰ ਔਰ ਅੱਧੀ ਅੰਦਰ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਉਹੀ ਵਾਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਇਹਦੀ ਕਨਫਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿਸੇ ਲਿਹਾਜ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਐਂਡ ਆਈ ਜਸਟ ਵਾਂਟ ਟੂ ਗਿਵ ਦਿਸ ਹੈਡਸ ਅਪ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫੇਟਲ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਸੀ, ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੇਵਲ ਇਹੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਫਿਲਹਾਲ ਇਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਜੇਕਰ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਏ ਤਾਂ ਆਈਹੈਟ ਇਹਦੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਕੇਵਲ ਇਹ ਕਹੂੰਗਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਗਲੀ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਣ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋ, ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਇਹ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਵਿਚਲਿਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਆਈ ਹੈ, ਐਂਡ ਆਈ ਵਾਂਟ ਟੂ ਇੱਕ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਇਸੇ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਦੱਸੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਦੱਸ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਗੋਲੀ ਮਾਰੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਉਹਦੀ ਮੌਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਅੱਧਾ ਸਰੀਰ ਉਹਦਾ ਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਅੱਧਾ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਨੀਚੇ ਜੋ ਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਦੱਸ ਰਹੇ ਕਿ ਕੁਝ ਧਨ ਰਾਸ਼ੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਡਿੱਗੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਮੋਬਾਈਲ ਫੋਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਹ ਡਿੱਗਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ। ਆਈ ਹੋਪ ਕਿ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕਾਫੀ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਕਵਰ ਕਰ ਲੇਗੀ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਾਲਮਾਰਕ ਹੈ, ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇੱਕ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਦੀ ਮੌਤ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਜ਼ਖਮੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਇਲਾਜ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਹਸਪਤਾਲ ਭੇਜਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਔਰ ਦੂਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਸੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹਾਲਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫਿਰ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਬਣਦੇ ਕੀ ਹੈ? ਹਾਲਾਤ ਇਹ ਬਣਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇੱਕ ਪਛਾਣ ਹੈ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਸਮਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਗੈਂਗ ਵਾਰਦਾਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਿਰੋਧੀ ਨੇ ਗੈਂਗਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿਰੋਧੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਮਾਰ ਕੇ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਾੜ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਦੋ ਵਾਂਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਇਹਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਨਫਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਅਜੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਮੈਂ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਜਰਨਲਿਸਟ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਉਹ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਵੱਲ ਇਸ਼ਾਰਾ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ। ਇੱਕ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟਿਵ ਜਰਨਲਿਸਟ ਨੇ ਕਿਮ ਬੋਲਨ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਟਵੀਟ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਖਬਰ ਵੀ ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਗਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਦੱਸਦੇ ਆ, ਇਹ ਕਿਮ ਬੋਲਨ ਦੇ ਆ ਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੱਸਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਇਹ ਦੱਸਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਿਕਟਮ ਸੀ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਇਹ ਕਿਮ ਬੋਲਨ ਦੇ ਪੇਜ ਤੋਂ ਹੈ। ਕਿਮ ਬੋਲਨ ਦੇ ਪੇਜ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮਿਲੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਪ੍ਰੀਲਿਮਿਨਰੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਟੋਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਫੇਟਲ ਸਰੀ ਦੀ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਇਹ ਦੱਸਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਵਿਕਟਮ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਦਾ ਲਿੰਕ ਬ੍ਰਦਰਸ ਕੀਪਰਸ ਗੈਂਗ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਇੱਕ CCTV ਫੁਟੇਜ ਦੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਡਾਰਕ ਕਲਰ ਦੇ ਵਹੀਕਲ 'ਚੋਂ ਦੋ ਜਾਣੇ ਹੁੱਡੀ ਪਾਏ ਹੋਏ ਨਿਕਲਦੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਸਿਲਵਰ ਰੰਗ ਦੀ ਕਾਰ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਜੋ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੋਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਆਉਣਗੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਈਏ। ਔਰ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਲਿਖੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਰੰਟ ਪੇਜ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਿਮ ਬੋਲਨ ਨੇ ਕੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਟੋਰੀ ਲਗਾਈ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਫਰੰਟ ਪੇਜ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਆਈ ਜਸਟ ਵਾਂਟ ਟੂ ਸੇ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਸਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਪੇਜ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸੋ let me just put that courtesy as well. ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਕੈਂਬੋਲਨ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਆ, ਔਰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦਾ ਹੈਡਿੰਗ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਹ ਹੈ, Homicide team called in after hooded gunman shot man dead in Surrey driveway। ਇਹ 'ਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਔਰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਿਕਟਮ ਸੀ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਅੱਧਾ ਬਾਹਰ ਲਟਕਦਾ ਪਿਆ ਸੀ, ਲੈਫਟ ਹੈਂਗਿੰਗ ਆਊਟ ਆਫ ਦ ਸਿਲਵਰ ਕਲਰਡ ਵਹੀਕਲ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਹੁਣ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ 'ਤੇ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈਆਂ, ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਕੁਝ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈਆਂ, ਡੈਫੀਨੇਟਲੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਨਾਲ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਚਰਚਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ, ਔਰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਈ ਜਾਊਂਗਾ। ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ, ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਹੀਕਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਟਾਰਚ ਵਹੀਕਲ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਇਸ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਦੀ ਵੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਦਊਂਗਾ। ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਫਰੋਮ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਸੋਰਸਿਸ, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ, ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਗਾਣਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲੱਗਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਵਿਚ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਨਾਟ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਪੋਸਟ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਆਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਡੈਫੀਨੇਟਲੀ ਇਸੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਆਈ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੱਕ ਇਸ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਉਹ ਕੱਢ ਸਕਾਂ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਗੈਟ ਦੈਟ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਫॉर ਯੂ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਸ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਗਾਣਾ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਨਾਟ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਪਲੇ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ ਵਨਸ ਅਗੇਨ। ਇਹ ਕਟਸੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਸਨ ਦੀ, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਸੌਰੀ ਫॉर दैट, ਬਟ ਯੈਸ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਪੁਸ਼ਟੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ ਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਪੋਸਟ ਦੈਟ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਐਂਡ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਖੁਦ ਉਸ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। So this is very disturbing once again. लेकिन one second, let me just mute this video. ਆ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਹੈ, I'm going to play it again, ਔਰ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੋ ਦੈਟਸ ਦ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਕਾਰ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਦੋ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਬਾਹਰ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਮਾਰਦੇ ਆ। ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਗਿਰ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਨੀਚੇ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਨਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹ ਮਾਰ ਕੇ ਇਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਰੇਂਗ ਕੇ ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਨੇ ਬਚਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਗਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਚੱਕ ਕੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਉਹਨੇ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹ ਨਿਕਲ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ। ਸੋ ਦੈਟਸ ਦ ਵੀਡੀਓ। ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਇਹ ਬੈਕ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਾਰ, ਇੱਥੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਪਿੱਛੋਂ ਰੋਕ ਲਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਇਸ ਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ, ਔਰ ਬਾਹਰ ਨਿਕਲ ਕੇ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਮਾਰ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਦੋ ਜਣੇ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਪਰਾਧੀ ਔਰ ਦੋ ਵਿਕਟਮ, ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਦੀ ਮੌਤ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਬਚ ਗਿਆ। ਉਹਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਉਹਦੀ ਜਾਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਬਚ ਗਈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਸਾਈਡ 'ਤੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਰੇਂਗ ਕੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਆ ਗਿਆ, ਔਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਹਸਪੀਟਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਭੇਜਿਆ ਗਿਆ। ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਗਾਣਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਸਨੇ ਵੀ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਹੂਐਵਰ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਦਿਸ ਵੀਡੀਓ, ਇਹ 'ਚ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਗਾਣਾ ਲੱਗਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਐਂਡ ਆਈ ਟੈਲਿੰਗ ਇਟ, ਆਈ ਡੋਂਟ ਨੋ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਲਗਾਇਆ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਗਾਣਾ ਲੱਗਾ ਇੱਕ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸਿੰਗਰ ਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਦਿਨੀ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਮਾਰ ਕੇ ਕਤਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਸੋ ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਆਲਸੋ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਡਿਸਟਰਬਿੰਗ ਹੈ ਕਈਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਸੋ ਜਸਟ ਟੂ ਗਿਵ ਯੂ ਹੈਡਸ ਅਪ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫੁਟੇਜ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ। ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਵੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਕੁਝ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਵੀ ਆਈਆਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਹੀਕਲ ਸੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹਾਲਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਦਿਖਾਵਾਂ ਵਹੀਕਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹਾਲਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਇਸੇ ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਉਹੀ ਵਹੀਕਲ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਸ਼ੂਟਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਏ ਡਾਰਕ ਰੰਗ ਦਾ ਸੀ ਵਹੀਕਲ। ਔਰ ਲੁੱਕ ਐਟ ਦਿਸ, ਆਹ ਵਹੀਕਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਡਾਰਕ ਕਲਰ ਦਾ। ਸੋ ਆਈ ਹੋਪ ਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਛੇਤੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰੇਗੀ ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਣਗੀਆਂ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਫਿਲਹਾਲ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਉਹਦੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਹੁਣ IHIT ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਗੀਆਂ। ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਨਾਟ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਬੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਵਾਈਡਡ ਬਾਈ ਦ ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ। ਇਹਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ IHIT ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਇੰਟੀਗ੍ਰੇਟਡ ਹੋਮਿਸਾਈਡ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਏਗੀ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਏਗੀ ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਉਹ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੈਂਕ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਇੰਟਰਸਟ ਰੇਟ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਘਟੇ ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ ਬੈਂਕ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਇੰਟਰਸਟ ਰੇਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਟੱਡੀ ਹੈ। ਚਾਹੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੀ ਜੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, એનર્ਜੀ ਦੇ ਭਾਅ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਤੇਲ ਦੇ ਔਰ ਗੈਸ ਦੇ ਔਰ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਉਹ ਵਧੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਬੈਂਕ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਇੰਟਰਸਟ ਰੇਟ ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਹੋਲਡ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਔਰ ਬੈਂਚਮਾਰਕ ਇੰਟਰਸਟ ਰੇਟ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਅਨਚੇਂਜਡ ਹੈ 2.25 ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੀ ਬੈਂਕ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦਾ ਇੰਟਰਸਟ ਰੇਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੀ ਇੰਟਰਸਟ ਰੇਟ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਉਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਰਿਹਾ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਚੌਥੀ ਵਾਰ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਰੇਟ ਆਪਣਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਹੋਲਡ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਬੈਂਕ ਨੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੋਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ 0.25% ਦਾ ਕੱਟ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀ ਅਕਤੂਬਰ 2025 ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ। ਸੋ ਇਟਸ ਅ ਬਿਗ ਥਿੰਗ। ਸੋ ਆਈਲ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੋਈ ਐਕਸਪਰਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਐਡਵਾਈਸ ਆ ਉਹ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਆ, ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਾਮਿਲ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਾਸਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਰ ਸਕੀਏ। ਔਰ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਗੀਆਂ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਸਿਆਸਤ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਔਰ US ਦੀ ਸਿਆਸਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ। ਭਾਰਤ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਿਆ ਕਰੀਏ। ਉਹਦਾ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਉੱਥੇ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਔਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਉੱਥੇ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਲੋਕਲ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਵੀ ਦੇਖਣੀਆਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਪਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਰਹੇ। ਸੋ ਆਈਲ ਟਰਾਈ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਏ। ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਘੁੰਮ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਹ ਘੁੰਮ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ ਵਰਕਸ਼ਾਪ ਜੀ ਲਵਾਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਵਰਕਸ਼ਾਪ ਵੈਸੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੈਨੇਜਮੈਂਟ ਕੰਪਨੀਜ਼ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ, ਕਾਰਪੋਰੇਟ ਸੈਕਟਰ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲਵਾਈ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਟੀਮ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਭਾਵਨਾ, ਲੀਡਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਕੁਆਲਿਟੀਜ਼, ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਐਕਸਰਸਾਈਜ਼ ਕਰਾਈਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿ ਟੀਮ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਭਾਵਨਾ ਵਧੇ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਔਖੇ ਸਮੇਂ 'ਚੋਂ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਨਿਕਲਦੇ ਹੋ, ਆਪਣੀ ਟੀਮ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹੋ, ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਕਾਰਪੋਰੇਟ ਸੈਕਟਰ ਨੇ ਕੁਛ ਐਸੀਆਂ ਐਕਸਰਸਾਈਜ਼ ਬਣਾਈਆਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਨੇ ਹੁਣ ਉਹ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਯੂ ਨੇਮ ਇਟ, ਚਾਹੇ ਸਵਾਤੀ ਮਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਹੋਣ, ਚਾਹੇ ਸਵਾਤੀ ਮਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਸੁਖਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਾਦਲ ਹੋਣ, ਸੁਖਪਾਲ ਖਹਿਰਾ ਹੋਣ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੁਣ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਦੇਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਉਹ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਣਾ ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਦਿਖਾਣਾ। ਔਰ ਨੰਬਰ 2 ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ DGP ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਵਿਚ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਰੰਗਤ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਖਰਾਬ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ ਲੋਕ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਾਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਉਸ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ DGP ਨੇ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਕੁਝ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਮਿਸਟਰ ਗੌਰਵ ਯਾਦਵ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਸਿਆਸਤ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਐਂਟਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਕੁਝ ਨਵੇਂ ਪਲੇਅਰਸ ਦੀ ਹੁਣ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗੂਗਾ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਵਾਤੀ ਮਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਣੇ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਹੈਂਡਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਉਹ ਉਸੇ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਉਹ ਕਰਾਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਰਕਸ਼ਾਪ ਜੀ ਲਵਾਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਪਲੇ ਦੈਟ। ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾਣਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੁਖਪਾਲ ਖਹਿਰਾ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਸੁਖਪਾਲ ਖਹਿਰਾ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਔਰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਸਵਾਤੀ ਮਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੁਣ ਬੀਜੇਪੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੇ, ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਔਰ ਫਿਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਸੁਖਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਾਦਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਂਝ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਪਾਵਾਂਗਾ। ਸੋ ਲੈਟਸ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਵਿਦ ਸੁਖਪਾਲ ਖਹਿਰਾ। ਸੁਖਪਾਲ ਖਹਿਰਾ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਸੁਖਪਾਲ ਖਹਿਰਾ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ, ਮੈਂ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪਲੇ ਦ ਵੀਡੀਓ, ਔਰ ਸੁਖਪਾਲ ਖਹਿਰਾ ਦੇ ਪੇਜ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਚਲਾਉਂਗਾ ਸੋ ਦੈਟ ਕਿ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਉਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਆ ਸਕੇ। ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਡੈਸ਼ਬੋਰਡ ਹੈ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਡੀਕਲਟਰ ਜ਼ਰਾ ਕਰ ਲਾਂ ਔਰ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਸਕੇ। ਸੋ ਸੁਖਪਾਲ ਖਹਿਰਾ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਹੈ, ਐਂਡ ਇਹਦਾ ਸੰਦਰਭ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਪਲੇ ਦੈਟ। ਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ, ਦੈਟਸ ਦ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰਡ ਬਾਏ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਸੁਖਪਾਲ ਖਹਿਰਾ। ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਵਰਕਸ਼ਾਪ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਲੱਗੀ ਕਿ ਹੂਲਾ ਹੂਪ ਜੇ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਲੰਘਣਾ, ਔਰ ਲੰਘਣਾ ਜਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੰਘਣਾ ਜਾਂ ਵਟਐਵਰ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਸੁਖਪਾਲ ਸਿੰਘ ਖਹਿਰਾ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਨਾਲ, ਉਹ ਬੜੀ ਇੰਟਰਸਟਿੰਗ ਹੈ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਦੇਖ ਲਓ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ, ਫਿਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਹੂਲਾ ਹੂਪ ਜਿਹਾ ਘੁਮਾ ਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸੁਖਪਾਲ ਸਿੰਘ ਖਹਿਰਾ ਨੇ ਆਪ ਆਇਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ watch the childish play of Aam Aadmi Party's MLAs, including Speaker Sandhwa at Jalandhar today. While Punjab is gripped with drugs, gangsters, lawlessness and corruption, these bonded labor MLAs are dancing to the tunes of their daily masters. It's now sure that Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann are dead scared of defection. Hence, they are trying to keep watch on their MLAs by such gimmicks. ਇਹ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਖਹਿਰਾ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਨਾਲ INC ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੰਡੀਅਨ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਇੰਡੀਆ, ਇੰਡੀਅਨ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਪੰਜਾਬ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਟੈਗ ਕਰਕੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕੁਲਤਾਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਸੰਧਵਾ ਤੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ MLAs ਨੇ ਉਹ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੂਲਾ ਹੂਪ ਜਿਹਾ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਨਿਕਲ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਇੱਕ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੋਂ ਦੂਜੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੱਕ ਭੇਜਣਾ। ਉਹ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਭੇਜਣਾ, ਬਸ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਐਕਸਰਸਾਈਜ਼, ਇੱਕ ਟੀਮ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ, ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਕਾਰਪੋਰੇਟ ਸੈਕਟਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ MLAs ਦੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਲਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ। ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਹੱਸਣਾ ਖੇਡਣਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਮਨ ਪਰਚਾਣਾ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੁਖਪਾਲ ਖਹਿਰਾ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟਸ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਆ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਬਾਕੀ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਸੁਖਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਾਦਲ ਨੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਨਜ਼ਰੀਏ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖਿਆ। ਸੁਖਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਾਦਲ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਅਲੱਗ ਕਿਸਮ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਇਆ ਜਾਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿਜ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਰੱਖਿਆ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਕੀ ਗਿਆ। ਸੁਖਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਾਦਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਯੈਟ ਅਨਦਰ ਸ਼ੇਮਫੁਲ ਡਿਸਪਲੇ ਬਾਈ ਦ ਰੂਲਿੰਗ ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਲੀਡਰਸ਼ਿਪ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕਿਉਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਲੈਟਸ ਚੈੱਕ ਦ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਫਸਟ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਹੁਣ ਸੁਖਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਾਦਲ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਸੁਖਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਾਦਲ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਸਿਸੋਦੀਆ, ਮਦਨ ਲਾਲ ਬੱਗਾ, ਇਧਰੋਂ ਕੁਲਤਾਰ ਸੰਧਵਾ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲਾਲ ਘੇਰਿਆਂ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਣਾਏ ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਮਨੀਸ਼ ਸਿਸੋਦੀਆ ਵੀ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਇਹ ਸੁਖਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਾਦਲ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਪੇਜ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਗਾਈ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਐਂਗਲ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਚੱਕਿਆ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਧਿਆਨ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖਿਓ, ਕੁਝ ਕਿਤਾਬਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਡਿੱਗੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਹਵਾਲਾ ਦੇਖੋ।
ਦੋ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਬਣ ਰਿਹਾ
ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਸੁਖਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਾਦਲ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ, ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਐਂਗਲ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਆ ਨਾਲ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੁਖਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਾਦਲ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਯੈਟ another shameful display by the ruling ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੁੱਟ ਇਟ ਔਨ ਦਿਸ ਸਾਈਡ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਚੱਜ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਵੀ ਸਕੋਗੇ। ਇੱਕ ਮਿੰਟ, ਇੱਧਰ ਲਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ yet another shameful display by the ruling ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ leadership while people suffering long power cuts, farmers sit in mandis guarding their crops day and night, employees await pending DAs and pensionary benefits, and lawlessness rules the streets. AAP MLAs, ministers, and even the Vidhan Sabha speaker are shamelessly playing hula hoop games and dancing to the tunes of Manish Sisodia. Manish Sisodia ਦਾ account ਹੈ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਵਿੱਚ tag ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ M Sisodia. And while doing so, they didn't even care that the photos of Baba Saheb Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and Shahid Bhagat Singh were laying cluttered around their feet. ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਸੀ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਬੀ ਆਰ ਅੰਬੇਦਕਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਸ਼ਹੀਦ ਭਗਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੀਆਂ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੈਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਪਈਆਂ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਕੇਅਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ। The amount to gross disrespect to our icons, the AAP leadership must tender an unconditional apology immediately to get ready to face public wrath. ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਮਾਫੀ ਮੰਗ ਲੈਣ, ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਗੁੱਸੇ ਦਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਹਮਣਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਪੈਣਾ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਸੁਖਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਾਦਲ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਐਂਡ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਪਲੇ ਦੈਟ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਵਨਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਜਸਟ ਫॉर ਯੋਰ ਰੈਫਰੈਂਸ, ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਥੋੜਾ ਸਮਝ ਆ ਜਾਏਗਾ। ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਕਿਤਾਬਾਂ ਪਈਆਂ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਤੇ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਸੁਖਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਾਦਲ ਦਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਬਾਬਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਅੰਬੇਦਕਰ ਦੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ਹੀਦ ਆਜ਼ਮ ਭਗਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੀ। ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਖੇਡਾਂ ਖਿਡਾਈਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਸਿਸੋਦੀਆਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਟੀਮ ਤੇ ਨੱਚ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸਰਕਾਰੀ ਡਾਇਰੀ ਲੱਗ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਵਾਲੀ। ਆਮ ਨਾਟ ਸ਼ੋਰ, ਆਈ ਕੈਨ ਨਾਟ ਗਿਵ ਬੈਨੀਫਿਟ ਆਫ ਡਾਊਟ ਇਸ ਕੰਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅਕਸਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਦੀ ਡਾਇਰੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ, ਉਹ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਅੱਛਾ, ਹੁਣ ਇਹ ਐਂਗਲ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ, ਇੱਕ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਦਾ ਐਂਗਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਇੱਕ ਅਕਾਲੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਐਂਗਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ। ਲੈਟਸ ਟਾਕ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੀਜੇਪੀ ਵਾਲਾ ਐਂਗਲ। ਬੀਜੇਪੀ ਦੇ ਐਂਗਲ ਤੋਂ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਨਵੇਂ ਬੀਜੇਪੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੀਡਰ ਆਏ ਆ ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ, ਮਿਸ ਸਵਾਤੀ ਮਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਸੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਜਾਰੀ ਕਰਤਾ। ਮੈਂ ਹੈਰਾਨ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ 'ਚ ਹੀ ਕੁਝ ਲੋਕ ਐਸੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਪਾਰਟੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ, ਬਾਕੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਪਾਰਟੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਜਾਰੀ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੇ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਬਣਾਈਆਂ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਬਾਹਰ ਤਾਂ ਆਈਆਂ ਹੀ ਆ, ਔਰ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਐਂਗਲਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਆਈਆਂ। ਸੋ ਸਵਾਤੀ ਮਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਲਿਖਦੇ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਲੈਟਸ ਗੋ ਟੂ ਦੈਟ, ਔਰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਸੋ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ सूरमाओं को जन्म देने वाली पंजाब की धरती पर विधायकों का ये हाल कर रखा है। पूरी सरकार रिमोट कंट्रोल से दिल्ली के हारे हुए एमएलए चला रहे हैं। पंजाब के इन एमएलए की कोई बात नहीं सुनी जाती, काम नहीं होते, बदतमीजी सहनी पड़ती है। मंत्रियों को अपने ही कार्यालय के फैसले दिल्ली से आए एडवाइजर से लेने पड़ते हैं। हर लेवल पर भ्रष्टाचार फैला है। किसानों की फसल मंडियों में बिक नहीं पा रही, राज्य के सरकारी कर्मचारियों को तनख्वाह नहीं मिल रही, और रिंग मास्टर बनकर ऐसे ये लोग पंजाब का मजाक बना रहे हैं, रिंग मास्टर बन के। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਆਲਸੋ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਟਰਸਟਿੰਗ। ਲੈਟਸ ਪਲੇ ਦੈਟ ਵੀਡੀਓ। ਇਹ ਸਵਾਤੀ ਮਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ।
ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਜੀ, ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ।
ਸੋ ਸਿਮਿਲਰ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅੱਧੀ ਸੁਖਪਾਲ ਖਹਿਰਾ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ, ਅੱਧੀ ਸੁਖਬੀਰ ਬਾਦਲ ਨੇ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ, ਉਹ ਪੂਰੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਸਵਾਤੀ ਮਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਨੇ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ। ਦੋਨਾਂ ਨੇ 20-21 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਦੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ 44 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਦੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਸਵਾਤੀ ਮਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਦੈਟਸ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਟਰਸਟਿੰਗ। ਐਂਡ ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜਾਂ ਕਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ इस वीडियो के उत्ते पाया हुआ कि सूरमाओं को जन्म देने वाली पंजाब की धरती पर विधायकों का ये हाल है। ये उन्होंने वालों गल जी कही गई है स्वाति मालीवाल के वालों। स्वाति मालीवाल जोड़े है फॉर्मर चेयरपर्सन रहे हैं दिल्ली कमीशन फॉर विमेन दे जो आम आदमी पार्टी सत्ता दे विच सी, लेकिन उन्होंने मोह भंग हो गया जो विभव कुमार ने उन्होंने जिहड़ा उन्होंने नाल उन्होंने यह कहना सी कि मेरे नाल बदतमीजी की गई है। अच्छा उधरों हुणे जिहड़ी सारी गलबात हुई है जिहड़ा सारा तुसीं ये देखिया हुला हूप एंड ऑल दैट स्टफ, इस तो बाद आम क्योंकि आपां श्रोमणी अकाली दल की भी गल कर ली, कांग्रेस की भी गल कर ली, बीजेपी की भी गल कर ली, आम आदमी पार्टी की गल नहीं की। आम आदमी पार्टी इस मामले दे विच की कह रही है? आम आदमी पार्टी के जिहड़े दिल्ली तो आए हुए लीडर ने मनीष सिसोदिया, उन्होंने पत्रकारां दे नाल जलंधर दे विच जदों ये ब्लॉक इंचार्जां दी मीटिंग खत्म हुई है और जिन्हां दी मीटिंग खत्म हुई है उस तो बाद जिहड़े पंजाब दे प्रभारी ने मनीष सिसोदिया उन्हां दे वल्लों मीडिया दे नाल कुछ गलबात की गई है विच आई एम गोइंग टू प्ले है, तुसीं ओह भी सुन लो ताकि सारे जिहड़े पंजाब दे धिर ने इक्को विषय दे उत्ते उन्हां दी सोच जिहड़ी किहो जिही है उस दे उत्ते भी आपां गलबात जिहड़ी है ओह कर सकीए। लेट्स लिसन टू मनीष सिसोदिया।
आम आदमी पार्टी ने हर 15 गांव या 15 वार्ड के ऊपर अपने लीडर्स लगाए हुए हैं जिनको हम ऑब्जर्वर्स बोलते हैं। 15 गांव का ऑब्जर्वर्स या 15 वार्ड के ऑब्जर्वर्स हैं और इन ऑब्जर्वर्स का काम है कि अपने अपने 15 गांव या 15 वार्ड्स में जाके संगठन के सभी लोगों से समय समय पे मिलते रहना। इनका काम है संगठन के लोगों के इश्यूज को समझना, संगठन के लोगों के काम को समझना और उसको हम तक लेके आना, पार्टी तक लेके आना, सरकार तक लेके आना। तो हमारा जो ग्रास रूट का वर्कर नीचे है गांव-गांव में, हर एक वार्ड में, उसके बीच और सरकार के बीच, उसके बीच और पार्टी की सीनियर लीडरशिप के बीच ऑब्जर्वर्स ब्रिज का काम करते हैं। तो लगभग हर 3-4 महीने में इनके साथ एक मीटिंग हुई है और 4 महीने पहले फरवरी में मीटिंग हुई थी। उस मीटिंग में हमने इनको कुछ टास्क दिए थे कि एक बार गांव-गांव में जाके मिलके आओ और सभी संगठन के लोगों से मिलके आओ। तो मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि हमारे ऑब्जर्वर्स 2.5 लाख वॉलंटियर्स के साथ 1-to-1 मीटिंग करके आए हैं। 2.5 लाख वॉलंटियर्स के साथ आधा दिन, एक दिन और कई बार तो 2 दिन बिता के आए हैं ऑब्जर्वर्स। तो पिछले 4 महीने की एक्सरसाइज पे आज चर्चा हुई, आगे क्या करना है, कैसे करना है, उसकी हमने रणनीति बनाई। क्योंकि आम आदमी पार्टी की ताकत एक तरफ अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का विजन है, भगवंत मान जी का विजन है, तो दूसरी तरफ गांव-गांव में बैठे हुए कार्यकर्ता, गांव-गांव में बैठे हुए हमारे जो लीडर्स हैं उनकी मेहनत। तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के विजन और गांव-गांव में बैठे हुए कार्यकर्ता के विजन की बदौलत ही आम आदमी पार्टी आगे बढ़ी है और आगे भी बढ़ेगी। आज फिर से उस संकल्प को दोहराया है। बस यही चर्चा हुई है।
उसमें मोटिवेशन क्या दी गई है जो आज विधायकों की भी बैठक हुई है बाकी चीजों को?
आम आदमी पार्टी का तो कार्यकर्ता मोटिवेटेड है, आपने देखा खूब मोटिवेशन से काम कर रहे हैं। क्योंकि मोटिवेशन किसी एक एमपी या किसी एक एमएलए से या किसी से नहीं मिलती है। मोटिवेशन मिलती है कि सरकार लोगों के लिए काम कर रही है कि नहीं कर रही है। आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता को मोटिवेशन इस बात से मिलती है कि सरकार अच्छे स्कूल बनवा रही है कि नहीं बनवा रही है। आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता को मोटिवेशन इस बात से मिलती है कि हेल्थ पर, नौकरी पर, बिजली पर, सड़कों पर, किसानों के लिए अच्छे काम हो रहे हैं कि नहीं हो रहे। और खुशकिस्मती ये है कि आम आदमी पार्टी ने इन सब सेक्टर्स में जितना काम किया है, दूसरी सरकारें, दूसरी पार्टियां पिछले 75-80 साल में भी वो काम नहीं कर पाई जो आम आदमी पार्टी ने 4 साल में मान साहब की सरकार ने किया है।
सर, जो बार-बार कह रहे हैं कि एमएलए जो है वो कांग्रेस और बीजेपी के टच में है, आज आपसे मुलाकात हुई है, क्या आपको लगता है?
एमएलए जिसके टच में, एमएलए सबके टच में है, पर एमएलए हमारी जनता के टच में है। हमारे एमएलए हमारे उन लोगों के टच में है जिन्होंने उनको चुन के भेजा था। क्योंकि हमारे एमएलए को ये है कि 4 साल उन्होंने मेहनत की है उनके लिए, 1 साल और अभी मेहनत करेंगे 8-10 महीने और उसके बाद दोबारा चुन के जाएंगे। तो एमएलए अपनी जनता के
बीजेपी कह रही है कि जो आपके जितने भी एमएलए हैं वो राघव चड्ढा और
मेरा एक सुझाव है, बीजेपी ना बहुत घटिया और बहुत झूठी पार्टी है, उसकी बातों में बताया बहुत ही झूठी और बहुत ही मतलब तो गद्दारों से भरी हुई पार्टी है। अलग अलग पार्टियों के गद्दार उस पार्टी में भरे हुए हैं, उनके चक्कर में क्यों पड़ रहे हो? वो जो कहते हैं वो बीजेपी को केवल देश तोड़ना आता है, पार्टियां तोड़नी आती हैं, ईडी यूज करना आता है, सीबीआई यूज करनी आती है, बीजेपी को तो देश का काम करना होता है। सर मुझे बताओ, बीजेपी ने देश में कोई स्कूल खुलवाया? बीजेपी ने कोई अस्पताल खुलवाया? बीजेपी ने ईमानदारी से नौकरियां लगवाई? बीजेपी ने व्यापारियों का व्यापार आगे बढ़वाया?
माइक नहीं आगे सामने
बीजेपी को तो केवल यही
उन्हें शक्ल नहीं दिख रही है।
ट्रेलर है, पिक्चर भी
बीजेपी वालों की बातों में मत आओ।
ਸੋ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬੀਜੇਪੀ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਵਿੰਨੇ ਆ ਸੱਤਾਧਾਰੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਨੇ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨੇ ਵਿੰਨੇ ਗਏ ਆ ਉਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬੀਜੇਪੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵਿੰਨੇ ਗਏ ਆ। ਔਰ ਦੂਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਚੀਫ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਚੀਫ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਹੁਦੇਦਾਰ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੂਬੇ ਭਰ ਦੇ ਆਬਜ਼ਰਵਰ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਨੇਹਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਇਸੇ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੁਨੇਹਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਪੋਸਟ ਦੈਟ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ ਸੋ ਦੈਟ ਕਿ ਔਰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਵਿਵਸਥਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਖਰਾਬ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਡੀਜੀਪੀ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਬਜ਼ਰਵਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਸੁਣ ਲਈਏ।
ਨਹੀਂ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸਮੁੰਦਰ ਚੋਂ ਗੜਬੀ ਭਰਨ ਨਾਲ ਸਮੁੰਦਰ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਫਰਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੈਂਦਾ, ਪਰ ਗੜਬੀ ਦੀ ਔਕਾਤ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਪਾਣੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਸੀ। ਬਸ ਗੜਬੀ ਆਪਣਾ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਪਾਣੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਸੀ ਆਪਣਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚਲੀ ਗਈ, ਸਮੁੰਦਰ ਫੇਰ ਛੱਲਾ ਮਾਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਅੱਜ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਜਲੰਧਰ 'ਚ ਠਾਠਾ ਮਾਰਦਾ ਇਕੱਠ, ਇਹ ਸਮੁੰਦਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਛੱਲਾਂ ਨੇ, ਸਮੁੰਦਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਠਾਠਾਂ ਨੇ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਕੇਜਰੀਵਾਲ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਸੰਬੋਧਨ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹੌਸਲਾ ਦੇਣਾ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦਾ ਕਿ ਡਟੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਜੀ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਆ ਅਸੀਂ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਖੜ ਗਏ ਤਾਂ ਖੜ ਗਏ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ 434 ਬੰਦੇ ਖੜੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਸੀ 2014 ਚ। ਇਹੀ
ਕੱਲ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਖੜ ਗਏ ਉੱਥੇ ਖੜ ਗਏ, ਮਤਲਬ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੋਚਣ ਨਾ ਦਈਓ, ਸੈਕੰਡ ਥਾਟ ਨਾ ਲੈਣ ਦਈਓ, ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਦਿਓ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਖੜ ਗਏ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਖੜ ਗਏ। ਖੈਰ ਲੈਟਸ ਲਿਸਨ ਟੂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਰਜ਼ਨ ਸੁਣ ਲਈਏ। ਪੂਰੇ ਦੇਸ਼ 'ਚ 434 ਸੀਟਾਂ ਤੇ ਲੜੀ ਸੀ ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਤੇ ਸਿਰਫ 4 ਹਰੇ ਰੰਗ ਦੇ ਪੱਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਸੀ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਸੰਕਟ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਮੂਹਰੇ ਖੜਦੇ ਆ, ਝੰਡਾ ਬਰਦਾਰ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਮੂਹਰੇ ਖੜਦੇ ਆ। ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਦੋਂ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਤੇ ਸੰਕਟ ਆਇਆ 2019 ਚ ਆਏ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਉਹ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਜੀ, ਆਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਜੀ, ਤਾਂ ਵੀ ਸੰਗਰੂਰ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਤਾ ਕੇ ਫੇਰ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੋਕ ਸਭਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੁਮਾਇੰਦਗੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ, ਇਹ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੋਕ ਸਭਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੁਮਾਇੰਦਗੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ, ਇਹ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਹੈ। ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਰੋ, ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੜੋ, ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਹੋ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਹੈ, ਸਭ ਜਾਣਤੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਪਤਾ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ। ਵੈਸੇ ਚਾਹੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਘੱਟ ਲੋਕ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਵੱਧ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ, ਬਾਅਦ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਰੈਫਰੈਂਸ ਦੇਣਾ ਚਾਹੇ, ਇਹਦਾ ਸਕਰੀਨਸ਼ਾਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਲੈ ਲਓ। ਸਕਰੀਨਸ਼ਾਟ ਉਹਦਾ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਲੈਕਸ਼ਨਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਾਰੀ ਦਲ ਬਦਲੂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅੱਜ ਬੜੇ ਧਿਆਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੁਣ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਇੱਥੇ, ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕਾਫੀ ਐਸੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੂਜੀਆਂ ਪਾਰਟੀਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਛੜੱਪੇ ਮਾਰ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਔਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਕਈ ਐਸੇ ਹੋਣਗੇ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਛੜੱਪੇ ਮਾਰ ਕੇ ਦੂਜੀਆਂ ਪਾਰਟੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਵੀ। ਅਜੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਐਸੇ ਹੋਣਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਮੇਂ 'ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗੇਗਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਲੈਟਸ ਲਿਸਨ ਟੂ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਮੈਂ ਹੈਰਾਨ ਆ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਦਿਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਧਾਈ ਦੇ ਫੋਨ ਆਈ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ, ਜਦ ਕਿ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਲੋਕ ਵਧਾਈ ਦੇਈ ਜਾਂਦੇ। ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਵਧਾਈ ਕਾਹਦੀ? ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੀ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵਧੀਆ ਜਿਹਾ ਲੱਗੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਵੀ ਚਲੋ ਮਤਲਬ ਜੋ ਪ੍ਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਵਧੀਆ ਹੀ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਆ ਜੋ ਹੋਇਆ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਦਿਨੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਜੀ। ਸੋ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਮਜ਼ਬੂਤ ਬਣਾਉਣਾ ਹੈ। ਗੁਜਰਾਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟ ਆਏ ਨੇ, ਗੁਜਰਾਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਨੇ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ ਪਰਿਸ਼ਦ ਬਲਾਕ ਸੰਮਤੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 600 ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਸੀਟਾਂ ਜਿੱਤ ਲਈਆਂ ਜੀ। ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਡਾਡੀਆ ਪਾੜਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਏਰੀਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਦੀਵਾਸੀ ਏਰੀਆ, ਚੇਤਰ ਬਸਾਵਾ ਆਪਣੇ MLA ਨੇ ਉਥੋਂ,
ਉਥੋਂ ਦੀਆਂ 11 ਇੱਕ ਬਲਾਕ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ 11 ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ ਪੰਚਾਇਤਾਂ ਨੇ, 11 ਦੀਆਂ 11 ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ ਪੰਚਾਇਤ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਜਿੱਤ ਗਈ। ਭਾਜਪਾ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਹੈ, ਕਦੇ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਖੀ ਸੀ ਹਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਭਾਜਪਾ ਨੇ ਗੁਜਰਾਤ 'ਚ। ਇਹ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 10,000 ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਸਰਪੰਚ ਨੇ। ਇਹ ਕੋਈ ਐ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਕਿਤੇ 5-7 ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਇੱਧਰ ਉੱਧਰ ਹੋਣ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਈ ਪਾਰਟੀਆਂ ਬਦਲਦੀਆਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਜਾਂ ਪਾਰਟੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਸੰਗਠਨ ਵੱਡਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਵੱਡਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ।
10,000 ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਰਪੰਚ ਹੈ ਔਰ 7-8 ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਇੱਧਰ ਉੱਧਰ ਜਾਣਨਾ ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹ 7-8 ਬੰਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਚੁਣ ਕੇ ਭੇਜੇ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ 10,000 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਚੁਣ ਕੇ ਭੇਜੇ। ਦੈਟਸ ਵਾਟ ਮਾਈ ਟੇਕ ਇਜ਼, ਮੇਰਾ ਓਪੀਨੀਅਨ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜਾ 10,000 ਬੰਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਰਪੰਚ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਹੈ, ਉਹ 10,000 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ 7-8 ਚੁਣ ਕੇ ਭੇਜੇ। ਉਹ 7-8 ਜਿਹੜੇ ਚੁਣ ਕੇ ਭੇਜੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਦੂਰ ਤੱਕ ਕੋਈ ਕਨੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ 10,000 ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨਾਲ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਪਸੀਨਾ, ਆਪਣੀ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਲਾਈ। ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਬੜਾ ਤਾਂ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹੇਆਮ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ, ਸਾਫ਼ ਜੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਚੁਣੇ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਲੋਕ ਚੁਣੇ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਧਨਾੜ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਸੀ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਕੋਈ ਐਸਾ ਲੈਣਾ ਦੇਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੱਚਾਈ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਚੁਣੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਚੁਣੇ। ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਦੇ 10,000 ਹੈ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੋਢੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਰੱਖ ਕੇ ਕਿ ਦੇਖੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੀ ਤਾਕਤ ਹੋ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਕਰਨਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਹ ਕਰਨਾ, ਔਰ 7-8 ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਤੁਸੀਂ 7-8 ਬੰਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਚੁਣ ਲੈਂਦੇ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ MLAs ਅਸੀਂ ਐਸੇ ਦੇਤੇ, ਕੋਈ ਮੋਬਾਈਲ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਾਪ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਚਲਾਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਮੋਬਾਈਲ ਰਿਪੇਅਰ ਦੀ, ਕੋਈ ਮਜ਼ਦੂਰ ਹੈ, ਕੋਈ ਕੁਛ ਹੈ, ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ। ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਰਾਜ ਸਭਾ ਦੀਆਂ ਸੀਟਸ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦੇ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਨਹੀਂ, ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਪੈ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜੀ ਅਸੀਂ 10,000 ਬੰਦਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਜੁੜਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਉਹ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ। ਇਹ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਕਈ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ, ਕਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨਿਗਾਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਾਂਗੇ। ਇੱਕ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਮੁੰਡਾ ਆਫਿਸਰ, IPS ਆਫਿਸਰ ਹੈ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ, ਲੁਧਿਆਣੇ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ 'ਚ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਉੱਥੇ ਉਹਦੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਈ ਹੋਈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹ IPS ਕਲੀਅਰ ਕਰ ਗਿਆ। IPS ਕਲੀਅਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਸੇ ਡੋਮਿਸਾਈਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਥਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਫਰੈਂਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ, ਕਿਹੜੀ ਸਟੇਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਸੋ ਦੂਜੀਆਂ ਸਟੇਟਸ ਵਾਲੇ ਉਹ ਪੰਜਾਬ 'ਚ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਆ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਵਾਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੂਜੀਆਂ ਸਟੇਟਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਆ। ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਇੱਕ ਲੜਕਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ IPS ਕਲੀਅਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਸੂਬੇ 'ਚ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ, ਅੱਜ ਉਹਦੀ ਚਰਚਾ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ 'ਚ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਦਰਅਸਲ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਕੀ ਹੈ? ਔਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸਿੰਘਮ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਬੜਾ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਪਾਰਟੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਪੋਲੀਟੀਕਲ ਪਾਰਟੀਆਂ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੀਆਂ ਜੀ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੱਤਾਧਾਰੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਹੈ ਉਹਦਾ ਖਾਸਮ ਖਾਸ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਟਿਕਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਆਂਗੇ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਖੜਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਆਂਗੇ, ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ। ਔਰ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਯੰਗ IPS ਅਫਸਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੀ ਪਰਵਾਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਉਹ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡਿਊਟੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਲਗਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਬੜੇ ਬਾਖੂਬੀ, ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਿਭਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਇਹ ਕੁਝ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਛੋਟੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਵਾਪਸ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਚੱਲਦੀ ਰਹੇਗੀ। ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਿ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ, ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਚਰਚਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਇੱਕ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਵਾਪਸ। तो बहुत बहुत स्वागत है ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ। ਔਰ ਬੈਂਕ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਗਵਰਨਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅੱਜ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਕਿ ਬੈਂਕ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੰਟਰਸਟ ਰੇਟ ਆ 2.25 ਤੇ ਹੀ ਰੱਖ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਲਏ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੁਝ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਾ। ਬੈਂਕ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਗਵਰਨਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਟਿਫ ਮੈਕਲਮ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਿਪਟੀ ਗਵਰਨਰ ਨੇ ਕੈਰਲਿਨ ਰੋਜਰਸ, ਉਹ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਮੁਖਾਤਬ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਆਟਵਾ ਤੋਂ, ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਆਪਾਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ।
It's going to that the risk increases that oil price starts to feed into the price of other things, and we need to deal with the inflation shock. Over the longer term, the trade tensions are the bigger threat to the Canadian economy, and there, we've got a restructuring underway, but we also have a review of the trade agreement that we're expecting to happen this summer. If there is a big change in that agreement, that could also present sort of a new shock to the economy too. So sort of think about it in terms of two time frames.
Go ahead, Greg.
Greg Quinn, Market News. I wondered if having the policy right now at the lower end of the so-called neutral range makes you a little more nervous about the potential need to tighten, and is this in another way why you're talking about a potential set of consecutive hikes?
Well, look, I would emphasize that there was a clear consensus on the Governing Council that the best thing to do today is maintain the policy interest rate where it is. But I will stress that there is no risk-free path for the policy interest rate. If we had raised rates now, and then oil prices come down in line with what the market's expecting, by the time those higher interest rates are impacting the economy, they wouldn't be needed, and we'd wished we hadn't raised the policy interest rate. But look, if oil prices stay high and we hold rates we maintain for too long, we could see higher energy prices spread to other prices of other goods and services and start to become more persistent inflation. And in that case, we will probably wish that we'd raised rates earlier. So we've got to manage both those risks, Greg. And as I said, I think there was a clear consensus that right now the best thing to do is maintain. But let me add two additional points of context. First of all, the current context is we're starting from a situation where inflation has been close to target for roughly a year and a half now. We're also starting in an economy where there's some slack. You can see it in the labor market. Our estimate of the output gap is, it's around -1%. So we're starting with some slack. So in that context, we don't think higher energy prices are going to be rapidly passed through to the prices of other goods and services. Because when there's some slack in the economy, when the labor market is soft, businesses they're cautious about passing on price increases. They're worried about losing clients. So we don't expect it'll be rapid. I think you're clearly going to see it in some places. You're already seeing fuel surcharges in some places, but we're not expecting it to rapidly broaden. But that's something that needs close monitoring. The other thing I would stress is that we know uncertainty is high. And we recognize that monetary policy may need to be nimble. If the situation changes, we may need to change course. And as I've said a couple of times, if oil prices go higher, and particularly if they stay higher for longer, that will increase the risk that inflation generalizes and becomes more persistent. And in that case, yes, we may well need consecutive increases in the policy rate to get inflation back to the 2% target.
All right. The next question will be from Bloomberg, followed by the Wall Street Journal, and then Global News. So go ahead, Najud.
Good morning, Governor. Cora is still stuck higher than the bank's target. You've given no indication you plan to fix any dislocation issues there. Is that still the case?
Sorry, can you just say the last part again? Core is above the target.
Yes. You've given no indication that you plan to fix any dislocation there. I'm just wondering if that's still the case.
Well, on core, just to take you back a bit, as you'll remember, total CPI inflation came down.
I'm asking a Cora.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting to core.
Sorry.
Our target is total, Najud.
So
don't forget.
I think she's saying.
Oh, Cora.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
So.
Okay. Cora, so you were talking about the fact that from time to time we need to do overnight operations.
Yeah. We've got a little bit of a margin, Jude, but we have some tolerance there. So you've called it a dislocation. I guess that's maybe a stronger term than what we would choose. So our market operations are basically back to sort of normal course. Our balance sheet's back to being normalized. So we keep an eye on Cora, but I guess we wouldn't characterize it as a dislocation.
Sorry about that. Cora.
Okay, Paul.
Governor, I wanted to maybe go back to previous questions, but what I want to know is what motivated you and the Governing Council to provide this form of forward guidance today about, when rates may increase or when rates may decrease.
Well, Paul, I wouldn't really characterize this so much as forward guidance, and it's not about when something's going to happen. It's about it's really more about our reaction function. It's about what, the Governing Council is very aware that there are a wide range of outcomes that are possible. And as part of our deliberations, we not only discussed what the best thing to do today is, but we also discussed what would we do if some of these other outcomes were to materialize. Because you got to recognize that when you're taking there's a lot of uncertainty, and yes, we have a baseline outcome, but we're the first ones to admit that is not the only possible thing that could happen, and there is an unusually wide range of things that could happen. So as you discuss about what the best thing to do today is, you need to also be thinking about what, how well positioned are you to deal with these other things. So that's why we discussed those, and having discussed those, I think it is useful to convey, certainly directionally, how we would handle these various outcomes. I think we're not the only ones grappling with this uncertainty. Everybody's trying to grapple with uncertainty. Our job is to be a source of stability, a source of predictability. So what we're saying is that, we're prepared to respond as needed, and, we're giving some broad strokes as to what that could look like.
ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ
All right.
ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੈ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਟਿਫ ਮੈਕਲਮ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਗਵਰਨਰ ਨੇ ਬੈਂਕ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕਿ 2.25% ਤੇ ਹੀ 2.25% ਤੇ ਹੀ ਇੰਟਰਸਟ ਰੇਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ। ਹੁਣ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਲਿਹਾਜ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਭੰਡਾਫੋੜ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ 3D ਗਨਸ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਦਾ। 3D ਗਨਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ 3D ਗਨਸ ਆ ਉਹ ਬਣਾਈਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਸੀ। ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਫੜਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ 3D ਗਨਸ ਨੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਬਣਾਉਣੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਬੰਦੂਕਾਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਬਾਹਰੋਂ ਕਿਤੋਂ ਲਿਆਉਣ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਜੋ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਕਲਸਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਂਝ ਹੋ ਪਾਉਣਾ ਔਰ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਲਾਈਵ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਇਸ ਪੂਰੇ ਦੇ ਪੂਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ 28 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਦਾ 3D ਪ੍ਰਿੰਟਡ ਘੋਸਟ ਗਨ ਰਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸੀਜ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਕੁਝ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਲਾਈਵ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਉਧਰ ਹੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਸਕੇ। ਗਿਵ ਮੀ ਓਨਲੀ 1 ਮਿੰਟ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਪਾ ਲਾਂ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਾਵਾਂਗਾ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਕਲਸਟਰ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਪਕੜਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰ ਦਿਆਂ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਬੈਂਕ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਵਾਲਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਬੰਦ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਔਰ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ। ਜਸਟ ਗਿਵ ਮੀ ਓਨਲੀ 1 ਮਿੰਟ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਏ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਦੇ ਦਿਆਂ। ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਾਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ 3D ਪ੍ਰਿੰਟਿੰਗ ਗਨ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ 3D ਪ੍ਰਿੰਟਿੰਗ ਗਨ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰਿੰਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪ੍ਰਿੰਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ। ਆਈ ਐਮ ਨਾਟ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਗਿਵ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਮ ਤੌਰ 'ਤੇ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ 'ਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਪਈ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਕੁਝ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਖਿਡੌਣੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਉੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਗਨਸ ਨੇ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਯੋਰਸੈਲਫ ਇਹ 3D ਪ੍ਰਿੰਟਡ ਗਨਸ ਨੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਪ੍ਰਿੰਟਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹ ਗਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤਿਆਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ 3D ਪ੍ਰਿੰਟਰ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹ ਗਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਤਿਆਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਪਰਾਧੀ ਲੋਕ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਮਾਰ ਵੀ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਪਹੁੰਚਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਇੱਕ ਓਰੀਜਨਲ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਗਨ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਦੀ ਯੂਜ਼ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਸੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਗਨਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਪਕੜੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਆ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਦਾ। ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਆ ਕੇ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ 3D ਪ੍ਰਿੰਟਡ ਗਨਸ ਸੀਜ਼ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਦੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀ ਨੇ।
Welcome to Toronto Police Headquarters. Today, Chief Superintendent Joe Matthews of Detective Operations will be joined by Inspector Steve Matthews of the Integrated Gun and Gang Task Force to announce the results of Project Cluster, a firearm manufacturing and trafficking investigation. Following their remarks, they will take questions from the media. Chief Superintendent?
Good morning, and thank you for being here. Today, we're providing an update on a firearm manufacturing and trafficking investigation involving privately manufactured firearms, often referred to as ghost guns. On December 9th, 2025, a 28-year-old Toronto man was arrested and charged with multiple offenses related to firearm manufacturing, trafficking, and unauthorized possession. These charges include a newer offense under Canadian law, possession of computer data for the purpose of manufacturing or trafficking firearms. That's significant. It reflects how policing and the law are adapting to an evolving threat. What you see here today are examples of privately manufactured firearms that were seized as part of this investigation. These are fully functioning firearms that were not purchased through regulated channels and in many cases are not traceable in the same way as traditional firearms. This is why this work matters. While individual firearm parts may be legally acquired, the private manufacturing of key components can result in complete firearms that fall outside of those traditional safeguards. This investigation highlights that shift and the work being done to address it. I also want to recognize our partners and our members that assist in this investigation. This investigation was led by the Toronto Police Services Firearms Enforcement Unit with support from our Integrated Criminal Intelligence Analyst, the Firearm Investigative Analysis Unit, and the Chief Firearms Office. We also work closely with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ 3D ਪ੍ਰਿੰਟਡ ਗਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਵੇਟਲੀ ਮੇਡ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਘਰਾਂ 'ਚ ਬਣਾਈਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ, ਇਹ ਟਰੇਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਈ ਨੰਬਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਆਮ ਟ੍ਰੈਡੀਸ਼ਨਲ ਗਨਸ ਟਰੇਸ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਿਤੋਂ ਖਰੀਦੋ ਫਰੋਖਤ ਐਵੇਂ ਹੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ।
Good morning. The investigation known as Project Cluster began in November of 2025. And at that time, the Toronto Police Services Firearms Enforcement Unit was alerted by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to several suspicious online advertisements posted on a firearms website. Investigators determined that the parts and components being offered for sale were consistent with those used to assemble functional firearms. As a result, a firearms manufacturing and trafficking investigation was launched. Through the investigation, the individual alleged to be responsible for those advertisements was identified as Brian Narciso. Investigators began an investigation in consultation with the Ministry of the Attorney General's Gun and Gangs Unit. During the investigation, it's alleged that the accused sold a 3D printed handgun receiver, the core component that legally defines a firearm, along with additional parts needed to complete it. On December 9th, 2025, the accused was arrested. On that same date, investigators executed criminal code search warrants at his residence and his associated vehicles. As a part of those searches, investigators seized completed firearms, including 3D printed handguns, as well as components capable of assembling 24 prohibited firearms. They also recovered digital evidence, a 3D printer, mobile devices, and possession of proceeds obtained by crime. This investigation also revealed a connection to a series of firearm discharges between June and October of 2025. 6 discharge incidents were reported in the Lawrence Avenue West and Caledonia Road area. It is alleged that the accused attended a secluded area and discharged firearms on multiple occasions. More than 100 cartridge casings and unspent rounds were recovered. And in one instance, a projectile entered a nearby residence. Through forensic analysis, investigators were able to link multiple incidents to the same firearm. 2 of the 3D printed handguns seized during this investigation were forensically linked to 3 of those discharges in October. This remains an important reminder of the risks associated with privately manufactured firearms. These are not theoretical concerns. These are real-life firearms being used in our communities. This remains an ongoing and active investigation, and at this time, I'll take your questions.
ਹੁਣ ਸਵਾਲ ਲਏ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਪੱਤਰਕਾਰਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਬ੍ਰਾਇਨ ਨਾਰਸਿਕੋ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ 28 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਚਾਰਜ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ
So one of the challenges is you can't trace these through traditional means like you would through firearms bought in a store or smuggled across the border. This has been a relatively new issue that we've started to see. And I can tell you in the last 6 months, we've seized approximately 10 functional 3D printed and about 16 3D printed frames.
You mentioned that this secluded area where around is it your assumption that the person was just trying to make sure they work and this was just testing them out there?
My belief is they were being test fired to see if they functioned, yes.
And these guns that are made, I mean, are they as powerful, impactful as real guns? Are they high caliber? Can you just walk us through that?
Yes, you'll see some of the handguns that are completed at the front, and they function just as a traditional handgun would work. So you have the 3D printed frames, and then you have other components that are purchased, and when combined, you get a fully functioning firearm.
Do you believe the accused was working alone, or do you think there's others involved in this kind of production?
In this case right now, I believe he's working alone, but we're still looking at evidence to see if there's anything else that links him to being part of a larger group.
Do you have concerns that people who are in guns or gangs or organized crime, that they're looking at this as an avenue to kind of circumvent the process of either trying to write them illegally or from the border or that kind of thing? This is sort of another kind of easier avenue for them to go down.
It provides different challenges to us, and like any illegally possessed firearm, it is a concern for us and the damage that it could inflict on the community.
How was the accused managed to get parts? Is there like the breech lock within the actual guns itself, or is he being able to manufacture absolutely all the pieces that are required in these guns?
No, the frames themselves were the part that were manufactured, and then some of the other parts were purchased.
And is tracking on the movement of these parts, that are used to fix old legitimate, used handguns that people legally own?
So that's part of the investigation that's ongoing, is looking to figure out where the other pieces of the firearms were sourced from.
The public should kind of keep their eyes out open for in terms of, I don't know, something like high quantities of something, or if you see something, what should the public be aware of in this situation?
In terms of buying items, I'm not sure there's anything that would jump out. If they see online ads for firearms, by all means, refer them to Crime Stoppers or to our units, and we can investigate it. This started from an online ad being passed to us and then merged with some discharges that had occurred in the community. So it provided a conclusion to 2 separate investigations, which, I'm sure is help the community at large, specifically where the discharges were occurring, is a sense of relief. I don't know the actual time it would take to print one. I'm sure some of the other members might have it. Sorry. 6 hours. 6 hours to print a receiver.
Common are these kind of ghost guns coming in Toronto?
This was the first one I became aware of. And as I said, there was approximately 10 that we've been involved in over the last 6 months that were fully functioning. And there were approximately 16 frames that we've come in contact with over that same period. And I believe most of those were from another investigation.
Where are the designs and the guidelines for this individual to, actually tell the computer to make the components as they appear in the weapons?
There's computer programs they've purchased, and they print them off. So that's part of the new set of charges, is having the ability or the data to print.
So there's now regulations out there for someone who wants to seek to build a SIG or something like that.
Yes.
Can you talk a bit about the advertising? Like, where are they posted and how accessible are they for people?
It was online in a firearms website. I don't know which one specifically, but the RCMP became aware of it and alerted our firearms enforcement unit, and the investigation started, which led to this in a fairly short period of time. I think it was a very effective investigation when you look at the number of firearms and parts seized.
Let's talk about the sort of how these work in terms of what part does he print out, what parts do they need to maybe pull, and how it's basically a legitimate gun at that point.
So this here are all the receivers that have been printed, and you'll see the different parts they add to combine it, and right down there is an example of the fully completed firearm.
With most of the guts, like the receivers printed here, but with most of the guts, would they be smuggled in from the U.S.?
They can be smuggled in, they can be purchased through legitimate means, and then trafficked for illegitimate means. There's different pathways to obtaining the parts.
So is this going to be kind of on a go-forward basis, a big part of SPS we're looking out for? Is this kind of
Well, it's an emerging trend. I think other parts of the country have seen this. This is new here, and it's something we're trying to get ahead of in terms of the new crime trends to keep guns off the street. Crime's always evolving, and we're trying to keep up and in some cases stay ahead with it. And this shows some of the work that we're doing to evolve with the trends.
What else do you think needs to be done to prevent the creation of these weapons? If people take them in their homes, how do you stop people from doing that? And would you like to see, in the federal or provincial governments, people in place to kind of prevent this issue?
Well, I think the starting point has been some of the new legislation in terms of having penalties for the actual possession of the data. Beyond that, I really don't know at this point because it's so fresh. But I think that's a good starting point for it.
But like an airsoft gun, for instance, there's a lot of airsoft guns look almost identical to weapons other than their functionality. What if this person had decided to say, "Oh, I'm 3D printing airsoft guns"? Is there legislation associated with that sort of gray area?
That I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the specifics of it. I don't know if there's a distinction made between the two.
Okay, thank you everyone.
ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੈ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਹਟੀ ਹੈ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ, ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਉਹ 3D ਗਨਸ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਬਣਾਉਂਦਾ ਸੀ, ਔਰ ਆਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਗਨਸ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੇਚੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਦੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ। ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਗਨਸ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਬਣਾਈਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਕਲਸਟਰ ਦੇ ਤਹਿਤ ਕਿ ਬ੍ਰਾਇਨ ਨਾਰਸਿਕੋ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਕਈ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇੱਕੋ ਹੀ ਗਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਯੋਗ ਹੋਇਆ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗੱਲ ਜਦੋਂ ਬਣਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਜਦੋਂ ਬਣਦੇ ਆ ਤਾਂ ਕਾਫੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਔਖਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਕਾਫੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਔਖਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਅੱਛਾ, ਹੁਣ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ US ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੇ US ਦੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਵਾਰ ਨੇ ਪੀਟ ਹੈਗਸੈਟ, ਉਹ ਦਰਅਸਲ ਇੱਕ ਪੈਂਟਾਗਨ ਦੀ ਬਜਟ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੀਅਰਿੰਗ ਆ ਉਹ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਨੇ ਜਾਂ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਵਾਰ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਓਪਨਿੰਗ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਇੱਥੇ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਔਰ ਖ਼ਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਉਹ ਲਾਈਵ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਲਾਈਵ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਾ। ਔਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਿਲੇਟਡ ਆ ਵੀ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਮੈਂ ਟਰਾਈ ਕਰਦਾ ਕਿ ਇੱਥੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਉਹ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕਰ ਦੇਵਾਂ। ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੀਟ ਹੈਗਸੈਟ ਨੇ, ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ, ਪੀਟ ਹੈਗਸੈਟ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। Let me just post this information for you. डिफेंस सैकटरी और जॉइंट चीफ चेयर ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਟੈਸਟੀਫਾਈ ਕੀਤਾ ਇਰਾਨ ਕੌਨਫਲਿਕਟ ਤੇ ਔਰ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਬਜਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਵਿਚ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਟਰਸਟਿੰਗ। ਔਰ ਕਾਫੀ ਉੱਤੇ ਬਹਿਸ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਹੋਈਆਂ, ਔਰ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਦਾ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਉੱਥੇ ਚੱਲੀ ਹੈ।
And the guy keeps saying inconceivable when things happen. And finally, the guy says to him, "You keep using that word. I don't think you know what it means. I don't think we know what the word realism means. So please, can we not have the realism conversation? Let's have the conversation about what the strategy actually is." And I'm sure you have a different definition of it than I do. But as I look at it, the strategy seems to be to use as much violence, as much threats, as much coercion as possible to bend the world to our will. I think that is a very dangerous strategy, because one of the oldest cliches in the military is the enemy gets a vote. And we may think that we can stand up and talk tough and talk about how strong we are and how we're burying our enemies and they're begging for a deal. We can do that all day long, all right? But the enemy gets a vote. They don't have to do what we tell them to do. And meanwhile, that coercive, violent strategy undermines our credibility in the world, because the chairman is absolutely right. And this is one area where I strongly disagree with the folks on the far left who say that we don't really face any threats, that the US is a malign influence in the world and always has been. I don't agree with that. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, variety of other transnational terrorist groups, including, yes, narco-terrorists and human traffickers over here. They all are trying to weaken us, all right? They don't want a rules-based order. They want to play by their own rules. They want to push us aside. We want to be the side that stands up for the rules. But if what we're saying to the rest of the world is stick with us because we're a better bully than China, we coerce countries more effectively, that undercuts the very message we're trying to spread to build the coalition we need to be successful. I also worry about the values that we're showing the world. When the president threatens to kill off an entire civilization, that is the message coming out of the United States of America. If we are going to be this big, powerful force that throws our weight around the world wants to know at a minimum that we're doing it for the right reasons and with a sense of values to protect people, not to destroy entire civilizations. And we all hear that and we all go, well, gosh, he probably doesn't mean it. Well, that is so reassuring, okay, that he's just making it up. We're supposed to be the United States of America. I grew up on stories of the U.S. at the end of World War II being the country that the Germans wanted to surrender to, not the Russians, because they knew they could trust our values. We don't seem to care about those values. No rules of engagement. Give them no quarter, all right? That is not who we are supposed to be. And just one final point on that, the girls' school that got hit in the first days of this war. There is absolutely no question at this point what happened. We made a mistake, and that happens in war. We identified this target based on earlier charts, and yet 2 months after it happened, we refused to say anything about it, giving the world the impression that we just don't care. We do not care about the casualties and the chaos that is caused by our war, and we should care, even if we want to prosecute that war. Now, I agree with the chairman. We need a strategy. We face the most complex threat environment that we've faced in a very, very long time. So we really want to hear from the administration. Don't give us this realism, chest-thumping stuff. What are we really going to do to meet those threats, to deal with the challenges we face? And I'll close just by saying, one of the other ironies of this, of course, is we have a great example in the world right now of what our strategy should be and where our values should be. And that's Ukraine. And I'm really curious, here we are, we roll out the red carpet for Vladimir Putin. We belittle and insult President Zelensky in the White House. He has no cards, right? Well, here we are a year after that. Looks like he had a couple cards to play, because Ukraine is actually winning against Russia. Ukraine, a sovereign democracy standing up against a brutal, oppressive, coercive dictatorship. And we can't even bring ourselves on a consistent basis to say, we are with Ukraine and we are against what Putin is doing, and stand up and support them. So I want to see that strategy to meet the complex threat environment that we have. But simply saying we've already won and boasting and bragging and trying to belittle and insult the entire world, that's not going to get us to the posture that we need. So I hope we have a conversation about how we can build a strategy that makes sense and is actually realistic. With that, I yield back.
I thank the ranking member for his opening statement. Now I'd like to introduce our witnesses. And we have the Honorable Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, General Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and they are being accompanied by Mr. Jay Hurst, Acting Chief Financial Officer and Comptroller for the Department. I also want to welcome the Secretary's wife, Jennifer. Welcome to our hearing. Glad to have you here with
So ये
us
उन्होंने
today.
गवाही है
And with that, Ms. Secretary,
Secretary
we'll
of
start with you.
Defense
You're
ने
recognized.
पीट हेगसेथ और फौजां दे ਜਿਹੜੇ ਚੀਫ ਨੇ
Well, thank you, Mr.
General
Chairman.
Dean Cain.
Ranking Member Smith, distinguished members of the committee, we appreciate the opportunity to testify in full support of President Trump's historic $1.5 trillion fiscal year 2027 budget request for the Department of War. The President's budget request reflects the urgency of the moment, addressing both the deferment of longstanding problems as well as positioning our forces for both the current and the future fight. We think divesting to invest is a strategy of austerity. I'm honored to appear alongside General Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as well as Jay Hurst, our Comptroller or Chief Financial Officer. I'd like to start by thanking this committee and Congress for your partnership in securing the investments needed for a stronger, prouder, and more secure America. I think what our troops have demonstrated to the world over the last 15 months are a reflection of that. A nation's ability to build, innovate, and support the critical needs of its warfighters at speed and at scale is the foundation upon which its survival rests. However, upon taking office on January 20th, 2025, President Trump inherited a defense industrial base that had been hollowed out by years of America last policies, resulting in a diminished ability to project strength. Under the previous administration, we were focused on offshoring and outsourcing, riddled with cost overruns and degraded capabilities. Under the leadership of President Trump, our builder-in-chief, we are reversing this systemic decay and putting our defense industrial base back on a wartime footing. If you ask anyone at our Pentagon, urgency informs everything we do. We're rebuilding a military that the American people can be proud of, one that instills nothing less than unrelenting fear in our adversaries and the utmost confidence in our allies. We fight to win in every scenario. The $1.5 trillion
ईरान ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੜਾਈ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ
budget
ਆ
put
ਉਹਦੇ
forward
ਮੁਤਲਕ
by the
ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ
president will build upon the historic $1 trillion FY26 top line and continue to reverse the 4 years of underinvestment and mismanagement of the Biden administration. The $1.5 trillion budget will ensure the United States continues to maintain the world's most powerful and capable military as we grapple with a complex threat environment across multiple theaters. Not to mention, this budget also includes a historic troop pay increase, 7% for lower enlisted, and the budget eliminates all poor or failing barracks. Quality of life for our troops is front and center in this budget as well. By supercharging our industrial capability and transforming how the department does business, we're restoring American commercial dominance at a pace unseen in generations, transforming the defense industrial base from a broken, slow-moving system of the past. We have flipped the Pentagon acquisition process from a bureaucratic model to a business model, 180, decisively moving from an acquisition environment paralyzed by bureaucratic red tape into an outcomes-driven organization focused on delivering the most at cost, at scale for taxpayer dollars. Over the past year, through historic multi-year procurement agreements, smart business deals for things like critical munitions and capabilities, we've sent an unambiguous demand signal to industry partners to build more and build faster. The result has been a surge, a revitalization of our great American factories and a massive reinvestment in the skilled American workers who serve as the industrial muscle behind our warriors. Let me briefly provide you with some concrete high-level metrics of what's been accomplished over just the past few months. These are announced new facilities and investments to support American warfighters, and I would refer you to the screen. The department has helped stimulate more than 250 private investment deals in 39 states, in 180 cities, and 150 companies worth more than $50 billion. It's resulted in 280 new or expanded facilities, more than 18 million new square feet of American manufacturing, and more than 70,000 new jobs in defense. This is the key part of this. These $50 billion of investment in new plants, new assembly lines, and new factories, these are private investments, not taxpayer dollars. By changing our departments, transforming our department's business model, American companies are investing in America with their own money, their own capital, a historic demonstration of American manufacturing and defense revitalization, all again with their capital, not Uncle Sam's. This has never been done before and is long overdue. From a bureaucratic model to a business model, anyone on the outside looking in at what's been done inside this Pentagon in the last 12 months cannot deny the fundamental transformation at speed, at scale, to innovate and meet the threats of today and tomorrow. These investments equal great things for America, American families, and American workers, and help to ensure that our warfighters are able to defend the American dream and all American made. Together with the help of the policies, updates, and appropriations passed by Congress, President Trump's War Department has begun to turn the lights back on in manufacturing towns across this country, and once again, forging a lethal arsenal of freedom. Where critical supply chains are threatened, the War Department has acted decisively to inject capital, stimulate production, and prevent adversarial exploitation. We are firing up the American economic engine and at every level of our defense industrial base. Every policy we pursue, every budgetary item we request serves to ensure the department remains laser-focused on increasing lethality and survivability of our forces from the front lines to the factory floors. This is a historic budget, as you said, Mr. Chairman. This is a fiscally responsible budget. This is a warfighting budget. And speaking of warfighting, the topic of Iran, I'm sure will come up today, which I very much welcome discussing. I look forward to sharing the incredible successes of our military, achieved in a matter of weeks. President Trump, unlike other presidents, has had the courage to ensure Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, and he's ironclad in that. We have the best negotiator in the world driving that deal. The biggest challenge, the biggest adversary we face at this point are the reckless, feckless, and defeatist words of congressional Democrats and some Republicans 2 months in, I remind you, 2 months in to a conflict. Lest I remind you, and my generation understands how long we were in Iraq, how long we were in Afghanistan, how long we were in Vietnam. 2 months in on an existential fight for the safety of the American people, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. We are proud of this undertaking. I am proud that President Trump has had the courage to do it, and I look forward to sharing more about what our troops have accomplished. So I thank you again for the opportunity to address this committee. I ask that God would continue to watch over our troops in harm's way, and those that have fallen are always in our memory, and we fight to ensure their legacy. Look forward to answering the questions of this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General Kane, you're recognized. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Smith, and members of this committee.
Sir,
Thanks
पहला
for
पहला
having me today.
अपनी
I'm
opening
honored to be here
statements
today
ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਜਾਰੀ
alongside the Honorable Pete Hegseth and Honorable Jay Hurst to testify in the President's fiscal year 2027 budget. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm thankful for your continued partnership in support of our warfighters defending the homeland and our interests around the world. It's a privilege to speak with you today about the foundation of America's strength, our 2.8 million members of our joint force. And I'm continually inspired by our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, guardians, and Coast Guardsmen, and our civilians standing the watch for our nation, supported always by their families. Each and every one of them could have chosen another path, but they don't. They choose to serve and to do something more important than themselves. And every day they meet the nation's challenges, from combat operations to critical support roles, with the courage, tenacity, and grit that keeps our nation strong and secure. I would also like to express my deep gratitude for the 39 members of our joint force who've passed away during my time as the chairman, including 14 who've passed during Operation Epic Fury. As the Secretary said, we are deeply grateful for each of them and their families, and their names will never be forgotten. As the chairman, my duty is to ensure our civilian leadership has a comprehensive range of military options and the associated risks that to those leaders who make the nation's hardest decisions, and offer my military advice privately. I owe the President, the Secretary, and the Congress the truth at every turn. My blueprint for this role is General George C. Marshall. His commitment to civilian control of the military and nonpartisan military remains a constant standard and something I borrow from often. I strive daily to emulate his candor, delivering the facts to our leaders and telling them always what they need to hear, not always what they want to hear. And once a decision is made, executing it with absolute dedication, and that is the demand of our profession. I sit here today before you representing our incredible joint force, and I want to emphasize my commitment to this committee and the Congress that I will always follow General Marshall's steadfast example by providing clear and candid nonpartisan military advice and working together with our civilian leaders to ensure that our military does the things that we must do, being prepared to deter and defend our nation, and if called upon, win our wars around the world. America's joint force is operational at its core, purpose-built for the realities of a complex and ever-changing world. We are organized, trained and equipped to execute the most demanding missions across the globe with unrivaled precision. Over the past year, our warfighters have consistently demonstrated exactly what it means to be the most capable, adaptable, and most professional military force in the world. Our shared goals are to ensure the joint force maintains the strategic initiative and advantage, projecting American power and responding to global challenges on our nation's terms. During operations Rough Rider, Midnight Hammer, Southern Spear, Absolute Resolve, and Epic Fury, the joint force executed globally integrated operations and missions alongside our interagency and international partners. And once our civilian leaders made a decision, we make those missions our own, demonstrating the unmatched capability to seamlessly synchronize our capabilities across all domains, from the seabed to cislunar space and higher. We're able to accomplish these complicated missions and work because we draw from a deep, enduring reservoir of training, professionalism, and commitment. Our operational tempo is high, but we're designed to sustain and rebuild our strength continuously. We build readiness every day. We train professionals every day. We learn and sharpen our edges every day by being learning leaders. And I am incredibly proud to be a member of this joint force team, proud of the team and proud of the commanders. As the chairman and the ranking member both said, we live in complex and dynamic times where global risk is scaling. The complexity of today's modern battlefields demands our constant adaptation, innovation, and partnership with this Congress. As a joint force, we're up to the challenge. We're built for this environment. However, continued success is not guaranteed by past achievements. It must be secured through forward-looking partnerships with Congress. And to drive this pace and change and maintain our superiority, we need timely, predictable, and sustained investment. The resources we discussed today are critical to modernizing our force and ensuring that whatever threats emerge in the future, that your joint force is ready to meet those challenges, to protect our interests and defend our nation. As the Secretary said, the President's fiscal year 2027 budget supports the department's goals of recharging the defense industrial base and the national industrial base, ensuring our military is ready, securing our military advantage. Within the joint force, the uniform side, our priorities remain the same, ensuring our warfighters are properly armed, globally integrated, and ready, while always taking care of our people. And what truly sets our people apart from other militaries around the world is the 1.8 million members, enlisted members of our force, who maintain readiness beyond reproach and are the envy of every other nation. I'm joined today by the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman, Dave Isom, who's here with me today representing the 1.8 million members of the enlisted force. He is a great American, not an Americant. While we face dynamic and a dangerous world, I have the absolute trust in the extraordinary men and women who come and volunteer to serve our nation within our joint force. They execute the missions quietly every day, and coupled with the American spirit, outthink, outcompete, and relentlessly innovate, we will maintain our decisive edge, but doing so requires your partnership. We stand ready today to answer our nation's call. It remains the honor of a lifetime for me to serve alongside the members of this joint force. And as we sit here today in this important hearing, I ask us all to remember our deployed teammates who are out there right now doing our nation's business.
ਸੋ ਹੈ ਤੱਕ
And
ਓਪਨਿੰਗ
may
ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟਸ
we
ਹੋਈਆਂ ਹੁਣ
again
ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ
always
ਐਕਚੁਅਲ
remember our fallen who've
ਸਵਾਲ
given us
ਜਵਾਬ
the
ਜਿਹੜੇ
gift
ਹੋਣੇ
of
ਆ
an incredible example, and their
ਪੀਟ
family
ਹੈਗਸੈਟ ਕੋਲੋਂ
members who
ਔਰ
continue to
ਜਨਰਲ
show us what
ਡੇਨ
courage
ਕੈਨ ਜੇ
and
ਡੈਨ
grit
ਕੈਨ ਇਸ
look
ਵੇਲੇ ਬੋਲ
like.
ਰਹੇ ਆ
Thank you again for your enduring support, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, General. I recognize myself now for questions. Secretary Hegseth, thank you for undertaking the Arsenal of Freedom tour and the great work the department's doing to help enhance our capacity in our defense industrial base. Could you tell us how last year's reconciliation bill helped enable what you have been able to do, and what you think this year's FY27 budget request will do on that front?
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your leadership and your support on that topic. I mean, coming into this position, we fell in on a lot of the reforms you and this committee have been advocating for a long time, looking for somebody that was willing to run with them. and our department have run with those. And that reconciliation bill last year was kind of the rocket fuel to initiate President Trump's priorities in this department. So we fell in on a department that was focused on a lot of the wrong things, going in the wrong direction. And with reconciliation, we were able to put, $22 billion in shipbuilding, $22 billion into Golden Dome, $25 billion into munitions, established drone dominance, which we're continuing to do this day in this next budget funds. So getting in front of that budget cycle, which had been notoriously unpredictable, coming out of the continuing resolution of FY25, to fund this and then a historic bill in FY26, laid the groundwork for this historic budget to ensure that we're not coming at a cold start here. We came into this administration. Reconciliation was a beautiful tool. We were able to use that through that one big beautiful bill to fund the priorities of this department. We spent on $4 billion on barracks, started immediately getting after the quality of life of barracks. Because of the austerity of the Biden administration, we traded off of maintenance, traded off of quality of life to try to fund other things operationally. This budget stops that cycle and both invests in sustainment and modernization, which is something that's critically important. So without that reconciliation bill, I think, Mr. Chairman, we'd be in a very different place. So thank you for that.
Great. Well, as you are aware, the expansion of the defense industrial base is the principal focus of this year's NDAA. So in addition to enacting this budget request that's been submitted, we want to work with you to enhance the department's statutory authorities to improve the capacity of our DIB. What additional changes in law, such as the additional multi-year block buy authority, would you recommend that we pursue in this year's NDAA?
A few aspects of the acquisition transformation that's been undertaken by Undersecretary Duffy in acquisitions and sustainment. So there are some aspects of that we'd like to codify even more. But you mentioned it, multi-year procurement is incredibly important and one of the most important parts of this bill. When this committee and this Congress funds those things, companies are already breaking ground on tens of billions of dollars of new plants. You name we've got 14 in our ammunition council that we're focusing on certain ammunitions. There are 14 that are critical. PAC-3s, SM-3s, SM-6s, THAADs, Patriots, Tomahawks, AMRAAMs, JASSMs, you name prisms, you name them. We were building them at too slow and too low a level. Now the companies are going to pay for those factories and those production lines. And when Congress gives those 5 to 7 year demand signals, they'll then fund it, not just, hey, can we get 10 more per month, but can we 2x, 3x, 4x the production, pay for it now, and the companies invest accordingly. So it's been a critical aspect of some of what we've done so far, but we need more of those 5 to 7 year investments.
Great. General Kane, what does the $1.5 trillion budget mean for the warfighter and our ability to project forces and secure our interests around the globe?
Chairman, in my view, this represents a historic down payment on future security. If the budget is approved and ultimately deployed, as we look at the character of warfare changing very, very fast, what's layered in to this budget by our civilian leaders will allow us to start getting ahead of where technology is evolving. And as I mentioned, the character of warfighting is changing pretty quickly. Mass, simultaneity, autonomy, undersea, space, cyber, information, all of those ways that are now manifesting themselves on the battlefields around the world require a higher end of capital investment. And that's why we're grateful for the opportunity to have this budget make its way to the joint force. So it's an important down payment on the future here, sir.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
With that, I yield to the ranking member for any questions he may have.
Thank you. Mr. Hurst, drag you into the conversation here. We have not yet received from the Pentagon the costs of the war. So just for the record, we'd like to get that as soon as possible. Certainly the munitions expended, but also underreported is we've had a fair amount of equipment destroyed, including 2 C-130s with the rescue of our downed airmen. So do you have either A, a cost estimate coming to us anytime soon, or B, a specific supplemental request?
Thank you for that question. So approximately at this day, we're spending about $25 billion on Operation Epic Fury. Most of that is munitions. There's part of that is obviously O&M and equipment replacement. We will formulate a supplemental through the White House that will come to Congress once we have a full assessment of the cost of the conflict.
Sure. So you're saying the full cost at this point is $25 billion?
Yeah, that's our estimate for the cost.
Okay. Interesting, because I'm glad you answered that question, because we've been asking for a hell of a long time and no one's given us the number. So if you could get those details over to us, that would be great. Mr. Secretary, you mentioned the nuclear aspect of Iran and the war. And it is worth noting that every president prior to this one, including President Trump in his first term, also prevented Iran from getting a nuclear weapon without actually having to go to war in Iran. So we need to keep that in mind. But also, since the war started, Iran's nuclear arsenal has not been weakened in any way. And at the moment in negotiations, what Iran is saying, basically pay us to open up the strait. That's their position, which is completely untenable. I agree. It's worth noting, of course, that the strait was open before the war started. Now we're negotiating to get back to status quo. And Iran's most recent offer is to say, we'll talk about nukes later. So what is the plan to actually turn all of this lethal kinetic action into an improvement in the nuclear situation? Because we haven't gotten there yet. Play it out for us. How does that happen? How does it actually lead to that result?
Well, I would take issue with the premise of the question that nothing was done. Operation Midnight Hammer was a very effective.
Well, I didn't say nothing was done. I said in this war.
Ultimately,
this war started.
well, this under this administration, unlike other administrations, which cut bad deals and pallets of cash with no ability to oversee whether Iran is actually pursuing a nuclear program.
Which is where
we
we're
want
at.
to litigate JCPOA or the Iran deal. Our view, the president's views, that was a very bad deal.
Okay.
That gave them a
That's
bunch
the
of money up
past.
front.
What's the future?
To fund, you talked about negotiated deals. Allowed them to fund their proxies and spread Hamas and Hezbollah all around the region, build up nuclear capabilities.
Great. What are we going to do now?
President Trump has been clear-eyed, from the killing of Qasem Soleimani to the pulling out of the Iran deal to Midnight Hammer and now to this effort to recognize that you have to stare down this kind of enemy who's hell-bent on getting a nuclear weapon and get them to a point where they're at the table giving it up in a way that
So they
ensures
haven't
never have it.
So they haven't broken yet. Okay, we haven't gotten there yet. For all of the
Well, their
lethal
nuclear
kinetic-
facilities have been obliterated, underground, they're buried, and
Whoa,
we're
whoa, whoa,
watching
whoa,
them
whoa, 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 whoa,
24/7.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
So we know where
Whoa, whoa,
any
whoa, whoa,
nuclear material
Reclaiming my
might be.
time for
We're
just a
watching
quick
it.
second here. We had to start this war, you just said, 60 days ago, because the nuclear weapon was an imminent threat. Now you're saying that it was completely
They
obliterated?
had not given up their nuclear ambitions, and they had a conventional shield of thousands
So
of missiles.
Operation Midnight
They're at the
Hammer
weakest
accomplished
moment.
nothing of substance. It
No, you're
left us
missing-
at
you're
exactly
missing
the
the
same
point.
place we were before. So
Their-
much so
their
that we had to
facilities
start
were
a
bombed
war.
and obliterated. Their ambitions continued, and they're building a conventional
All
shield.
right,
of
let me
missiles.
try again.
It's the North Korea strategy. You know this very well. The North
I
Korea
know.
strategy was use conventional missiles to prevent anybody from challenging them so they could slow walk their way to a weapon. President Trump saw Iran at its weakest moment, took an action to ensure, in a way that only the United States of America could do with our Israeli partners,
And yet
to
they
ensure their
still haven't given
conventional
up their nuclear.
shield was
All right.
was
Now,
brought
one
to
other
heel, which
question,
we've done.
if I could get to it. So on Ukraine, a year plus ago, your advice, the president's advice, was Ukraine had no cards to play. They should go cut the best possible deal they could. Clearly, that was wrong. What did you miss? What did you miss about the conflict between Russia and Ukraine that you didn't see that Ukraine was going to be capable of doing what they've done in the last 14 months?
What we didn't miss, and we're here in this committee, is that Joe Biden, with no accountability, gave hundreds of billions of dollars of our weapons to Ukraine, to an outcome that never would have happened if President Trump was president. So he pulled out you guys don't talk about that. Ultimately, President Trump believes there should be a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. And it serves
But you
the best
didn't
interest
expect
of both
Ukraine to
parties.
be where they're at right now. I'm asking you, just from a strategic
Listen,
standpoint, what
I think
did
the
you miss?
Ukrainians have shown great courage, and I appreciate that Europe is now paying for any weapons that we provide.
All right, I yield back. Thank you.
All right, now I want to remind everybody, everybody wants to get their questions, so we are going to be sticking strictly to the 5-minute rule today. So with that, I recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman Mike Rogers, for your leadership working with President Donald Trump. As the grateful father of 4 sons who have served overseas in Iraq, Egypt, and Afghanistan, I especially appreciate War Secretary Hegseth and Chief of Staff Kane for your competence, service, and success. Military families have never been more appreciated than today, and our enemies of dictators now understand peace through strength. Dictators historically are on the run. With your leadership, President Trump has given Syria a chance with President al-Shara replacing dictator Assad from Damascus, who now lives in Moscow. Dictator Maduro is correctly in a Manhattan jail, as you successfully revealed in Caracas that the war criminal Putin air defenses do not work, the Chinese Communist Party radar failed, and Cuban mercenaries were expendable. The Cuban dictatorship is failing, and the ultimate mass murderer, dictator Khomeini, is dead in Tehran, Iran, joining the 35,000 people he murdered this year. With your leadership, American morale has never been higher, and hopes for freedom of the oppressed people of Iran, Cuba, Russia, and China have never been higher. And it's just an exciting time to be here with you. And Mr. Secretary, we continue to see the growing nuclear threat of our adversaries as they expand their capabilities with the largest military buildup in peacetime in world history by the Chinese Communist Party. How critical is it that we continue, as at the Savannah River site in South Carolina, to develop the plutonium pit processing so that we have modernization?
Well, Congressman, I appreciate that question. On nuclear modernization, this budget funds $71 billion to modernize the triad in ways that we had neglected to do, and our nuclear triad underwrites everything. But I really appreciate your opening statement. I think something that obviously the media doesn't want to cover and doesn't want to talk about is the historic record-breaking surge in recruiting in our ranks. 30-year record in recruiting of Americans wanting to join our joint force, wanting to put the uniform on. We're meeting recruiting goals halfway through the year. We couldn't meet our recruiting goals under the previous administration. Under Joe Biden, Americans didn't want to join the military. We couldn't get it. Now we have to turn people away and push them to the next fiscal year. That's why this budget grows our force by almost 50,000. Ultimately, additional troops into the force that we believe we can recruit. That's the best vote of confidence I can imagine.
Well, hey, even better, hey, Mr. Secretary, you're really understating. Leaving no airmen behind. Hey, what an inspiration on Easter Day. God bless y'all and what you've achieved. With that in mind, too, General Kane, with your VMI military perspective, War Criminal Putin is losing in Ukraine as his 30-day special mission is now 4 years of, as the Secretary has identified, courageous Ukrainian success led by President Vladimir Zelensky. I appreciate that NATO and the EU have unified for Ukraine as the U.S. ranks 17th per GDP in assistance for Ukraine. Ukraine is frontline, stopping war criminal Putin from resurrecting the failed Soviet Union, rigging elections in Belarus, invading Ukraine, keeping troops in Moldova, and with the end of Israeli invading and rigging elections in the Republic of Georgia. As we're transitioning greater responsibility to our NATO allies, how do we ensure seamless integration to have deterrence during this shift?
Congressman, we're very fortunate to have great leaders out in the European theater right now. General Grinkovich and his leadership team are committed to ensuring that integration and transition takes place in a most combat capable and effective way. Very entrepreneurial leaders out there across the components, and with General Grinkovich, and he's doing a great job out there, as the committee knows.
And indeed, as we conclude, historically, President Trump, Mr. Secretary General, you have united the Middle East nations unprecedented to ally with the United States. You have united Latin America unprecedented to ally with the United States. You've united the Indo-Pacific unprecedented to ally with the United States, and united NATO and EU unprecedented to ally with the United States. You're achieving peace and deterrence through strength. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair not recognized. Gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary and General Kane, this morning's Wall Street Journal's lead headline reads, quote, Trump tells aides to prepare for an extended blockade of Iran. It goes on to describe, again, the thinking behind the strategy, but also talks about how prolonging the blockade is going to continue to drive up energy costs all over the world. Given the ever-changing messages from this administration on the war strategy and timeline, I really honestly don't expect you to confirm or deny the Journal's story. But one thing is clear, the number of transits across the Strait of Hormuz has dropped to the lowest level since the war began. And commodity markets have stopped listening to the happy talk. And crude oil prices this morning have risen to the highest level since the war in Ukraine started in 2022. AAA reported this morning that the average price of gas is $4.30 a gallon, up 30 cents in 1 week. Diesel's average is $5.45. My friend, Mr. Garamendi, says in California, it's closer to $8 a gallon. And fertilizer prices have also hammered farmers at exactly the same time they're beginning planting all across the country. Aside from the damage this war has done to American consumers, farmers, and small businesses, I want to focus for a minute on the cost of the war and our military readiness, particularly to other combatant commands. Mr. Secretary, you put out a national defense strategy in January, which listed the threat assessment facing our country. China was number one, with the second largest, most powerful military in the world, of course. Russia's nuclear force, clearly it was number two in terms of the threat they pose to the homeland. North Korea, which has missiles that actually can reach U.S. territory, was ranked number three, and Iran was described as, quote, and accurately after Midnight Hammer, that Iran's regime is weaker and more vulnerable than it has been in decades. Again, this was before February 28th, when the decision was made to go into the military strikes on Iran. So today we have 3 carrier strike forces in Central Command. The Indo-PACOM, which is where Russia and China are operating their navies, 52% of the globe. We have 1 carrier strike group in Japan, George Washington. And the imbalance in terms of just, what our commitments and frankly, what our national defense strategy, is just blindingly obvious in terms of what this war is doing. Gerald Ford is on day 312 of its deployment. They've gone through fires, plumbing problems, and again, an extended deployment, which in my opinion is hitting readiness as hard as anything I've seen in the time that I've been on this committee. So General Kane, in terms of, again, the carrier strike groups that are over there, assuming that we get to some end game here, Ford is not going over to the Indo-Pacific to buttress the gap that exists there today. They've got to go back into pretty heavy repair and availability in terms of trying to recover from their deployment. So again, in terms of just, the decisions about where we're putting people and putting really the most powerful part of our Navy, can you explain again what that means in terms of the situation in Indo-PACOM, where China is watching? We saw Mr. Rogers' pretty powerful presentation in terms of the buildup that's happening in that part of the world. How does that align with the national defense strategy, which was just put out by this administration in January?
Well, sure. First, I want to echo your comments on the Ford Strike Group. Fantastic work by incredible sailors, not just the Ford herself, but the other ships as well, on a historic cruise doing incredible work for the nation.
But excuse me, how does that balance with the national
Well, yes, sir. Happy to answer the way I think about this. The national security strategy and national defense strategy are frameworks, but a president will employ national force and power based on the political and security situations that a president deems appropriate to use that military force. There's always trade-offs in all of these things. I'm confident that the president always carefully considers these readiness trade-offs, and I'm sure he has done so in this case based on the military options that we've presented with the associated risks and
Well,
advice.
to make a trade going after a regime that's weaker and more vulnerable than it has been in decades, which is quote unquote from the Defense Strategies report, does not, in my opinion, in common sense.
Gentleman's time's expired. As you can tell from looking at the dice, votes have been
What
called.
heated
So we
exchanges
are now
occur
going to stand in recess
in
to
the
the end of
between
the vote. I
Jane
expect it to take 20 to 25 minutes, but we are now in recess.
So recess ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਲੈ ਲਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਔਰ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਬਾਅਦ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ
C-SPAN 3 is
ਜਿਹੜੀ
live on
ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ
Capitol
ਨੇ ਉਹ
Hill,
ਜਾਰੀ
where
ਕੀਤੀਆਂ
Defense
ਜਾਣਗੀਆਂ।
Secretary
ਸੋ
Pete
ਆਪਾਂ
Hegseth
ਇਸ ਦੇ
and the chair
ਬਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਰਿਸੈਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਦੋਂ ਹੁਣ ਵਾਪਸ ਆਉਣਗੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਦੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਆ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਹਾਸਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਆਈ ਐਮ ਟਰਾਈਂਗ ਟੂ ਗੈਟ ਸਮ ਮੋਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਬੜੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਜਵਾਬ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪੁੱਛੇ ਗਏ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਕਾਫੀ ਤਿੱਖੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਆਏਗੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੈਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੀ ਛੁੱਟੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਤੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਲਾਂਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਆਈ ਹੋਪ ਛੇਤੀ ਹੀ ਇਹ ਕਨਵੀਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕਰ ਲੈਣਗੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਇਸ ਬੈਠਕ ਨੂੰ। ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਆਵਾਂਗੇ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਤੱਕ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਸਥਿਤੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਇਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਲੋਕਲ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਟੰਬਲਰ ਰਿਜ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਗਵਰਨਰ ਜਨਰਲ ਥੋੜੇ ਦਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਗਏ ਸੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਫੈਮਲੀਜ਼ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮਾਸ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿਕਟਮ ਫੈਮਲੀਜ਼ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਓਪਨ AI ਨੂੰ ਸੂ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਓਪਨ AI ਨੂੰ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ CEO ਨੇ ਸੈਮ ਆਲਟਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਮਾਫੀ ਮੰਗੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਮਾਫੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਫਿਲਹਾਲ ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਉਸ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫੈਮਲੀਜ਼ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੂ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਖੈਰ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਬੜੀਆਂ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਨੇ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ DGP ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਖਰਾਬ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਟੇਕ ਦਿਸ ਵਨ ਆਫ ਐਂਡ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਚ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ DGP ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ DGP ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕਰਨ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ DGP ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸ਼ੰਭੂ ਡਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ 27 ਅਪ੍ਰੈਲ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ IED ਇੰਪਰੋਵਾਈਜ਼ਡ ਐਕਸਪਲੋਸਿਵ ਡਿਵਾਈਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਧਮਾਕਾ ਖੇਜ ਸਮੱਗਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਗਾਈ ਗਈ ਸੀ ਉਸ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ DGP ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਪੁਟ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਹੈ, DGP ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ DGP ਨੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਗੌਰਵ ਯਾਦਵ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸੋ ਕੁਝ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹ ਸੁਣ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਉਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਤੱਕ ਆਈ ਹੋਪ ਕਿ ਉਧਰੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ US ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਗਵਾਹੀਆਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਵਿਚ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਯੁੱਧ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਗੌਰਵ ਯਾਦਵ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ DGP ਨੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟਰ ਜਨਰਲ ਆਫ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਅੰਸ਼ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ।
ਸ਼ੰਭੂ ਰੇਲਵੇ ਟਰੈਕ ਅਟੈਂਪਟਡ IED ਬਲਾਸਟ ਦੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਕ ਵੱਡੀ ਸਫਲਤਾ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਹੋਈ ਜਦੋਂ ਕਿ ਪਟਿਆਲਾ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਅਤੇ SSOC ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਸਰ ਦੀ ਜੁਆਇੰਟ ਟੀਮ ਨੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਵੱਡੇ ਆਰਮਸ ਤੇ ਅਮਨੀਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਖੀਰਾ ਵਿਲੇਜ ਪੰਜਵੜ ਖੁਰਦ ਤਰਨਤਾਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਰਿਕਵਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ RPG ਲਾਂਚਰ, metallic IED weighing 2.3 kgs containing explosives, detonators and battery, RDX weighing 1.45 kgs, एक हैंड ग्रेनेड, 10 high-end pistols along with magazines and ammunition, 2 wireless sets with headphones have been recovered. ਇਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ISI backed ਮੇਜਰ ਕਨਸਪੀਰੇਸੀ ਨੂੰ ਫਾਇਲ ਕਰਤਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਿਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਡਿਸਟਰਬੈਂਸਸ ਫੈਲਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਾਜ਼ਿਸ਼ ਨਾਕਾਮ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਵੈਲ ਲੇਅਰਡ ਕਨਸਪੀਰੇਸੀ ਦੀ ਤਾਰਾ ਮਲੇਸ਼ੀਆ, USA ਅਤੇ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਤੋਂ ਜੁੜੀਆਂ ਹੈ। ਨੈਟਵਰਕ ਦਾ ਮੇਨ ਹੈਂਡਲਰ ਜੁਝਾਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਦਾ ਸਿਊਡੋਨਮ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਪਰੇਟਿਵਸ ਨੂੰ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀਗਾ। ਜੁਝਾਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੀ ਰੀਅਲ ਆਇਡੈਂਟੀਟੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਡਿਸਕਲੋਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਜੁਝਾਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਵਾਸ ਇਨ ਟੱਚ ਵਿਦ US based ਸੁਰਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਠੇਕਰੀਵਾਲ who has been previously involved in several terror modules ਤੇ SFJ backed ਗ੍ਰੈਫਿਟੀ ਮੋਡਿਊਲਸ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਸਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਸਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹ ਮੁਲਜ਼ਮ ਕੱਲ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਹੋਏ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮੁਲਜ਼ਮ ਉਨ ਮੋਡਿਊਲਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਸੀਗੇ। ਤੇ ਰਣਜੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਨੀਟਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਾਕ ਬੇਸਡ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਵੈਲ ਲੇਅਰਡ ਨੈਟਵਰਕ ਦੇ ਥਰੂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਨ ਟੱਚ ਸੀਗਾ। ਤੇ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ 23 ਜਨਵਰੀ ਇਸ ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਰਹੰਦ IED ਰੇਲਵੇ ਟਰੈਕ ਬਲਾਸਟ ਸੀ ਉਸ ਦੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਅਤੇ 6-7 ਨਵੰਬਰ ਨੂੰ CIA ਮੋਗਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗ੍ਰੇਨੇਡ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ ਉਸ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਸੋ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ is fully determined to keep the state safe and secure.
ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਇਹ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟਰ ਜਨਰਲ ਆਫ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵਿਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ 'ਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਆਬੋ ਹਵਾ ਨੂੰ ਖਰਾਬ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਖਰਾਬ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ। ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ SFJ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਕੀਤਾ, ਜਿਹਦੀ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਹੋਵੇ, 6 for Justice ਦਾ, ਔਰ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਏਜੰਸੀ ISI ਉਹਦਾ ਵੀ ਕਥਿਤ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟਰ ਜਨਰਲ ਆਫ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਖਰਾਬ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਕਿ ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਬੰਬ ਬਲਾਸਟ ਦੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਰੇਲਵੇ ਟਰੈਕ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਈ ਹੈ, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੌਕੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ, ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਰਵਨੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਿੱਟੂ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ। ਕੁਝ ਮੈਂ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ISI ਦੀ ਬੈਕਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਵਿਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ ਤੋਂ, ਔਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਜੁਝਾਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਲਿਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਸੂਡੋ ਨੇਮ ਹੈ, ਇਹਦੀ ਐਕਚੁਅਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਇਡੈਂਟੀਟੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦੱਸੀ ਨਹੀਂ। ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੱਸੀ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਟ੍ਰੇਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਫੜਨ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ। ਦੈਟਸ ਵਾਟ ਆਈ ਕੈਨ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਬਾਰਡਰ ਤੋਂ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਹੈ, ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਟ ਜਸਟ ਓਨਲੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਇਲਾਕਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਖਰਾਬ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ, ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲ ਸੈੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਰਮਸ ਸਮਗਲਿੰਗ ਰੈਕਟ ਹੈ ਉਹਦਾ ਪਰਦਾਫਾਸ਼ ਕੀਤਾ। ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ 9 ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਮਗਲਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤੇ ਔਰ ਦੁਬਈ ਤੇ ਬੰਗਲਾਦੇਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ ਅਪਰਾਧੀ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਬਹਿ ਕੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਲੋਕਲ ਹੈਂਡਲਰਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਚਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲਾ ਦੇ ਕਤਲकांड ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਤਾਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ 18 ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸੋਫਿਸਟੀਕੇਟਡ ਪਿਸਟਲਸ, 2 ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸ਼ਾਟਗਨਸ, 3 ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਮੇਡ ਵੈਪਨ, 92 ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਾਰਟੇजेस, 6 ਮੈਗਜ਼ੀਨ ਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਕੁਝ ਡੇਟਾ, ਲੈਪਟਾਪ, ਮੋਬਾਈਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਫੜੇ ਗਏ। ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲ ਸੈੱਲ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਸਿਸਟੈਂਟ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨਰ ਨੇ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਕੁਸ਼ਵਾਹਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਬ੍ਰਿੰਗ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ ਫॉर ਯੂ। ਸੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲ ਪੂਰੇ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਭੰਗ ਕਰਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਕਿਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਏਜੰਸੀਜ਼ ਦੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਦੇ रही
स्पेशल सेल ने एक इंटरनेशनल आर्म्स रैकेट बस्ट किया है और उसमें 23
इंटरनेशनल आर्म्स रैकेट
वेपन्स और 92 कैटरेजेस रिकवर किए हैं। डीसीपी नारा चैतन्य और एसीपी कैलाश बिस्ट की टीम थी ये, जिसको लीड इंस्पेक्टर सुनील कर रहे थे। ईस्टर्न रेंज स्पेशल सेल की टीम है ये पूरा नेटवर्क कुछ इस तरह से है कि इसके जो मेन परपेट्रेटर्स हैं वो इंडिया से बाहर बैठे हुए हैं। इसमें जो मेन कैरेक्टर उभर के सामने आता है वो है शहबाज अंसारी। जो हमारे इंटेलिजेंस सोर्सेज हैं उससे पता चलता है कि हाल में इसकी पोजीशन जो है वो बांग्लादेश है और इसके पीछे जो है वो इसका चाचा है रेहान अंसारी जो है वो इसके चाचा हैं और वो अभी दुबई में बैठे हुए हैं। शहबाज अंसारी खुद भी एक NIA के केस में अरेस्टेड था, पैरोल मिली और वो निकल गया वहां से, और सिद्धू मूसेवाला केस में वेपन सप्लाई के लिए इसका नाम आया था। ये भी भागा हुआ है। पूरा नेटवर्क ये चाचा भतीजे चला रहे थे बाहर से बैठ के। और इसमें जो मेन कैरेक्टर्स हैं जो जिनके थ्रू ये काम करते हैं, पाकिस्तान के थ्रू ये एक कैरेक्टर दुबई में बैठा है, एक जो रेहान दुबई में बैठा हुआ है, शहबाज जो है वो बांग्लादेश में है उसकी लोकेशन, और इनके कुछ सोर्सेज जो है पाकिस्तान ISI के साथ मिलके ये लोग 2 बॉर्डर से वेपन सप्लाई करवाते हैं। एक पंजाब बॉर्डर है और दूसरा नेपाल बॉर्डर है। एक कैरेक्टर का पता चला जिसका नाम था फरदीन, जिसको हमने 14 अप्रैल को जब अरेस्ट किया तो फरदीन से पूरी कहानी खुदी कि फरदीन को ये वेपन सप्लाई किए थे एक वसीम नाम का आदमी है मौजपुर का। फरदीन खुद भी मौजपुर का रहने वाला है, पर फरदीन के साथ एक इंटरेस्टिंग कैरेक्टर जो जोड़ा था वो था अमान उर्फ अभिषेक। तो जब इनकी गहन पूछताछ की गई तो उससे पता चला कि वसीम के पीछे है इनके साथ में एक राहिल अंसारी, ये शहबाज अंसारी का फर्स्ट कजिन है, और यही शहबाज अंसारी के कहने पर नेपाल से वेपन्स रिसीव करता था और पंजाब से वेपन्स रिसीव करता था। नेपाल में ये अगेन अपना एक क्लोज कॉन्फिडेंट है इमरान अंसारी, शहबाज अंसारी का जीजा है इमरान अंसारी, उसको नेपाल भेजता था और साथ में उसके 1-2 कैरेक्टर्स और भी हैं। शोएब है जो ऑलरेडी वैसे अरेस्ट हो चुका है, ये और भी कुछ लोग हैं जो नेपाल से वेपन लेके आते थे। विशाल सिंघानिया आजमगढ़ का है, वो वसीम का एक लोकल तरह से खरीदने बेचने वाला आदमी था, जो आगे खुद भी क्रिमिनल है और आगे क्रिमिनल्स को देता था। ये कुल मिला के अभी तक पूरी चेन आई। इनके साथ में जो चूंकि बॉर्डर क्रॉसिंग इन्वॉल्व है, दोनों जगह से लीगली बॉर्डर क्रॉस कर रहे हैं, तो इसमें टेल सिग्नेचर्स पाकिस्तान ISI के और उनके ऑपरेटिव्स के आ रहे हैं और उनके थ्रू ड्रोन ये पूरा खुर्जा नेटवर्क है। ये ऑफशूट है। अभी कुछ दिनों पहले क्राइम ब्रांच ने भी एक बहुत अच्छा डिटेक्शन किया था, दिल्ली क्राइम ब्रांच ने, और ये उसी का एक ऑफशूट है जिसको किया है। इस पूरे उसमें हमने टोटल 23 वेपन्स रिकवर किए हैं, जिसमें कि 4 ब्लॉक पिस्टल्स हैं, एक जिगाना है, एक PX-30 है। ये सारी की सारी बाहर के वेपन्स हैं। 9mm की 2 पिस्टल्स हैं, .32 की 10 पिस्टल्स हैं और प्लस कंट्री मेड पिस्टल्स 3 हैं, 2 शॉटगन्स हैं और 92 कैटरेजेस हैं। कैटरेजेस डिफरेंट बोर के हैं, जिसमें .32 के भी कैटरेजेस हैं और SLR के भी कैटरेजेस। तो ये एक नेटवर्क जिसको बिल्कुल A to Z मैप किया गया और मैप करके इसको प्रॉपर तरीके से बस्ट किया गया। इसमें अभी भी काम चल रहा है और आगे भी कुछ अरेस्ट होंगी तो आपके साथ शेयर की जाएंगी। थैंक यू।
ਸੋ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਔਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਗੁਆਂਢੀ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਖਰਾਬ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਭੰਗ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏ। ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਹੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਐਟ ਦ ਸੇਮ ਟਾਈਮ ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਹੋਰ ਸਮਝਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰੀਏ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ DGP ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਲਗਭਗ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਲਗਭਗ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੀ ਗੱਲ। ਸੋ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਵਾਕਈ ਇਸ ਆਬੋ ਹਵਾ ਨੂੰ ਖਰਾਬ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ? ਜੇ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੈ? ਕੰਮ ਤਾਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੱਤਾਧਾਰੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਸ਼ਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿਰੁੱਧ ਇੱਕ ਅਭਿਆਨ ਚਲਾਇਆ, ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰਸ ਦੇ ਵਿਰੁੱਧ ਅਭਿਆਨ ਚਲਾਇਆ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਵਾਲਾ ਅਭਿਆਨ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਮਦਦ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਲਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ? ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ? ਔਰ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਕਿ ਇਟਸ ਅ ਗ੍ਰੇਟ ਮੈਟਰ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਸੇ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈਆਂ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਡਿਸਕਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਕਰਦਾ। ਔਰ ਦੂਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਗਵਾਹੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਪੀਟ ਹੈਗਸੈਟ ਦੀ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਾਂਗੇ। ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੋਲਡਰਸ ਗ੍ਰੀਨ ਟੈਰਰ ਅਟੈਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਇਆ, ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਬਕਿੰਗਮ ਪੈਲੇਸ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿੰਗ ਚਾਰਲਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ US ਦੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਦੌਰੇ ਤੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਗੰਭੀਰ ਚਿੰਤਾ ਜ਼ਾਹਿਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹ ਅਟੈਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਟੈਕ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਦੇਣਾ ਔਰ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਦਿਖਾਉਣਾ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਹਮਲੇ ਇੱਕ ਖਾਸ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਗੋਲਡਰਸ ਗ੍ਰੀਨ ਅਟੈਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਲਗਾਈ ਜਾਏਗੀ। ਇਹ 'ਚ ਜੂਇਸ਼ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਨੇ, ਜਿਊ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਟੈਬ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਗੋਲਡਰਸ ਗ੍ਰੀਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਲਾਕਾ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਐਂਗਲਸ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਪੋਸਟ ਦੈਟ। ਔਰ ਆਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਹੈ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਹੈ ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਇਹ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਘੁੰਮ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮਿਲ ਸਕੇ। ਐਂਡ ਵਨਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ, ਇਹ ਵਿਊਅਰਸ ਡਿਸਕ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਨ ਇਜ਼ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਡ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਵਾਇਲੈਂਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸਾਫ਼ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਦੇਖੀ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਆਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਟਾਰਗੇਟਡ ਹਮਲੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਟੈਬਿੰਗ ਹੈ, ਛੁਰੇਬਾਜ਼ੀ ਦੀ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਗੋਲਡਰਸ ਗ੍ਰੀਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਅੱਗੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਊਇਸ਼ ਮੂਲ ਦਾ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹੈ, ਉਸਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਅਟੈਕ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਉਹ ਭੱਜ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਾਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਬਚਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਸਰਕੂਲੇਟ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਗੱਲ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੰਡਨ ਦੇ ਮੇਅਰ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਸੇ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਾਰਥ ਲੰਡਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ 2 ਲੋਕ ਨੇ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਕੀ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ ਲੀਡਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਕੈਮੀ ਬੈਡੋਨਿਕ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਇਹਦੇ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਕਈ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਛੋਟੀਆਂ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ ਜਸਟ ਫॉर द ਪਬਲਿਕ ਰੈਫਰੈਂਸ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆ ਵੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ। ਜਸਟ ਵਨ ਸੈਕ। So once again, viewers' discretion is advised, as I always said. ਭਾਈ ਇਹ 'ਚ ਕੁਛ ਵਾਇਲੈਂਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਆ ਦੇਖੋ ਗਲੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸਟੈਬਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਮਲਾ ਉਹ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਔਰ 29/4/2026 ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ CCTV ਫੁਟੇਜ ਹੈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਔਰ 11:20 ਦਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਦਿਨ ਦਹਾੜੇ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਆਉਂਦਾ। ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਖੜਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਅਨਪ੍ਰੋਵੋਕਡ, ਇਹਨੇ ਕਿੱਪਾ ਪਾਇਆ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਿਰ ਤੇ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਖੜਾ ਹੈ ਇਹਨੇ ਕਿੱਪਾ ਪਾਇਆ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਿਰ ਤੇ। ਕਿੱਪਾ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਟੋਪੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਯਹੂਦੀ ਲੋਕ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਮੁਸਲਿਮ ਲੋਕ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਟੋਪੀ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ, ਇਹ ਵੀ ਯਹੂਦੀ ਲੋਕ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸਿਰ ਦੇ ਇਸ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਦਿਮਾਗ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਛੋਟਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਕਲੌਥ ਦਾ ਪੀਸ, ਟੋਪੀ ਨੂੰਮਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿੱਪਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਇਹ ਰੱਖਦੇ ਆ। ਉਹਨੇ ਉਹ ਕਿੱਪਾ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਔਰ ਇੱਧਰੋਂ ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਨੇ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਕੱਢਿਆ ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਗਲੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਸਟੈਬਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ। ਔਰ ਦੂਜੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਟੈਬਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਇਲਾਕੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਜੋ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੁਝ ਇੱਕ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ। ਔਰ ਉਹਦੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਐਂਡ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਟੈਲ ਯੂ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਜਦੋਂ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੁੱਟਮਾਰ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਹੁਣ ਜਾਰੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਪੁੱਟ ਦੈਟ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ ਫॉर योर ਰੈਫਰੈਂਸ। ਅੱਜ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। Let me just मैं दोबारा तो प्ले कर रहे हैं। ਗੋਲਡਰਸ ਗ੍ਰੀਨ ਨਾਰਥ ਲੰਡਨ ਦਾ ਏਰੀਆ, ਇੱਥੇ ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਟੈਬਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਸੀਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਦੇਖੋ, ਉਹਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਖੋਹਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਅਫਸਰ ਨੇ ਖੋਲਿਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਆਮ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਅਟੈਕ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਵਾਇਲੈਂਟ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੇ, ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਕਾਈ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਅਦਾਰਾ, ਸਕਾਈ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਅਦਾਰਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਸਕਾਈ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਗੋਲਡਰਸ ਗ੍ਰੀਨ ਟੈਰਰ ਅਟੈਕ ਨਾਰਥ ਵੈਸਟ ਲੰਡਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਜਿਸ ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ ਲੀਡਰ ਨੇ ਕੈਮੀ ਬੈਡੋਨਿਕ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੁਝ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਰਅਸਲ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਿਆਨ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ। ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੈਂਟ ਦੈਟ। ਸਕਾਈ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਕੱਟਸ ਸੀ।
nearby over that side?
You can ask a question.
Local business, what you're going to do about it.
There are things that need to do. There are things that need to do. I'm not the government, but I'm telling them what I think needs to happen. One, we need to make sure that when people carry out these activities, they feel the full force of the law. People think they can get away with this. The person who firebombed a few weeks ago is out on bail. That's not full force of the law. We need to tackle Islamic extremism. This is something that is fueling it. It's not the only thing, but it is fueling it. We need to tackle the misinformation that we're seeing where people are attacking Jewish businesses in print, Gale's Bakery and so on. We have to root this thing out. We spent a lot of time being tolerant and hoping that it would go away, but we need more action now, not just
how is
words.
my community going to be protected from today?
So this is one of the things. This is one of the things which we have to raise with the people in charge. You have the Met Police. I'm not the head of the police. I'm not the Prime Minister. I am a politician. But I can see that there are certain things that are fueling this. We need to drain the swamp. There are things that can be done today.
ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ MP ਨੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੈਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਮੈਂ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹ ਲੀਡਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹਮਲੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਦਿਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਕੁਝ ਫੜੇ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਾਅਦ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਛੱਡਿਆ ਗਿਆ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਹ ਬੜੀ ਕੰਸਰਨਿੰਗ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੈ। ਅੱਛਾ, ਕੁਝ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ, ਕੁਝ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਸਕਾਈ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਤੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲਗਾ ਦਿਆਂ। ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਇਸੇ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ, ਇਸੇ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈਆਂ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਐਂਗਲਸ। ਆਹ ਉਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ, ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲਾਲ ਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਟੇਜ਼ਰ ਗਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਮਾਰੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਟਦਾ ਔਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਗਿਰ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਟੇਜ਼ਰ ਗਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ, ਜਿਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਫੜਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਡ੍ਰੌਪ ਦ ਨਾਈਫ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਤੂੰ ਚਾਕੂ ਨੂੰ ਛੱਡ। ਤੋ ਇਹ ਥੋੜੀ ਜੀ ਐਕਸਟੈਂਡਡ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਜੁੜੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਐਂਗਲਸ ਤੋਂ, ਕਿ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਫੜਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੁਝ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਚਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਕੁਝ ਦਰਦਨਾਕ, ਬਹੁਤ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਖਤਰਨਾਕ ਜਿਹੀਆਂ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਫੁਟੇਜਿਸ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਪਏ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ CPR ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਇੱਕ ਉਹ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਉਹਦਾ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਂਗਲ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੀ ਵੀ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਹੈ, ਜਦੋਂ ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਹੱਥਕੜੀ ਲਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਕਾਫੀ ਟਫ ਸੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਹੈਂਡਲ ਕਰਨਾ। ਸੋ ਲੁੱਕ ਐਟ ਦਿਸ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਵਾਲੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੱਜ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਚਰਚਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੀ ਬਣੀ ਰਹੀ, ਔਰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕਿ ਨਾਰਥ ਵੈਸਟ ਲੰਡਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਿਉਂ ਬਣੇ ਔਰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਣੇ, ਔਰ ਦਾ ਕਾਰਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕਿਹਨੂੰ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਜਾਏ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਈਆਂ। ਔਰ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ, ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲ ਭੱਜਿਆ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਇਹ ਅਟੈਕ ਕੀਤਾ, ਜਦੋਂ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲ ਆਇਆ, ਪੁਲਿਸ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਾਨ ਬਚਾ ਕੇ ਭੱਜੀ ਹੈ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਬਣ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਆ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਾਨ ਬਚਾ ਕੇ ਭੱਜ ਰਹੀ ਔਰ ਉਹ ਪਰਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜੈਕਟ ਪਾਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਬਲੂ ਕਲਰ ਦੀ ਜੈਕਟ ਵਾਲਾ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ, ਇਹ ਉਹ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਹਮਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ। ਔਰ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਟੇਜ਼ਰ ਗਨਸ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੈਪਨਸ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਗੋਲੀ ਮਾਰਨ ਦੀ ਬਜਾਏ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਟੇਜ਼ਰ ਗਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਾ ਪਕੜਿਆ ਜਾਏ, ਇੱਕ ਸ਼ੌਕ ਜਿਹਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ। ਔਰ ਆਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਨੀਲੀ ਜੈਕਟ ਪਾਈ ਹੋਈ, ਇਹ ਉਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਟੈਬਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਕਥਿਤ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਔਰ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵੱਲ ਭੱਜ ਰਿਹਾ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬੁਲਾਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਯੂਨਿਟ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਯੂਨਿਟ ਆ ਜਾਓ, ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਐਕਸਪੈਂਡਡ ਵਰਜ਼ਨ ਇਸ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਦਾ।
תרמזתם, לא יודעים להתמודד עם בן אדם, תפילו אותו!
ਸੋ ਇੱਥੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਰੁਕਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਰੁਕਦਾ, ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵੱਲ ਵੱਧਦਾ, ਚਾਕੂ ਹੱਥ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ। ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੇਸ਼ੈਂਸ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਜਵਾਬ ਦੇ ਗਿਆ ਇੱਕ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਆ ਕੇ। ਜਦੋਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਛੱਡਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਾਨ ਤੇ ਬਣੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਫਿਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫੋਰਸ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਸਤੇਮਾਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੀਆਂ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਹਮਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਹਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਦੀ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਹੁਣ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇਹਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਤੇਜ਼ ਧਾਰ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫੜਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ। ਔਰ ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਕਥਿਤ ਹਮਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੇ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ। ਇਹ ਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੈ, ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਦੇਅਰ। ਆਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ, ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ, ਦਿਸ ਗਾਇ, ਆਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ, ਇਹਦੀ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਇਹ ਹਮਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਆ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਹੋਰ ਕੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੰਡਨ ਦੇ ਮੇਅਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੋਲਡਰਸ ਗ੍ਰੀਨ ਦੀ ਨਾਰਥ ਵੈਸਟ ਲੰਡਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈਆਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਦੁਪਹਿਰ ਦਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਸੀ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਭੱਜ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਛੁਰੇ ਮਾਰ ਰਿਹਾ, 2 ਜੂਇਸ਼ ਲੋਕ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਛੁਰੇ ਵੱਜੇ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੋਰ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਅਜੇ ਨਾ ਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਕਾਈ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਾਊਂਟਰ ਟੈਰਰ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਲੰਡਨ ਦੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਗਿਵ ਯੂ ਸਮ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਔਨ ਦੈਟ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ, ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਰਟਸੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਲਗਾ ਦਿਆਂ। ਸੋ ਦੈਟਸ ਦ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਆਫਿਸਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਲੰਡਨ 'ਚ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ।
This day, police responded to a horrifying attack on the streets of London. My thoughts are with everyone who has been affected by what happened. I'd like to praise the bravery of the police officers and members of public who were at the scene and responded. At 11:16 this morning, 2 men, aged 76 and 34, were attacked on Highfield Avenue in Barnet. They suffered stab wounds in the attack and are now being looked after in hospital. Metropolitan police officers responding to the incident were also attacked, leading to the tasering and arrest of a 45-year-old man. He was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder and he remains in police custody. And counter-terrorism policing are now leading the investigation. I can also confirm that this has now formally been declared a terrorist incident. Our highly specialised teams of officers are working with the Metropolitan Police to progress this investigation quickly and establish exactly what has happened. We're also working with our partners in the security services to ensure we have a full intelligence picture. And one of the lines of inquiry is whether this attack was deliberately targeting the Jewish community in London. Now, that community are strong, but they will be incredibly concerned to see and hear what has happened today, particularly in the wake of other incidents in recent weeks. And that concern will be felt not just in the capital, but in communities and homes across the UK. I want to make it clear that counter-terrorism policing and police forces up and down the country are mobilising to provide additional support and reassurance. And we request that the public are vigilant and stand alongside communities who may be feeling worried this evening. Please report anything that doesn't feel right and be alert to what is happening where you live. Information you share can make a difference. Thank you.
ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਲੰਡਨ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋਇਆ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ ਲੋਕ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਲੰਡਨ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਅੱਜ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦੇਤੀ ਕਿ ਕਾਊਂਟਰ ਟੈਰਰ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਐਜ਼ ਅ ਟੈਰਰ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਵਜੋਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਐਜ਼ ਅ ਟੈਰਰ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਵਜੋਂ ਸੋ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਬਤੌਰ ਟੈਰਰ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਵਜੋਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਕਿੰਗ ਚਾਰਲਸ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਕੰਸਰਨ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਇਸ ਹਮਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਕਿ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੂਇਸ਼ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਹਮਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੱਖ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਨਾਟ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਏ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੀਰ ਸਟਾਰਮਰ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਏਗੀ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਓਪਨ ਦੈਟ ਫॉर ਯੂ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਾਂ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਪਹਿਲੂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਦੀ ਪਛਾਣ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਦੀ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਕਿ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਦਰਅਸਲ ਕੌਣ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਹਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਾਸਟ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਜੁੜਿਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਮੈਂਟਲ ਹੈਲਥ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਜੁੜਿਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਾਸਟ ਹੈ ਇਹਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਮੈਟਰੋਪੋਲੀਟਨ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਚੀਫ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨਰ ਨੇ ਸਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਰਾਉਲੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਔਰ ਲੋਕੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਨਾਅਰੇ ਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਸ਼ੇਮ ਔਨ ਯੂ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਨਾਅਰੇ ਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਸ਼ੇਮ ਔਨ ਯੂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਸਮ ਪਿਕਚਰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋਇਆ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦਾ ਭਾਈਚਾਰਾ ਉਹ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਅਗਰ ਦਿਸ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਹ ਮੈਟਰੋਪੋਲੀਟਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਉਹਦੇ ਚੀਫ ਨੇ ਨਾਰਥ ਵੈਸਟ ਲੰਡਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲੋਕ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਸ਼ੇਮ ਔਨ ਯੂ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਖੜੇ ਆ ਦੇ ਆਰ ਸੇਇੰਗ ਸ਼ੇਮ ਔਨ ਯੂ
Do you think that visibly Jewish people are safe on the streets of London?
This is an awful attack today. It is completely understandable why Jewish Londoners feel afraid. That's why we're putting so much extra policing into these events, and we're going to be looking at what more we can do over forthcoming weeks.
What do you say to these people who are saying resign and shame on you?
I've had so many thanks from Jewish communities over the last few weeks for all the extra policing that's done. People recognise that officers are going above and beyond to protect them, such as the officers today who put their lives on the line taking on somebody they believe was carrying an explosive device.
So ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਲੀਅਰਲੀ ਸਟੈਬਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਟੈਰਰ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਰਾਉਲੇ ਨੇ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨਰ ਮੈਟ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸੀਰੀਅਸ ਵਾਇਲੈਂਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਜੁੜੀ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕਿਤੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਹਦੀ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਵਾਇਲੈਂਸ ਦੀ, ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੋਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨਰ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਉਹ ਕੀ ਹੈ? I'll play that. ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ
The 45-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder and remains in custody following a checkup at the local hospital. He has a history of serious violence and mental health issues.
So, see, mental health issues or history with violence. 45 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਫੜਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਇਹਦੀ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਵਾਇਲੈਂਸ ਦੀ, ਤੇ ਮੈਂਟਲ ਹੈਲਥ ਇਸ਼ੂਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਰਹੇ ਆ।
The 45-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder and remains in custody following a checkup at the local hospital. He has a history of serious violence and mental health issues, and that investigation continues. Let me say a few words about what this was. Let me be clear. This is an attack on one community. An attack on one community is an attack on all London's communities. This was an attack on Londoners. It is an attack on British Jews. Too many Jewish people in this country feel they have to make choices that no other Briton ever has to make. They have to make choices about how they dress, where they go, or how visibly they live their lives. That's completely unacceptable and has gone on for far too long.
So, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇੰਨੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਥਾਂ ਮਿਲੀ ਹੈ ਇੱਥੇ? ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਦੇ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਘੱਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਈਆਂ, ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਲੋਕਲ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਇਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਐਂਟੀ ਸਮਿਟਿਕ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕਲ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਕੁਝ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ 2 ਜਿਊਇਸ਼ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਸਟੈਬ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ ਲੰਡਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਗਲੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਸ਼ਰੇਆਮ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਗੋਲਡਰਸ ਗ੍ਰੀਨ ਏਰੀਆ। ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਦੀ ਉਮਰ 34 ਸਾਲ, ਇੱਕ ਦੀ 76 ਸਾਲ। ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਐਜ਼ ਟੈਰਰ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। 45 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਫੜ ਲਿਆ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਕੀਰ ਸਟਾਰਮਰ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, I'll try to look for that as well ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਕਿਸ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਆ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ 45 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਫੜ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਔਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ 2 ਜਣੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਟੈਬਿੰਗ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਬਚ ਗਏ ਫਿਲਹਾਲ। ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੀਰ ਸਟਾਰਮਰ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਡ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਾਮਨਸ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਕਿਹਾ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪਲੇ ਦੈਟ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੀਰ ਸਟਾਰਮਰ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆਫ ਯੂਨਾਈਟਿਡ ਕਿੰਗਡਮ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ।
Can I first thank her for raising this issue, which I had learnt about before Prime Minister's questions. It is deeply concerning to everyone in this House. There is now a police investigation, and I think we all need to do everything we can to support that investigation and be absolutely clear in our determination to deal with any of these offences, the like of which we've seen too much recently.
Can I first thank her for raising this information ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ which I had ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਕੀਰ ਸਟਾਰਮਰ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਉੱਥੇ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਦੂਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੇਅਰ ਨੇ ਲੰਡਨ ਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਪਲੇ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ। ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਈ ਹੈ, ਜਿੰਨੀ ਕੁ ਵੀ ਪਈ ਹੈ, I'll try ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰ ਦੇਵਾਂ। ਬਕਿੰਗਮ ਪੈਲੇਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਦਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੇਅਰ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੰਡਨ ਦੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਸਾਦਿਕ ਖਾਨ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊ ਸਕਾਈ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਰਦਾ। ਮੇਅਰ ਸਾਦਿਕ ਖਾਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦੇਣ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਲੰਡਨ ਦੇ ਮੇਅਰ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਸਾਦਿਕ ਖਾਨ। One sec.
The Jewish people are going to, I'm angry, I'm appalled, I'm disgusted. The Jewish people are going to bed frightened. They're waking up frightened. They're living their lives frightened. This is no way to live. I'm appalled and angry that over the last few weeks we've seen places of worship attacked because they are Jewish, buildings attacked because they are Jewish, London is attacked because they are Jewish. It is incredibly important that those of us that aren't Jewish show allyship and support to our Jewish brothers and sisters. We've seen over the last few weeks Londoners scared because they are Jewish. And what the community will see over the course of the next few days is additional police officers in and around the community, but more support and solidarity from non-Jewish Londoners as well.
I think the most shocking thing, both for the Jewish community and for Londoners and the wider community, will be that this has happened so much in recent weeks. Buildings have been attacked, ambulances have been set alight, all in the Jewish community in the last 4 weeks. And this morning, there was a man running down the street with a knife, attacking people who were identifiably Jewish.
I've lived in London all my life. There's been anti-Semitism faced by Londoners throughout my life and actually for the last few decades. I've never seen the sort of fear my friends, colleagues and neighbours are feeling because they are Jewish. I've never experienced this level of attacks on Jewish people across our country. We saw last year at a Jewish festival an attack on a synagogue in Manchester. We've seen this year during Jewish festival an attack on places of worship, on ambulances, and today 2 Jewish Londoners are fighting for their lives. People are scared. Jewish people are scared, parents are scared, children are scared, teachers are scared. It cannot be right. There's simply by virtue of a school being a Jewish school, it requires additional protection. Simply by virtue of a place of worship being a synagogue, it requires additional protection. Simply by virtue of people being Jewish, there needs to be volunteers who represent and act and work in Shomrim and the Community Security Trust. From City Hall, we're going to carry on supporting the Jewish community, carry on investing in the CST and in our police. But if up until today, non-Jewish people have been waking up to the rise of anti-Semitism and the fear our friends and neighbours and colleagues are feeling, this must be a wake-up call.
This must be an awakening call ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਖੜੀਆਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਜੂਇਸ਼ ਭਾਈਚਾਰੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਔਰ ਲਗਭਗ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਕਹਿ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਟੀਚਰ ਵੀ ਡਰੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਡਰੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ, ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਆ। ਬਟ ਮੈਂ ਬੜਾ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇਹ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਇੱਥੇ ਤੱਕ ਕਿਉਂ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਗਏ ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਕਿ ਆਏ ਦਿਨ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਸੁਣਨ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਦੀਆਂ, ਆਏ ਦਿਨ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਨ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਦੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਆਹ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਬਣ ਗਏ, ਇੱਦਾਂ ਬਣ ਗਏ, ਆਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਆਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੋ ਗਈ। ਸੋ ਗੋਲਡਰਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗ੍ਰੀਨ ਟੈਰਰ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਹਿਲਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਟਰਾਈਂਗ ਟੂ ਗੈਟ ਦ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਿਤੇ ਬਕਿੰਗਮ ਪੈਲੇਸ ਦਾ ਰਾਇਲ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਰਾਇਲ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਦਾ ਜਾਂ ਬਕਿੰਗਮ ਪੈਲੇਸ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੋਈ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਜੇਕਰ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਰਾਇਲ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਦੇ ਅਕਸਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗੋਲਡਰਸ ਗ੍ਰੀਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੋਇਆ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜੇਕਰ ਆਈ ਹੋਵੇ ਹਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦਿਖੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਬਟ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਹਾਂ ਬਕਿੰਗਮ ਪੈਲੇਸ ਨੇ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਡ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿੰਗ ਚਾਰਲਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੰਸਰਨਿੰਗ ਮੰਨੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਲੰਡਨ ਦੇ ਗਲੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਰੇਆਮ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਮੈਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇੱਕ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਚੀਜ਼ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ। ਸਿਟੀ ਆਫ ਕੈਲਗਰੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਆ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ 2 ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਚਾਰजेस ਲਾਏ ਗਏ ਆ। ਚਾਰजेस ਕੀ ਲਾਏ ਗਏ ਆ? ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਟਰਸਟਿੰਗ ਕਿ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਮੇਲ ਬਾਕਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੇਲ ਬਾਕਸ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਹਰ, ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਚਿੱਠੀਆਂ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ, ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਾਰਸਲ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆ, ਕਈ ਲੋਕ ਉੱਥੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਰੀਅਰਸ ਭੇਜਦੇ ਆ। ਸੋ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 2 ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਚਾਰजेस ਲਾਏ ਗਏ ਆ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫੜ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਕੈਲਗਰੀ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ 2 ਲੋਕ ਨੇ। ਇੱਕ ਹੈਗਾ ਕੁਲਵਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ 35 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ, ਇਹ ਚੈਸਟਰਮੇਰ ਦੇ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੇ, ਚੈਸਟਰਮੇਰ ਦੇ, ਔਰ ਇੱਕ 27 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਕੈਲਗਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਜਗਰੂਪ ਸਿੰਘ। ਸੋ ਕੁਲਵਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਔਰ ਜਗਰੂਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਤੇ ਟੋਟਲ 98 ਚਾਰजेस ਲੱਗੇ ਆ, 98 ਚਾਰਜ। ਕਾਹਦੇ? ਮੇਲ ਬਾਕਸ ਥੈਫਟ ਦੇ। ਇਹ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚਿੱਠੀਆਂ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਸੀ, ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਕ੍ਰੈਡਿਟ ਕਾਰਡ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਸੀ, ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਚੈੱਕ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਸੀ, ਆਇਡੈਂਟੀਫਿਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਡਾਕੂਮੈਂਟ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਚੋਰੀ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੇਲ ਬਾਕਸ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਭੰਨ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਸੀ, ਤੋੜ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਸੀ। ਤਾਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਕੀ ਕਿ 21 ਅਪ੍ਰੈਲ ਨੂੰ, ਮੰਗਲਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ, ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ 7 ਦਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ, ਅਰਲੀ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਤੜਕੇ 2:30 ਵਜੇ ਸਕਾਈ ਵਿਊ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਹੀਥ ਤੇ ਸਕਾਈ ਵਿਊ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਗ੍ਰੀਨ ਨਾਰਥ ਈਸਟ ਦੇ ਏਰੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮਿਲੀ ਕਿ 2 ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਮੇਲ ਬਾਕਸਿਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਮੇਲ ਬਾਕਸ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤੋੜ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਤੋੜ ਕੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਸਮਾਨ ਕੱਢ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਉਦੋਂ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਸਮਾਨ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਨੱਠਣੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਏ, ਆਪਣੇ ਵਹੀਕਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਏ, ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਇਕੱਠਾ ਕਰਕੇ, ਤਾਂ ਕੈਲਗਰੀ ਦੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ HAWCS ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਹੈਗੀ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਦੀ ਹੈ। ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਸੇਫਟੀ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਡਾਰੀਆਂ ਮਾਰਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਕੈਲਗਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਕੈਲਗਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦਾ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮਦਦ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਤਾ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਵਹੀਕਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸ਼ੱਕੀ ਨੇ ਦੋਨੇ ਜਾਣੇ, ਕੁਲਵਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਔਰ ਜਗਰੂਪ ਸਿੰਘ, ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਾਰਾਂ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਕਰੂਜ਼ਰ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਕ ਲਿਆ। ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕ ਸਟਾਪ ਤੇ ਰੋਕਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਬੜੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਗਿਣਤੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮੇਲ ਨੇ ਚੋਰੀ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਮੰਨੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ, ਉਹ ਮੇਲ ਬਾਕਸਿਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਰਿਕਵਰ ਹੋਈਆਂ, ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਉਹ ਭੰਨਣ ਦਾ ਸਮਾਨ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੇਲ ਬਾਕਸ ਨੂੰ ਤੋੜਨ ਦਾ ਸਮਾਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਮਿਲਿਆ, ਟੂਲਸ ਮਿਲੇ, ਔਰ ਦੋਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਕਸਟਡੀ 'ਚ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ। ਔਰ 35 ਵਿਕਟਮ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੰਨੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ, 35 ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਮਾਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਚੋਰੀ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ, ਜਿਹ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਚੈੱਕ ਸੀ, ਕ੍ਰੈਡਿਟ ਕਾਰਡ ਸੀ, ਆਇਡੈਂਟੀਫਿਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਡਾਕੂਮੈਂਟ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਸੀਜ਼ ਕਰ ਲਏ ਗਏ, ਜ਼ਬਤ ਕਰ ਲਏ ਗਏ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟਰਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ। 38 ਕਾਊਂਟ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੈ ਚੋਰੀ ਦੇ, ਮੇਲ ਚੋਰੀ ਦੇ, ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਚਿੱਠੀਆਂ ਚੋਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ, ਕੁਲਵਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ 35 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ, ਔਰ 38 ਕਾਊਂਟ ਹੀ ਲੱਗੇ ਆ ਚਿੱਠੀਆਂ ਚੋਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਜਗਰੂਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। ਔਰ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਾਊਂਟਸ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਗਾਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਕੈਲਗਰੀ ਦੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਕੈਲਗਰੀ ਦੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਹੀ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਆਮ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਆਹ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਇਹ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਰੇਸ਼ਾਨ ਕੀਤਾ। 98 ਚਾਰजेस, ਕੈਨ ਯੂ ਬਿਲੀਵ? ਚਿੱਠੀਆਂ ਚੋਰੀ ਕਰ ਲਓ, ਚਿੱਠੀਆਂ ਚੋਰੀ ਕਰ ਲਈਆਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਜਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਦੇਅਰ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਉਹ 'ਚ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਲਾਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੈਲਗਰੀ ਸਿਟੀ ਹੈ, ਦ ਸਿਟੀ ਆਫ ਕੈਲਗਰੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਰੂਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਐਂਡ ਨਾਓ ਵੀ ਆਰ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਬੈਕ ਟੂ ਕੈਪੀਟਲ ਹਿੱਲ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਗਵਾਹੀਆਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ US ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਦੀਆਂ, ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹ ਵਾਪਸ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਆ।
Turner is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Hegseth, your written testimony on page 20 includes a statement concerning the importance of FISA and Section 702, which is incredibly timely because this body is going to be voting today on 702, which could be expiring this week. You state this vital tool keeps Americans safe, provides critical intelligence to our warfighters, and is subject to a rigorous system of oversight by all three branches of government to guarantee the protection of the constitutional rights of the American people. Thought I'd give you a moment to expound on that because this is going to be very important because there's several people who right now in this body are going to be considering their support for 702's reauthorization.
Well, thank you for that opportunity, Congressman. Yes, this department strongly supports the reauthorization of FISA 702. And it is not hyperbole to say many of the most important missions we have executed could not have happened without the intelligence gathered through FISA 702. So we would urge members to support that so we can continue doing the good work of the American people.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate your comments that Iran must never be permitted to obtain a nuclear weapon. There has been many comments that have been made concerning allies who have not assisted or supported the effort. General Kane, there have been many allies who have been essential for us to be able to execute the functions necessary both for Midnight Hammer and for the current ongoing operation. I'd like to ask you to speak for a moment about the essential aspect of the allies that are supporting the effort. There are bases that are necessary, are forward operating facilities, both our allies in the Middle East, both our NATO allies, those in Europe, throughout. We would not be able to undertake this current operation without the use and support of facilities that we have in our bases throughout NATO, Europe, and the Middle East. If you could, for a moment, expound on the integral nature of our facilities that include those bases that are located within our allies.
Well, Congressman, from a purely military standpoint, allies and alliances are important. They allow us, you did a better job than I could on articulating the importance of access, basing, and overflight considerations. You know, who those allies are and the quality of those alliances are left our civilian leaders, but certainly we appreciate those allies who've helped us and assisted us along the way.
General, you would describe them as having been essential.
Yes, sir.
Because it's very important. I mean, we want to make certain that, you know, that we treat adversaries as adversaries and allies like allies, especially those that are essential. The king was here yesterday, and as he was speaking, he received a standing ovation when he implored this body to continue our support for Ukraine. In the 2026 National Defense Strategy, it assesses Russia will remain a persistent, manageable threat. It specifically identifies Russia's continued threat to Ukraine, and we have, of course, currently the presidential continued drawdown authority that can support Ukraine, and also the President Trump announced Pearl, the prioritized Ukraine requirements list, and in the FY 2026 NDAA, there is the $400 million that is included in the European capacity building within the defense security cooperation. General, the last time on the House floor with respect to funding for Ukraine, there was a vote in the House of over 300 members of the House that supported Ukraine. Could you please give us a description of some of the things currently that we're doing operationally to support Ukraine?
Congressman, a few of those are probably left for classified session. We continue through our security assistance group Ukraine to assist with some information sharing matters. UCOM continues.
But you would
to
describe
help.
it as continuous and ongoing and essential for Ukraine with U.S. support.
So much of the relationship.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary and General Kane, let me begin by thanking the men and women of the United States military for their service and their bravery. I recognize that our service members have performed with extraordinary courage and tactical skill, and they've done incredible things that our country has asked them to. Their professionalism and selfless service are not in question and never have been. What is in question is the purposes and the strategic direction of this war. Mr. Hegseth, as Secretary of the Department of Defense, you are ultimately responsible for the conduct of the Iran war. Any unvarnished review of what is happening right now in the Middle East would reveal a geopolitical calamity, a strategic blunder resulting in worldwide economic crisis. The result of Trump's war of choice is a serious self-inflicted wound to America. It will take years and a new administration to recover from the grave damage to our standing in the world, as well as our economy and our military. We must remember that 13 Americans have been killed in action, hundreds wounded, and thousands of civilians killed, including more than 100 school children. The risk of this conflict was foreseeable. I'm certain that the Department of Defense knew that it was likely that in a war with Iran, Iran would create an international economic crisis by blocking the Strait of Hormuz and thus stopping 20% of the world's oil. Was this existential threat considered? Apparently not. During the 60 days of Trump's Iran war, critical munitions have been expended at an alarming rate, depleting magazine levels below what is thought necessary to hold China at bay. It will take years and tens of billions of dollars to restock. A significant part of the necessary Navy and Marine force in the Pacific has been removed and sent to support the Iran war. Our support of Ukraine has suffered as supplies and defense systems are diverted to the Iran war. America has lost irreplaceable aircraft, radar systems, and strategic bases have been shown to be vulnerable. The continued lengthy deployment of ships, equipment, and personnel has sacrificed readiness. We know what we have lost, but what have we gained? Let's consider that the regime in Tehran is still intact with new and more radical leadership, as are Iran's ballistic missile and drone forces, as is Iran's ability to rebuild their military industries. Also, as is Iran's coordination with China, Russia, and North Korea, and Iran's ability to choke off global energy supplies, and their stockpile of highly enriched uranium, which they only built after President Trump shredded President Obama's Iran deal in 2017. Secretary Hegseth, you have been lying to the American public about this war from day one, and so has the President. You have misled the public about why we are at war. You and the President have offered ever-changing reasons for this war. You've misled the public about the progress of the war. While the military has executed this war with tactical success, the strategy has been an astounding incompetence, doing immense economic damage to America.
Mr. Chairman, with the personal attack on the Secretary, he should have an opportunity to respond.
He certainly will.
ਸੋ ਸਾਫ਼ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜਾਣ ਕੇ ਜਵਾੜਿਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਝੂਠ ਬੋਲਿਆ ਜੰਗ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ
You and the President are ever-changing reasons for the war. You have misled the public about the progress of the war. While the military has executed this war with tactical success, the strategy has been an outstanding example of incompetence. This war of choice is a political and economic disaster at every level. Despite the President's promise to lower the cost of living, gas prices are up 40%, and inflation is soaring so much for lowering the cost of living. The President has got himself and America stuck in the quagmire of another war in the Middle East. He's desperately trying to extricate himself from his own mistakes. It is in America's and indeed the world's interest that he succeed in that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank our witnesses for joining us today. General Kane, Secretary Hegseth, Mr. Hurst, thank you so much. I want to go to a statement I've been making here for the last several years, and that is we are in the most dangerous national security position that this world has been in since 1939. And we know that it's a critical effort that we undertake to make sure we can deter through the concept of peace through strength. Ms. Secretary, I'd like to start with you. We know that peace through strength has a number of tenets. I think the most important of those is presence. And we know that the United States has the Marine Corps Amphibious Ready Group, Marine Corps Expeditionary Unit that provides us that presence. We know there are over 2,000 Marines and an aircraft combat unit that are on board those vessels, and they let us do a number of different things. That's the crisis response team that gets to go around the world. Today, as we speak, we have 3 ARGMUs that are deployed around the world. Unfortunately, that's an anomaly. It should be standard. Secretary Hegseth, the President and the combatant commanders need maximum flexibility to respond in multiple places at multiple times to combat and deter these threats. I just want to get your perspective on your goal to make sure we have a persistent 3.0 ARGMU presence, and to look at how are we going to make sure through our shipbuilding plans that we assure that we have the adequate number of amphibs that are being built. I think that number is probably right around 40. And then what are we going to do to make sure, too, that the A-sub-O, the operational availability, is going to be at the level where we can maintain an ARGMU 3.0 with the effort we have to put in to maintain these ships?
So thank you for the question, the substantive question. Ultimately, we support 3.0 ARGMU. That presence right now gives us a lot of flexibility. Yeah. And this budget supports moving in that direction to ensure that this administration and future administrations have that kind of strategic flexibility with the incredible capabilities the ARGMU provides. We saw it in Southern Spear, we saw it on the Maduro raid, we see it right now. It's a persistent capability. So I think you'll find our shipbuilding investments to meet that as well. But if I may,
sure. Yeah.
I didn't get a chance. I didn't see a question in the statement from the congressman. I hope you appreciate how reckless it is. When I said reckless, feckless, and defeatist of congressional Democrats at the beginning, that came after watching you say the same thing on CNN this morning, a quagmire. My generation served in a quagmire in Iraq and Afghanistan, years and years of nebulous missions and utopian nation building that led us to nothing. What we have right now, the way you stain the troops when you tell them 2 months in, Congressman, you should know better. Shame on you. Calling this a quagmire 2 months in. The effort, what they've undertaken, what they've succeeded, the success on the battlefield that could create strategic opportunities, the courage of a president to confront a nuclear Iran, and you call it a quagmire, handing propaganda to our enemies, shame on you for that statement. And statements like that are reckless to our troops. Don't say I support the troops on one hand, and then a 2-month mission is a quagmire. That's a false equivalation. Who are you cheering for here? Who are you pulling for? Our troops are doing incredible work. They've done incredible things for the entirety of this mission and achieved incredible battlefield successes. And you sit there and go on TV for your clickbait about quagmires. It undermines the mission. Your hatred for President Trump blinds you to the truth of the success of this mission and the historic stakes that the president is addressing, which the American people support. Iran's been at war with us for 47 years. You want to talk about a forever war? For 2 months, this president has stared them down. He's going to get a better deal than anyone ever has and ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. I know the American people support that mission, despite your loose talk and words like quagmire. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General Kane, I want to quickly go to you. We know all about the need for exquisite platforms, but we know if we're going to close the gap with our pacing threats, we have to make sure we have those expendable and attritable platforms. And we know those nation capabilities are key, and we have to be able to spin them up quickly, because that's the fastest way for us to, again, deter by peace through strength. Give us your perspective on how you see the urgency of getting that capacity not only in place, but getting that ability to go to scale and get those capabilities
बहुत
in the
heated
hands of our
exchange है और
warfighters.
कितने
Sure, I
पीट
think
हेगसेथ को
I
ग्रिल
think it's
ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼
critical,
ਵੀ
and when I
ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ
look
ਹੈ
at
ਔਰ
what
ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਵਾਬ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ
above
ਬੜੀ
us is
ਗਰਮੀ
doing,
ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ
and the
ਇਦਾਂ ਦੇ
Deputy
ਜਵਾਬ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਆ
Secretary as well as Secretary Duffy, and frankly, the national and defense industrial bases all rallying around the need to scale, along with the new entrants that are out there who are coming and bringing products to the joint force. A key is capacity.
Gentleman's time's
across-
expired. Chair, now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank witnesses for being here today. Mr. Secretary, it's well known that our defense industrial base and maritime industrial base has declined greatly over time. It's the shipyards, it's many of the things that you already spoke about. In my community, we used to have 3 shipyards, 40,000 workers. We've lost that critical job skills there and 40,000 people who know how to do it. And quite frankly, most of it went overseas because it was cheaper. Well, cheaper doesn't buy the security we need for our industrial base. I championed a provision in the 24 NDAA entitled Enhanced Domestic Content Requirement for Major Acquisition Programs. Had to do with our industrial base making things here in America long before this administration came in. The goal was to strengthen our supply chains and have that critical oversight, push for greater investments, much of what you're doing now on these major defense acquisition programs. So we passed that in a bipartisan manner because we knew that this was critical and things can happen. Lo and behold, here we are. There was a reporting requirement in that. That calls on you, the Secretary of Defense, to establish an information repository, issue rules, create a fallback process to govern the Department of Defense. We wanted to better understand much of what is being done here, but it's not being reported back to us. I sent to your office on January 8th, followed up on February 4th. We're years overdue on this report that will give us insight onto how we're addressing it. We hear what you're saying, but can you commit that we will get that report to us in the next 30 days?
Unless Jay has additional details, I'll make sure we look into it. Whatever we can get to you as rapidly as possibly, we will. We'll also check with the new Navy leadership and make sure they're complying as rapidly as possible with every aspect that could apply to shipbuilding. That's been our focus on the Navy side.
It's not just shipbuilding, major acquisition programs across the board. This is incredibly important, and they are ignoring this. And 30 days is being generous, certainly. Second issue is you talk about championing the American worker and how important this is. Yet in a memo on April 9th, you terminate all the collective bargaining agreements across the DOD, taking away from hundreds of thousands of workers at DOD their collective bargaining rights that they voted for. There was nothing to indicate there were any issues with any of the bargaining agreements, yet you decided to take away from them. Over the last few years, we have increased the wages for those war fighters, incredibly important. This year, up to 7%. Yet on the other side of this, you talk about supercharging the defense industrial base. We are in this. How do you go and say, yes, we support the war fighters? They can't do their job unless we are building things that they can use. Yet, no evidence to prove that these collective bargaining agreements were a problem anywhere across the Department of Defense under Democrat and Republican administrations. How do you kind of square that circle that you care about this, yet you take away their voice in the job?
Well, certainly, sir, the great workers that whether they're contractors or DoD civilians that do the important work for us, the great ones are going to stay. And we've invested more in merit bonuses for civilians than any administration previous. So if you're doing great work, you're going to stay and you're going to have even more opportunities. But with our ear to the ground in those shipyards and other factory floors, there were issues with collective bargaining, which led to restrictions to the workforce and our ability to move faster.
If I may,
and in that case, we made the decision to provide additional flexibility.
You didn't
that
take
we
it
can
away
move
from the
faster.
shipyard workers. You took away from Department of Defense employers where there hasn't been any issues. Let's be clear. Those are independent contractors and they have their collective bargaining agreements, the ones that work for you.
The ones that work for us should be at will like anybody else based on their performance. And if they're performing well, which I'm sure they are, as you've represented, they will have a job at the department.
So where is the issue that you took away their collective bargaining rights? Why did you do it if it wasn't a problem?
Well, I stated up front, it has been a problem. There are plenty of cases, whether it's contract or inside our own department, where collective bargaining had led to arrangements and agreements that minimize the efficiency and effectiveness of employees at the point of their impact. That's what we were focusing on, and that's why we made the change, which we very much stand behind.
Well, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Chair, and I recognize the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Stefanik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Hegseth, I appreciate the department and the administration's focus on expansion and innovation in the defense industrial base. That's particularly important for emerging technologies. For years on this committee, my office has led the effort to ban the procurement of Chinese communist drones, which pose a significant national security threat. And last year, after years of work, this committee finally passed my Countering CCP Drones Act, or Section 1709 of the NDAA, which was fully implemented in December. How does the FY27 budget scale domestic production and deployment of drone systems to ensure the U.S. has the decisive advantage against our U.S. enemies?
Well, thank you for the question. First of all, thank you for your work on that. Critically important. When you look under the hood of the ways in which China is trying to use critical elements of our defense industrial base and supply chain against us, or capabilities in the future that could hamstring us with options for a future president, it's staggering. So drones is one that not only have we recognized, but thanks to your leadership and the leadership of others, we are supercharging in this budget. Conservatively, $54 billion in drone and drone dominance and counter UAS. Jay just slid me a piece of paper. If you add it all up, it could be closer to $74 billion. We started a defense autonomous warfare group, to focus on this, but we're going to do even more. We will shortly announce a sub-unified command of autonomous warfare. Drones are so central to the future of warfare and where we get them from that we have to be able to both make the exquisite ones better than anybody else and also the attritable swarm, and then the ability to defeat them ahead of our adversary, learning from battlefields like Ukraine and Epic Fury. So thank you for your leadership. It is front and center in this budget.
I very much appreciate all that the department is doing under your leadership. One of the concerns I have is recent reporting indicate that while DJI, which is a communist Chinese drone company, is prohibited from receiving new FCC authorizations, there are still DJI products such as the DJI Avata 360 widely available in the U.S. through major retailers. These received FCC authorizations before my provision in the NDAA was fully implemented. So my question to you is, we need to close this loophole to protect our national security. Will you commit to working with this committee in my office to ensure that these products that pose a significant risk to our national security are no longer permitted, given the evident threat CCP drones pose to U.S. national security?
Congressman, yes, the department will commit to working with your staff and looking at that loophole, which we are aware of. And I missed in my first response, of course, that $54 billion is American-made drone dominance. That is exactly where they need to be, and our focus is.
Great. Another emerging technology that's very important and has a strong tie to my district is quantum computing. China continues to invest heavily in quantum computing, sensing, and secure communications for military advantage. I represent Rome Air Force Research Lab, which is a hub of research when it comes to quantum. Secretary Hegseth, how does the budget proposal position the U.S. to maintain leadership in operationally relevant quantum technologies?
The country that dominates in quantum will dominate the future in C2, in comms, in every way that we fight. And so this makes the maximum investment possible here at home to ensure that quantum compute, and working across the interagency, by the way, this is not just a DOW issue, this is an interagency issue, to ensure that we've got the ability to scale and outcompute adversaries who are racing for the same code.
General Kane, throughout my time in Congress, I've pushed for the department to optimize its approach to quantum and develop a strategic roadmap. In your opinion, which quantum capability areas offer the most immediate benefit to the joint force and should be priority investments moving forward?
Probably some of the work in crypto and quantum to make sure we can see, sense, understand, defeat, and protect our own stuff. So that's where I'm most interested in it right now, ma'am.
Great. And I also want to use my remaining time. I just want to invite both of you to visit Fort Drum, home of the 10th Mountain Division, the most deployed division in the U.S. Army since 9/11. In the first Trump administration, I had the honor of hosting President Trump, where he signed the NDAA in my district, and it's been a privilege to represent them. So encourage you to visit that installation before the end of this year. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you and I agree that Iran is a national security threat to us and our allies. Now, earlier you called us feckless for questioning your war. Do you think Congress was smart or feckless when it failed to ask tough questions of the Bush administration and gave them a blank check for Iraq?
Well, if you're trying to compare this war to the Iraq
I'm just asking
war,
you, do you
which
think
the
it was
president
smart or
was the first one to
feckless?
call a stupid war, then it's a false comparison.
Okay, well, probably a good idea to ask tough questions. So let me just ask you a few questions. Did you advise the president that we should attack Iran?
We were, first of all, in this position in the cabinet, we never talk about what we would advise the president to do or
Well,
not.
do you
to
think
do,
the
but
president or
I've been
you
in
deserve
ev-
more?
I've been in
It's up to
every
important.
meeting
I understand
with
that,
the
Mr.
chairman and
Secretary.
everybody else as
Mr.
those
Secretary,
critical
I'm asking
decisions
the
were
questions.
made, and he got every perspective possible when it came.
I'm
to
just
making
asking what your perspective is. Are you afraid to take ownership of this? Do you
Well,
think
I-
it was a good
Wow.
idea or not?
as I've consulted the president, do I think it's a good idea to confront a nuclear bomb
To start this
in the
war.
hands of the? Imagine what the world would look like right now if Iran had a nuclear weapon.
Okay, so let's
Just imagine.
which, by the way,
if
every
they
other,
had one,
every
which the
previous
Obama deal was
administration,
going to allow them
including
to
the
do,
first Trump
if
administration,
they had one.
prevented them from having a nuclear weapon. So, listen, how is this war going? Do you think we're winning?
Militarily on the battlefield, it's been an astounding military success.
No, but are we winning the war?
Absolutely.
Okay, so do you call Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz winning?
Well, I would say the blockade that we hold that doesn't allow anything to come in or out of Iranian ports, which
Okay,
is
so
always in our
we've blockaded
portfolio
their
to
blockade. So
use.
they blockaded us, and then we blockaded their blockade. That's like saying, "Tag, you're it." Or if President Madison had said, "Well, the British just burned down Washington, but don't worry, we're going to burn it down as well." Chairman Kane, did the military have plans for the idea that Iran might blockade the strait?
Sure. Thanks for the question. I'll answer it this way. In this job, I have to maintain trust with a variety of constituents. to
Okay, I'm
include
just
the president.
asking if the military
Yes,
had
sir.
plans.
As always, my point in this is, as I explain the role, my point in this is we always offer a full range of military options that are carefully considered with the associated risks with those options and the considerations therein.
So,
and we
Mr.
always do
Secretary,
that.
did you consider this risk?
Of course, this department has looked at all aspects of this risk. And
So then why
because
did you
this
send the
department looks,
minesweepers, the only minesweepers we had in the Gulf, to Singapore weeks before the war started?
we have lots of capabilities that you may or may not be aware of at the classified level.
Okay, and
to deal
so,
with, to deal with
by the way, would the
mines. And
Trump class battleships have helped with this?
You're talking about a
Minesweeping.
prospective future battleship, which we welcome in the fleet.
Okay, so you're supportive of the battleships.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How much has Iran profited from your administration lifting the sanctions on Iran when you started this war?
I can tell you Iran is financially devastated right now. In
Okay, well,
conjunction with the
they've earned
Treasury
about
and
$14 billion.
Operation Economic Fury, they're at a point where between the blockade and what we've done to them militarily, remember, they don't have a Navy. They can't contest the blockade.
Okay.
Between what we've done to them
What kind of
militarily
a
and
Navy can they
financially,
buy
they're at a
for
place
$14 billion?
where they have very few options.
How many Chinese missiles can they buy for $14 billion? Does that sound like winning?
They're not. We're ensuring, and they're not buying Chinese missiles.
Okay. At the end of the day, this also has a cost to us. If let's say this war costs $100 billion, I mean, you've already said, give us more time. It's only been 2 months. It could go on for 20 years like Iraq and Afghanistan. Let's just say it costs $100 billion. What is that to the average American taxpayer? Do you have any idea?
Wow.
Well, unlike foolish previous administrations, it won't go on.
No, I'm just asking.
For years and decades.
But let's just say it's
Sitting in this
$100 billion.
position, it's hard to imagine how
You know
it was
that?
allowed those things to happen. You were a part
You
of
know
that
the
war.
answer to that?
So was I. I never.
I'm
knew
just
what the
asking
end
if you
state
know what
clearly
your
was.
war
Now I
costs
know
the
what
average
end state
American
is.
taxpayer.
What is the cost of Iran having a nuclear weapon that they wield?
I'm just
over us?
asking if you know the cost of the average American
I'm asking
taxpayer.
you what the
It's about
cost would be of
$600.
that.
So for
Wow.
the American taxpayers out there, my constituents, some of the constituents you wanted to represent in Minnesota, I'm just wondering if they have an extra $600 lying around to pay for your war. I think that's just a question that we ought to ask. Now, quickly, on March 13th in a press conference, you said we will give them no quarter, no mercy. In order for no quarter or no survivors is a war crime under the Geneva Conventions. You understand that's murder. Do you stand by that statement?
The Department of War fights to win, and we ensure that our warfighters have the rules of engagement necessary to be as effective
Okay, so
as
just to
humanly
be clear,
possible.
you
which
called
they are.
Democratic members of Congress to be tried for sedition for reminding our troops to follow the law. But when you tell them to commit a war crime, you stand by yourself.
For insinuating that the laws
Congratulations,
that we're giving them are
Gentleman's
unlawful.
time's
What a
expired.
great
Chair
guy.
now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Desjardins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. And I'd like to thank you for your commitment to our advancement in space, Golden Dome, and nuclear modernization, all which are critical, and also
बहुत तिखी
understand we're going
बहस हुई है
to
थे
start
इतने गवाही दी गई है
some reproduction of the MQ-9 Reaper drones, which you, Mr. Secretary, and Ms. Secretary share my great state of Tennessee, and we know the 118th Air Wing, the National Guard operates Berry Field and conduct many of these missions, and they do so with great precision. So thank you for that. Secretary Hegseth, you commissioned as an infantry officer in the U.S. Army National Guard in 2003. You've been deployed to Iraq, Afghanistan, Guantanamo Bay. You have been awarded 2 Bronze Stars, the Combat Infantryman Badge, Joint Commendation Medals, 2 Army Commendation Medals, among other recognitions. You have seen military actions from both an operational and service member perspective. Have you ever seen operations with the scope and scale and complexity of Midnight Hammer, Operation Absolute Resolve, and Operation Epic Fury?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Congressman. Not only have I not seen missions like that, but if you earnestly go into our formations right now, and you talk to colonels and majors and staff sergeants and 2-star generals, and you ask them about the environment of our military right now and its capabilities right now, compared to under the Biden administration, under Obama, they will tell you it is night and day. Even the ranking member acknowledged that the troops performed incredibly well over the past 15 months and have demonstrated to the world. These are not new troops in a lot of cases. These are the same troops with new leadership under President Trump, who gives them every authority, under a department that ensures they have what they need. I have operators looking at me saying, for the first time ever, we have everything we need to accomplish the mission, both in equipment and in authorities. That matters when you go 37 hours around the world for Midnight Hammers. That matters when you go downtown in Venezuela and grab the indicted dictator of a country in the middle of the night in the most fortified location. That matters at the outset of the Iran conflict. It matters during Operation Rough Rider, which there's a reason why the Houthis aren't on the in this fight right now, because they experienced 50 days of the American military under President Trump. That matters in the Caribbean and our fight against designated terror organizations. This military is unleashed, and morale is at a level that this country has not seen for decades and decades because of the leadership of President Trump and because this War Department allows them to get back to basics. No more distractions, no more debris. It's simple accountability, training, standards, lethality, and they respond to it. And it's that response that's manifest in highly and historic successful military operations led by our incredible joint force, who are grateful to have a commander-in-chief that has their back.
I can tell you for that, our nation, myself, and all of us are incredibly grateful. Secretary Hegseth and General Kane, with your vision and steadfast commitment to our nation's service members, you have both overseen the beginning of a generational transformation of our armed services. This budget request reflects that commitment by building and sustaining our defense industrial base, increasing service member pay, housing, and benefits, robust funding for Golden Dome missile defense and space capabilities, and the emphasis on the peace through strength doctrine outlined in the National Defense Strategy. Based on the Defense Department's recent track record of successful missions, can you share some examples of military action that illustrate exactly how your leadership and vision for the Department of War is translating the peace through strength doctrine into an operational reality, and what psychological impact that may have on our near-peer adversaries such as China and Russia? And I'd like to get both yours and General Kane's perspective. If you can take 30 seconds each.
I'll keep it brief. Reestablishing deterrence was one of the core pillars of what we set out to do after Afghanistan, after October 7th, after the war in Ukraine, after Lloyd Austin went AWOL for a week and no one seemed to care. The world took notice of that. And through the actions we've taken swiftly that I just laid out, the world has recognized that American power is back, and the willingness to utilize it shows that we can achieve peace through strength.
And General Kane, in terms of our adversaries?
Yes, sir. You know, when we look at the totality of actions that we've done over the last year, one thing leaps out at me that I think is clearly and unambiguously seen by our adversaries or those that may consider it, and that's our ability to integrate and synchronize a whole range of capabilities that we have in the joint force, information, cyber, you know, deception, jamming, air power, sea power, land power, et cetera. And I think that ability, and I'm so proud of our joint force, those young
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, General Kane, Mr. Hegseth, and Hurst for being here today. I associate myself with the comments of Ranking Member Smith and Mr. Garamendi, so that I won't repeat a lot of what has been said. Mr. Hegseth, I recently realized that we have something in common. I'm also a fan of Pulp Fiction. And no, the movie is not an accurate portrayal of the Bible. You know what I'm talking about. This president and his administration have claimed to be the most transparent of all time. With that in mind, I'd love to get some straightforward answers today. Some estimates show that the Trump administration's war of choice in Iran is costing taxpayers around $1 billion every day. In addition to spending taxpayer money on a war they don't want, it is also driving up costs. The cost of gas, while the cost of living is skyrocketing under this administration's policies. To me, and I assume to the American people, it is unclear why we started this war, how it will end, and what anyone gained from it. Mr. Hegseth, about how much money has been spent on this war to date, and how much more do you anticipate spending?
Well, as our comptroller laid out, the estimate is less than $25 billion at this point as far as an expenditure. And the question I would ask this committee is, what is it worth to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, considering the radical ambitions of that regime? I mean, almost every member of this dais at some point has said, whether it was
Thank you for your answer. I'll proceed to my next question. Thank you for your answer.
President Trump is the one that's willing to make sure it doesn't happen.
Supposedly, we had taken care of the nuclear capability last time around. And now this war, we're at it again, because obviously we said we did, but we did it.
In a way that
we know,
the United States military can do.
I want to reclaim my time. We know that the cost of oil and gas has gone up as a direct result of this war, and the American people are feeling that pain at the pump. In an attempt to alleviate the high price of gas caused directly by this president, he lifted sanctions on Russian oil. The way I see it, this is a massive gift to Putin and Russia's struggling economy. Mr. Hegseth, is there any concern that easing sanctions against Russia will allow Putin to continue funding Russia's illegal war against Ukraine?
Well, we've seen Russia's and Putin's inability to make effective battlefield gains, just like their inability to defend the Maduro regime with the billions of dollars of systems the Russians sent to Venezuela in order to defend him, which were defeated in 15 minutes. So Russia's military capabilities are no match for ours.
And you don't believe easing
ensuring
the sanctions is helping Russia?
Well, we have the best energy team in the planet.
It's just a yes or
White
no.
House. We're going to ensure that
this is not deja vu. It's a simple yes or no.
Understand the energy dominance that this administration has unleashed.
All right, well, I'll proceed to my next question.
Strategy.
Last week, it was announced that the Department of Defense is no longer requiring service members to get their annual flu shot. Now, this is an easy one for you. It's a softball. Don't screw it up. The rationale was to, and I quote, restore freedom to our joint force. This has been a requirement since 1950 because it is an effective at preventing the spread of flu among our troops. It's not some new woke requirement as you like to lean on for much of your rhetoric. This decision is actively making our military less safe and less prepared. Mr. Hegseth, at this time, are there plans to remove the mandatory requirement of other vaccinations like measles, mumps, and polio?
We made very clear in our announcement that it applies to service members having a choice as it pertains to the flu vaccine.
Don't you think that's a little reckless?
No, I think allowing well-informed Americans who serve our country to make a choice is not reckless. And commanders will still have latitude, say, for a submarine or something else to make a decision for a unit about whether it could be mandatory in a particular circumstance. But overall, our troops have earned the right to be able to choose about something like that related to their health.
Mr. Hegseth, I stand by what I said last time you were here. You were incompetent then, you're incompetent now, and you're the gift that keeps on giving when it comes to incompetence. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now.
Other than that, I'm doing great.
Gentleman
Thank
from
you.
Mississippi, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, don't you think it was extremely reckless to mandate COVID vaccines for the healthiest and most unlikely to get COVID and kick them out of the service if they did not comply with a, although legal, crazy order from the previous administration? Don't you think it was reckless to require that those soldiers and Marines and sailors had to take that COVID vaccine?
Congressman, thank you for the question. Not only do I think it was reckless, but we point out the nature of the emergency and lack of actual data on it. We think it wasn't legal. And as a result, we're working very hard to ensure that any service member who was pushed out is brought back in. If they were forcibly pushed out, back pay and rank and everything that comes with it. Those soldiers and troops of conscience who had to make that choice, I think are the best troops in our force.
Listen, I'm grateful that we have two great National Guardsmen sitting at that table today. As a longtime serving Guardsman who just retired, I'm so proud of y'all and what you mean for our total force. It's not a National Guard, it's not a reserve, it's not an Army, it's not a Navy. It is a total force, and thank y'all for recognizing that. I just want to go back to some of the Iran stuff. I don't know, maybe they're in a different world than I'm living in, but from where I live since 1979, Iran has been at war with the United States, although we refuse to acknowledge it, whether that's Hezbollah, whether that's the Houthis, whether that is Hamas, whether that is trying to build nuclear weapons, exporting terror everywhere. I know for a fact when I was in Iraq, both tours, that EFPs made by Iranians killed our troops. I know for a fact that many of the munitions, I know for a fact many of the militias in Iran that were Shia-based were there to attack Americans at the willing knowledge of the Iranian government. Do you agree they've been at war with us and are still at war with us and the world since 1979?
Of course, for 47 years from Beirut to Baghdad, Iran has sought the most dangerous weapons in the world to try to achieve death to America. And if they were to get the most dangerous weapon in the world, a nuclear weapon, they would most certainly use it, which is why this is at the level of seriousness that President Trump was willing to address it. And that's what I think so many in this body misrepresent. North Korea is the lesson. Everybody thought North Korea shouldn't have a weapon. Under the Clinton administration, they gathered so many ballistic missiles that the ballistic missile shield allowed them to blackmail the region and the world to say, we're going to get a nuke and you can't do anything about it. Under this administration, them weakened by the 12-day war and what happened with Midnight Hammer, President made a bold choice on behalf of the American people to say never will Iran, with their view of death to America and death to Israel, have a nuclear weapon, because if they have it, they'll use it. And he's taken that bold action in a way I think the American people, when they understand the nature of that threat, and they do, they support it.
Chairman Kane, wow, I've been around a long time. Can any other military in the history of the world pull off Venezuela, Midnight Hammer, and Epic Fury the way that our great warriors that defend and project power for our nation? Are you aware of any other nation in the history of the world that could have done that?
I'm not sure, and I remain very proud of the Joint Force. I'll also say that we're a learning organization. We're going to continue to look at the things that go right in any operations that we're tasked to do, and we're going to get better every day. So we do not want to sit on the successes and assume future successes. We owe it to the nation and to the citizens to constantly improve no matter how well something goes. So I'm incredibly proud of the force. That said, I'm even more proud when they come back after that. They go into a team room and they start debriefing to make sure that we do it better next time, whatever it may be.
And my final point, I just want to talk about what a stroke of genius it was, greater than I would have thought, to blockade the ports of Iran And that blow economically to their entire economy and to their leadership and everything else, it's going to take a little bit of time to play out. But that was so smart because it is more effective than any bombs. And those bombs were effective in Midnight Hammer. They continue to be. But until we kill their will to create a nuclear weapon, they will always be a nuclear threat because they've advanced far enough along. But that blockade was so important. And it amazes me now we're crying about high gas prices when they were $2 a gallon more just 4 years ago or 5 years ago under the previous administration. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Hegseth, tomorrow is 2 months since the war has begun. You've testified that it was $25 billion in cost in terms of the munitions we used and what we paid for it. But when you add to that the damage that was done to our bases and today's dollars for buying replacement munitions and replacement aircrafts, what has the total cost been over the last 60 days?
That number right now reflects the total cost that we're seeing.
Including buying today's dollars, the new weapons and replacements, and including the damage there? That's your testimony?
If there's
under oath?
adjustments to that, I would defer to the comptroller on that.
And how much are you seeing in terms of, are you asking in terms of supplemental funding just for the Iran mission from this committee?
If and when a supplemental is submitted, the majority of it would not just be for,
But what would be the ballpark for Iran?
Munitions related to the entirety
Just
of
a
what
number,
we want to
sir.
get done.
A number, what would you submit? What are
It
you
would be
requesting?
within on Iran, it would be less than 25 billion, but there's a lot more we would ask for beyond
Well,
just Iran.
you're saying it's
considering-
25 billion. I would just, if you come back, you want to revise those numbers because all the experts are disagreeing with you when it comes to today's dollars and damage, but you can revise it. How much did it cost American taxpayers in terms of the strike to the Iranian school where kids were killed? Do you have that number in terms of the missiles we used?
As I've said, that unfortunate situation remains under investigation.
You don't know how much it cost the
But I wouldn't
ਤੇ
tie
ਸਵਾਲ
costs
ਤੇ
to
ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਮਰਨ ਦੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਤੇ
It's a reasonable question, no, sir? I mean, our taxpayer money was going there. Do you know how much it will cost Americans in terms of their increased cost in gas and food over the next year because of the Iran war?
I would simply ask you what the cost is of an Iranian nuclear bomb.
I'm going to give you that
I
opportunity.
would simply ask you what the,
yeah,
you're
but
playing gotcha
sir,
questions
sir,
about
no, it's
domestic
not.
things. I'm not.
You're saying it's a gotcha question to ask what it's going to be in terms of the increased
Why
cost
won't
of
you
gas
answer what
and
it
food?
costs to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear
I
bomb?
give you that, sir. But let me.
What
if you
would
could
it
just
cost?
ask my
What would you pay to ensure Iran doesn't
But
get a nuclear
can you-
bomb?
Do you?
What would
Sir,
you pay?
I reclaim my time. Do you not know? You had no one do the analysis of what the increased cost of gas and food on the American people are going to be?
What is the cost
Let
of
me-
Iran
let me give
holding
you the
that
number.
straight at
Let me
issue
give
with
you the
nuclear
number.
weapons?
It's $631 billion, which means it's an increase of $5,000 a year for American households. Now, let me give you this point. You're saying that your operation is preventing a nuclear Iran. Will you acknowledge that there is an economic cost to the American people for doing what you believe is necessary to make Iran denuclear? Will you acknowledge the economic cost?
We have an incredible economic team that's managing this better than what the previous
but to
administration did to our
acknowledge that-
economy,
to acknowledge
what the
there's a
previous
cost.
administration
You-
did
you
with
don't even
inflation,
know what the- you know
what
what's
the previous
upsetting? I reclaim
administration
my
did with
time. You know,
COVID,
Secretary-
and you're going to
Secretary,
lecture this
I reclaim
administration
my
about
time,
the
sir.
economy?
You know what is upsetting? to me?
Incredible.
You didn't even do the analysis on how much it's costing the American people. It's one thing if you said, okay, it costs the American people $5,000, but we think it's worth it. That's what we've done in World War II and other wars. Here's what it costs. You got to pay for it. You don't even know what the average American is paying. You don't know what we paid in terms of the missiles that hit the Iranian school. You don't know what we're paying in terms of gas. You don't know what we're paying in terms of food. Your 25 billion number is totally off. It's the incompetence. It's the incompetence. Let me ask you this. Certainly, maybe here we'll find agreement. There were still 440 pounds of low enriched uranium, correct, when President Obama, after the JCPOA? Is that accurate?
The amounts and types are classified.
Okay. Will you acknowledge that there were 970 pounds of uranium enriched after Trump tore up the JCPOA?
The JCPOA was a terrible deal that allowed Iran a path to a nuclear bomb.
You deal with
So he's
vague
being grilled,
platitudes.
but
I'm
still
asking you about
he
numbers.
is
Like you don't know
carrying
what
his
gas
composure,
costs, you don't know what food costs, you don't know what the operation costs.
and he looks
You know, I get
seems very
sound
sharp.
bites, but how about
He's
numbers?
laughing,
Do you know
smirking.
how much the enriched uranium was after you ripped up the JCPOA? Trump did.
I'll give you a number. I know that, as was stated by early on, the price of gas is twice as expensive in California, your home state, as anywhere else in the country because of the horrible policies your state pursued.
You know what? It used to be that that type of stuff worked, and then you started to lose the people that you campaigned you wanted to be for, because you said you wouldn't get us into bad wars. You said you would bring down the prices. You know what I'm sad for? I'm sad for all the people who voted for Trump. I'm sad for them because you betrayed them. You betrayed a lot of that MAGA base. And you know who knows that? J.D. Vance knows that.
Gentleman's time's
that's why he's
expired.
upside
Chair now
down
recognizes the
before.
gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank all three of you for being here today. It's a real privilege to be a part of this committee. You're the most bipartisan committee out of 20 in Congress. We have a tradition of voting on NDAs with large majorities year after year. And it's important not to be a Republican first in here or a Democrat first. We're Americans trying to ensure that our country is well defended. And in that spirit, I compliment the operations in Iran. I served 30 years in the Air Force. We were attacked repeatedly by proxy groups from Iran on every deployment I was on. They were the #1 threat where I was located. I've lost friends, like at Khobar Towers. Iran with a nuclear weapon would have been an existential threat to our country. And if they had a missile that could hit New York, they would have done it. They would have done it 2 months ago. So I support our operations there. I think it was good that we got Maduro out. You know, I would say it would be important to get the representative government that duly won their election there, and not good to replace one dictator with another dictator, but Maduro was bad for their country. And I support our 5% GDP spending. There's no way to modernize our nuclear force, 6th-generation fighters, take care of our men and women in uniform without being at 5% GDP. But also in the spirit, I share a bipartisan concern of the firings that we've seen at the Pentagon. 4 of the 6 service chiefs, for example, the Coast Guard. We had a huge bipartisan majority here that had confidence in the Army Chief of Staff and the Secretary of Navy. And I would just point out, it may be constitutionally right. You have the constitutional right to do these things, but it doesn't make it right or wise. Now, my first question is dealing with the housing allowance. Something I've been working for the last 2 or 3 years. Our housing allowance is underpaying people in certain areas. And the department, and that hasn't started under this administration, it's been going on for a while, they take out 5% of the housing allowance. They send it to other needs. But that means we're underpaying our servicemen and women living off base by 5%. So we tried to fix it with a $2.9 billion line item to fix housing allowance. But that money was moved. So Mr. Secretary, could you tell us how we're going to fix this? Because we have a shortfall in housing allowance, and we tried to fix it out of here, and I'd like to get it fixed.
Congressman, I agree with you. I think that is precisely the kind of quality of life issue that's been ignored time and time again. Oftentimes with good intentions of trying to do some trade-off with something else. But I mentioned the 7% pay increase. That's just for junior enlisted. It's 6% from E6 to 03, and it's 5% from 04 all the way up. But closing that gap, TRICARE reimbursement's a big one we're going to look at as well. If we reimburse TRICARE lower than Medicare, then no one wants to take TRICARE, and now you don't have a real network for service members. So those places where we pinched pennies to try to eke out additional budget space have really hurt service members. So I'm committed to working with you on that to close that gap and ensure that folks can live where they are asked to serve because they can afford housing.
I think this has already been addressed to a degree, but I just want to emphasize, we did put $400 million in for Ukraine. I asked you to execute it. It's important for most of us in here. It has overwhelming support. Also, I'm the chair of the Baltic Security Caucus, and we've put money in for the Baltic Security Initiative. These people love America. They love freedom more than anywhere I've ever been, and they need us. They're on the front lines with Russia. I have a question for the chairman. So we did 29 years of the nuclear alert, airborne alert, the Looking Glass mission. In 1991, we turned that off because the Cold War turned to our favor. I think we're back to where we were at. Russia's a threat. China's building a nuclear force to match ours. I think we need a Looking Glass 2 and restore that nuclear command and control survivability that gives us deterrence. Russia, China needs to know no matter what they do, we can launch those 400 ICBMs. What's your vision for the looking glass to or the follow on?
Well, sir, as you know, right now we're looking at all three legs of the nuclear triad to make sure that that most critical backstop on our nation's most important day is reliable, redundant, and workable. And so we'll take a look at that. I know the team already deep in analysis on all the from NC3 to the end state. But what I want you to know is the most important thing is the ability to execute if we had to, and we can.
You know, for 29 years, we had a plane airborne with
Yes,
a veteran
sir.
on board, and it gave the Pentagon, the White House, Stratcom the assurance that we had a backup. I think we're back to the future,
Yes,
and
sir.
I appreciate your look at it.
I just flew with them and they were doing great work.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Chairman, I yield.
Chair now recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk briefly about the current U.S. doctrine and conduct of the administration in a particular event and a series of events, actually. As everybody in the dais and the witness table is aware, the Department of Defense Law of War Manual specifies that any order to kill
At
shipwrecked
the time,
persons
let me just give
in
you
a
a
legal order
information
would constitute a war crime.
that
It isn't suggested.
President Donald Trump, he rejected the Iranian proposal. That's a new news. Trump reject Iran's proposal and tells to the Barack Ravidov from Axis News that he is going to keep Iran under a naval blockade until the regime agrees to a deal that addresses U.S. concerns about its nuclear program. Axios News outlet ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ story ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ. Barack Ravid is the reporter, and he has just a few hours back he spoke to the President of the United States. So ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆਏਗੀ, we'll discuss on that. Let's go back to the testimony of Chief of Defense and the Joint Chiefs and Defense Secretary.
The crew was released, given there was no evidence to support any narco activity or any charges that may be against them. So to recap, we struck a vessel, struck it again, set fire to it as it was sinking. And as public reports say, we drank their beer. We detained the survivors, and then we let them go. This should be eye-opening. Let's go to another example, the double tap or two strike attack that took place on September 2nd in the Caribbean. A vessel was struck, disabled, and then struck again, killing all but two survivors that were left clinging to the wreckage. And this is the thing. We know this happened. We know how it happened. And the Defense Department still refuses to release the follow-up video of the killing of the shipwrecked survivors, even though they released the initial one to the public in major news networks worldwide. No difference in sources and methods in the two videos, but still not released to the public. Of course, the backlash was severe at the time and perhaps is being forgotten. An unpredictable but ignoble display of character from this administration. Fingers were pointed at one another as everyone scurried to cover, in a tacit acknowledgement that this was an issue potentially violating international law. Now I've reviewed what's been available, the phony rationale that these attacks are about fentanyl trafficking, when we know fentanyl comes from China, India, through Mexico. Then the baseless argument that this was about narco terrorism. You know, I don't believe a word of it. This was to create leverage for regime change in Venezuela. And now the president acknowledged that was about oil. Beyond the simple need for justice and exercising American values, it's important for us to discuss what the U.S. belligerence in the world stage means to our security, our ability to marshal cooperation with our allies, and most importantly, not to normalize these actions that could endanger the lives of our own service members put in similar peril. Let me be clear about one thing. Whether it's these particular strikes discussed here, the one that killed 11 others off the coast of Venezuela, whether it's the 178 other killings, with each of these extrajudicial killings, the administration is pirating American values. We'll continue to investigate this. We will. It'll come forward in the future. Some days that second video will be released. But we've got to stop also using our precious resources that are being taxed so heavily all over the world on actions that hurt our military. They hurt our military and they hurt our standing internationally, and they're hurting our standard here at home. I hope that we can move forward. I hope we can review whether these are justified, because I found no justification. We were given classified information on the second strike. I can't discuss it, but I must tell you, it's the most convoluted bullshit I ever heard in my life. This should be public. This is our honor. This is what it makes American a difference maker. This is what we're
It's an
proud
incredible
of with our
array
military.
of false accusations.
And I yield back my
Incredible.
time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Hegseth and General Kane and Mr. Hurst, for your bold leadership and for your time today. I really appreciate it. I can't tell you how awesome this hearing is today. It's fantastic. After someone who sit up here for 4 years during the last administration, this is a great day. Despite some of the crazy and disrespectful comments from some in this room, the Department of War is back. Today is a win because we are discussing American power and dominance, national security, and making America great again. There may be differences in how we go about that, but at least we are not wasting all of our time talking about how to restructure the Department of War into a social experiment that appeases the far left woke agenda that existed for the last 4 years. Thank God those 4 years of the disastrous Biden administration are done. On behalf of someone who served 25 years on active duty and almost everyone I know currently serving in uniform, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for saving the department. Okay, my question. The U.S. Special Operations Command budget has been relatively flat over the past decade, failing to keep pace with inflation and reducing the command's purchasing power by 14%. I was disappointed to see that SOCOM's FY27 budget request was only $223 million higher than last year's enacted level, dropping even further from an already less than 2% to now just above 1% of the department's overall budget. All of this comes despite being increasingly asked to do more. From 2023 to 2025, there was a 35% increase in combatant command demand for soft capabilities. And last year alone, SOCOM was unable to satisfy roughly 70 mission-specific requests due to resource and capacity restraints. Secretary Hegseth, I have appreciated the opportunity to meet with members of your team and leaders like ASW Solik Anderson and SOCOM Commander Admiral Bradley as we work to grow the SOCOM top line for future fiscal years. Can you discuss the critical role soft plays in underpinning deterrence, and do you agree with the urgent need to grow the SOCOM budget accordingly?
Well, Congressman, thank you for your words. And I wholeheartedly agree. When you look at the burden that SOCOM shoulders on behalf of the joint force, it's incredible and it's significant. And so many of the things we have accomplished would not have been possible without the incredible leadership of Admiral Bradley, General Braga, and others inside that community and what they do. I recognize your desire for increased funding beyond what is in FY27. We have and will continue to look at that. That needs to happen. I think some of the other things inside the budget, drones, quality of life, there will be things that are applied to that community even more so, we believe, to ensure that they're taken care of properly. And then there's facility questions that are outstanding also, which we're examining. So we're committed and we want to work with you where we've missed something. We need to get it right because they are at the front lines.
Thank you. That leads into my next question. I just want to ask this real quickly. This year's budget request of $54.6 billion for the DAWG, for the Defense Autonomous Warfare Group, is a vital step to unleash American drone dominance and rapidly integrate autonomous and unmanned systems across the joint force. And we've talked about that a little bit here. However, my concern is only $1 billion of this proposed funding is included in the base request, with the remaining $53.6 billion dependent on future reconciliation package. While I understand the flexibility this approach provides, I remain concerned about the potential gaps created if such a package fails to occur, or if funding for the DAWG is not included in future budget request. And like you said, I'm hoping that SOCOM is a big part of this. But to avoid critical capability gaps, how is the department planning to fully fund DAWG at the $54.6 billion if reconciliation stalls, or if the department or does the department intend to transition funds for autonomous requirements into the base budget for future years? And additionally, as you mentioned, how will the department ensure SOCOM receives and executes portions of this funding to meet future mission requirements?
It's the right question, and we plan to work hand in glove with this committee, with OMB, with the White House to ensure that that reconciliation package is properly tailored and timed so that it is passed, so that critical money gets there. So we're not looking to FY28 or FY29 because we need those capabilities right now, which is why I appreciate the chairman's opening question about reconciliation. It is a critical vehicle in this calendar year to ensure this department is fully funded to meet the threats of the future.
Well, thank you. Once again, I think you guys are doing an incredible job. I appreciate your leadership, and thank you for your time today. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, I recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate you gentlemen for being here today and for the opportunity to have a face-to-face conversation with each of you. I have many questions and unfortunately need to start with some that disturb me, Mr. Secretary, from your opening remarks. In your opening remarks, Mr. Secretary, you reserved more words and more time and more vitriol to condemn Democrats than you did for Xi and for Putin combined. It's pretty telling to me that you decided to use your words and your time for that. It turns out that Democrats, even Democrats in Congress, are patriots as well. We serve in our uniformed services, we admire and love our uniformed services, and we love our country just as much as Republicans do. In fact, in this body, I and Representative Bacon, who you just spoke to, led the junior enlisted pay raises that you now sit there and laud as your and take credit for. We led the closing of the BAH, which then you ended up poaching and using for other things. This body led and authorized Ukrainian funding that is now being withheld. You also, in your opening remarks, strangely admonished us here for not being patient with the results of your 2-month war, a war of your suggestion to this president, a war of your choice, a war you executed without congressional consultation. And so it shouldn't be shocking, sir, Mr. Secretary, that we have questions. Indeed, it's constitutionally our right to do so. So to be clear, despite a brilliant performance by our men and women in uniform, despite thousands of tactical successes, Iran still has nuclear material, still has air defenses, still has small boats, and still has the Strait. So despite the fact that your recent comments indicate that operations appear to be finished, it's clear there clearly is more work that needs to be done. As mentioned, today is indeed 60 days. So Mr. Secretary, how many more months, just order of magnitude, do you think that you're going to need to be able to conclude operations successfully? And how many more billions of dollars do you think you're going to ask this body for?
Well, as you know, and as the president has stated, you would never tell your adversary,
Sir,
especially
I
once
recognize
you've
that is the line that you always
especially
use,
once
but
you've
give me an order of
decimated their
magnitude.
military and you control their
3x,
Strait,
4x.
how long you would be committed to the mission.
And the next thing that you mentioned in your opening
You know
remarks,
that.
Mr.
You would never do that.
Secretary, is that you called on, which astounded me, examples of the Afghanistan war, the Iraq war, and the Vietnam war. Those are stunning examples to me of something that didn't go our way. We had the opportunity to execute on those wars quite well, but we didn't accomplish any mission, in my opinion, and I think you would agree on that as well.
My point is this effort
So
is not those efforts.
That's exactly it. Is this war shaping up to be that war? Because it has every
We're shaping up to get the
indication
same
and
kind of
earmark for
Democrats we
that.
got in those wars who were
And once
naysayers
again, you
from the
go back to
beginning,
parties.
undermining the progress
Just
of
have a
troops.
conversation
We're
about the
2
country
months
and the
in.
nation and not about parties.
The Democrat Party wanted to socially
Again,
engineer
we're
the
having
Department of War.
conversations about
We've had to undo that and get it to a point where it's
country
capable
and
of
not
protecting
parties.
power. And
Clearly,
that's
you're not
exactly
able
what
to
we've
have
done.
that conversation.
And
So I will
President
move
Trump has
on, sir,
rebuilt
and
it.
I'm going to reclaim my time. General George, let's talk about a guy who's a patriot, somebody who every single person here in this dais and down there in that audience and out there in this world has huge admiration for. Why did he get fired?
Well, as with any moves we make with general officers, first of all, I thank them for their service. And ultimately,
My impression is you thanked him by a text or a phone call. You didn't even do it to his face.
out of respect for these officers, we never talk about the nature of their removal, but every one of them, including myself, knows that they serve
Sir,
at the
why
pleasure
did
of
you
the
fire
president.
him?
Ultimately, out of respect to these officers, we don't reveal it. However, I will note, it's very difficult to change the culture of a department that was been destroyed by the wrong perspectives
So
with the
you
same
think
officers
General
that were
George
there.
destroyed a culture?
there are many, we've gotten rid
Yes,
of
it
many
just looks
general
to me
officers
as
in
if
this
you're being-
administration
you
because
have
we
no
need new
answer,
leadership.
sir. You have no way of explaining why you fired one of the most decorated and remarkable men who's
We
ever
needed
served
new
this
leadership.
nation.
That's
And
my
so
answer.
your answer is a very immature way of responding to my request. My next question has to do with my remaining time about the fact that there apparently
Very
are orders
tough.
that you've recently given to the
Very
Navy
tough,
to
yes.
detail officers to command billets in special operations where they, the people who you're detailing, have already received bad performance reviews. They've received negative fitness reports. Is there a truth to that statement, sir?
I'm not aware of what you're referring to.
Have you ever ordered the Navy to add officers who never screened for Special Operations Major Command to the promotion list for flag officer?
I'm not aware of what you're referring to.
All right, I'll take that for no. Thank you, I yield.
Generally yields back.
I
For
will
everybody's
take that for
situational
no.
awareness, it's my plan at 1 o'clock or approximately 1 o'clock to recess for about 10 minutes to give the witnesses a chance to stretch their legs and visit the restroom if necessary. But with that, we will now go to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, are you aware that that Iran, either through our intelligence or they themselves, said they had about 500 kilograms of enriched uranium, up to about 60%?
We're aware of what they have or what they believe they have and what we know they have, but all of that is classified.
Fair enough. And if indeed they had 500 kilograms of your enriched uranium, how long would it take to to weapons grade?
Quickly enough that it's a serious national security problem for the United States of
If I
America.
said
that
if
should
I
be dealt
said
with.
days or a few weeks, would that be inaccurate?
You might be somewhere in the ballpark.
Okay, thank you. Actually, you can just get that from ChatGTP. It'll give it to you. Okay.
Oh my God.
So so it's not
Oh
that
my-
classified. All right. Would you say that our
Oh, oh,
primary
oh.
mission in this war is to deny Iran the capability to develop a nuclear weapon?
Yes.
And would you say that a regime that's capable of killing 35,000 of its own people within a 2-day period, are they capable, if they had the delivery systems, to carry out their threat to destroy Israel and also to harm the United States of America?
Any regime willing to kill 35,000, and we think it might be more, 45,000
too.
of their own citizens in cold blood, would most certainly be willing to use the most dangerous weapon in the world, especially as history teaches us, when a nation says they will do something, you ought listen. And when they chant death to America or death to Israel, if they got that nuclear weapon, history tells us they might use it.
Well, Hitler said he was going to kill the Jewish, and he was going to try to eliminate the Jewish population and Jews from the face of the world. Nobody really believes him, but he really tried to do that. So when somebody tells me for 47 years that they want to kill us, I think I'm going to take them at their word. And so would you also agree that now another goal of ours is to make sure that Iran never blockades the Strait of Hormuz, never has control of the Strait of Hormuz? Would that be an objective of ours?
What they're doing right now is effectively piracy. It's terrorism. It's threatening international shipping. And our blockade is signaling to the world that we actually control that strait. And I would ask this committee, what would this effort look like if Iran had nuclear weapons? Imagine if not Iran had nuclear capabilities, what they would do to wield over any advantage they have, from proxies to funding international terrorism.
Mr. Secretary, also, not only would they do that, but imagine if we had not become energy independent. Under the previous administration, they were hampering our ability to be energy independent under the guise of the Green New Deal, which is insanity, by the way. I'm going to go back a little bit in history. We were bombed, Pearl Harbor was bombed on December 7th, 1941. Do you know how long it took for the United States to have its first major victory in World War II? In the Pacific Theater?
Number of years.
No, it was actually 6 months. It was the Battle of Midway, all right? It was a turning point of World War II. Could you imagine if we had had the same Democrats asking then Secretary of War, all right, gee, it's been months, okay, and we haven't won this war yet. Back then, we didn't win a major battle for 6 months. Your job, the job of the military, what you've done in the first 2 months is extraordinary. And so, again, for a couple of final questions. Do you know how much money we spent on Ukraine? helping Ukraine?
Under the previous administration,
No, right now, up to now.
upwards of 300 billion,
You're
350
you're
billion.
probably right about $300 billion. And yet I don't hear anything about, gee, how much money have we spent on Ukraine from the other side? The difference between them and me is this. I support the United States and their efforts to help Ukraine against a dictatorial, aggressive power like Russia, which is our second greatest adversary. But I also support our efforts to make sure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. And so you'll always have my support, and I'm pretty consistent in that. I also support our efforts in what we did in Venezuela. We still have to go a little bit further because that remnants of that regime are still there. And we need to provide freedom for the people of Venezuela. And also, one thing, for me, I guess what I'm looking for in this war with Iran is to make sure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon, that we have established an inspection protocol to make sure they never get a nuclear weapon, and that we control the strait, and they never can control the strait.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair, now
Thank you.
recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to go in a little bit different direction. Timothy Parlatore served as your private attorney, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Parlatore also served as private attorney for President Trump's campaign, correct?
I'm not privy to every professional position that he's held.
Well, I'll help you out. He did. And you appointed Mr. Parlatore as your senior advisor, correct?
He does reserve duty on behalf of the Navy.
His title is President Advisor. You gave him that title, correct?
And I would count him as very much an advisor of mine.
He travels with you, correct?
Tim Parlatore has been a long-term friend. He's a great patriot.
He travels with you. That's not what I asked. I reclaim my time. He travels with you, doesn't he? He travels with you, doesn't he? Correct? There's public Instagram that shows this. Just say yes.
Yes, of course.
Okay. He sits in meetings with you and advises you, doesn't he?
He sits in some meetings on occasion.
Yeah, well, he maintains a desk in an office in the Pentagon, does he not?
I'd have to check.
You don't know?
It's a big Pentagon.
You directly commissioned Mr. Parlatore in the Naval Reserve as a Navy commander in March 2025, did you not?
I was very proud to do so.
And when you did, because he's a Navy Reserve officer, he didn't have to go through the PPO process, the White House Presidential Personnel Office, right? He wasn't vetted by a White House PPO.
Uniformed service members don't get vetted by.
The answer is yes. He didn't have to be vetted by a White House PPO. He didn't go through the Senate confirmation process either, did he? The answer is no.
I don't know what you're getting to, but Tim is a fantastic.
I'll tell you what I'm getting to. The answer is no, right?
He does great work.
Okay. He didn't maintain a security clearance when you appointed him as special advisor. Is that right?
I'd have to check.
You don't know?
I mean, anybody that has access to sensitive material is going to have the appropriate clearance.
Okay, so when you appointed him as special advisor, he had a security clearance?
You're trying to piece together a timeline.
No, I'm asking a simple question. One of your special, most sensitive advisors, did he have a security clearance?
No, you're playing a gotcha game like you do on TV and everywhere else. You're trying to thread together details that
clearly
are connected about something else.
Clearly, you're concerned about my line of questioning, aren't you, Mr. Secretary? Because you know where it's going, don't you? I think you do. So, does Mr. Parlatore represent foreign governments? He has a private law practice, does he not?
From what I understand of his law practice, he does a lot of great work for service members in the military and other.
He maintains a private law practice. Does he represent foreign governments or foreign persons in that private law practice?
I don't know.
You don't know. Somebody who's sitting in your meetings, a special advisor, you don't know. Does he represent any senior officers who are currently under consideration for promotion by you or your office?
The only person that makes determinations about senior officers.
Answer the question. Does he represent senior officers who are under consideration for promotion by you?
No, I'm the one that makes decisions about choosing.
Does he represent them, Mr. Secretary? Does he represent them?
He doesn't represent anyone. He's a legal advisor and always has been.
But he has clients, does he not?
He's a legal advisor to me on reserve duty, and he always has been, and he does a fantastic job.
Is it true that Mr. Parlatore was removed? I reclaim my time. Is it true that Mr. Parlatore was removed from an investigation by the White House last year?
I don't know what you're referring to, but not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware of it. Was it true that you were also removed from that same investigation?
Hmm.
The answer is yes.
No, not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware of it. That's interesting. Well, is it true
Safe
that Mr.
play, huh?
Parlatore disparaged President Trump?
I don't know what you're referring to, but no.
Is it true that Mr. Parlatore was accused by President Trump and his lawyers of lying?
What you're accused of is a cute line of questioning that's going nowhere.
Well, it's going somewhere, which is why you're not answering the question. Was it true that he was accused of lying by the
Cute line of
president's legal
questioning.
team?
That's going nowhere.
I'm not familiar to, you'd have to give me the context.
Well, it's right
of that
here. You
article,
want to look at
and
the statement from President
Anybody
Trump's
could blow
legal
up
team?
a quote and claim it says something, and that's what you're doing in a little stunt.
Secretary Hegseth, what I'm really concerned about is you purport to have unfaltering loyalty to President Trump, and yet you are continuously
Oh,
going.
you care a lot
I'm
about
reclaiming my
President Trump,
time.
don't you?
You are
This is
going
a
behind
cute
his
waste
back
of your 5
and
minutes.
appointing
A
people.
huge,
I reclaim
cute
my time.
waste of your 5 minutes that
I
led
reclaim my
nowhere.
time. You are
Do not
repeatedly
pass go,
going
do not
behind the
collect-
president's
Gentlemen
back.
from Colorado's
Failed.
time. Go ahead, Mr. Crow.
You are repeatedly going behind President Trump's back, appointing people who he is accused of lying, who the White House is
Gentleman's
accused of
time's
lying.
expired. The
And you
chair
are
now
not being
recognizes
honest with
the
President
gentlelady
Trump.
from South Carolina, Ms. Mace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I request unanimous consent to enter a number of documents into the record. The first of which is a statement from Corey Mills, First Sergeant, stating his forms and accounts of his military service are falsified. The second document is a picture of Corey Mills wearing a Bronze Star from 2019, before he ever got a Bronze Star. The third document is a document that conveys a Bronze Star medal and his life-saving care to the wounded. And according to the soldiers who were there, they said it never happened, according to the men who were there. The next document is a transcript of a conversation I had with Brigadier General Arnold Gordon Bray, who confirmed that he did not review, did not read, did not physically sign the form form 638 that Mills submitted for a Bronze Star. And to be candid, he said, quote, "I didn't look at it." I asked to review the email that he sent to Mills' staff about authorizing his signature for a form he did not review, and he said that he would not share it with me. That's a future subpoena. I would like to enter to record a picture of Corey Mills, who says this is the second time he got blown up, but what he wouldn't tell people that the blood on the pant leg in this photo is the blood of Sergeant Ray. It is not Corey Mills' blood. In the same series of photos he shares when he said he was, quote, blown up, are images of a Humvee that exploded with severe damage. That is not his Humvee. His Humvee purportedly was 50 yards away and suffered no damage and was not blown up. This is a copy of Corey Mills' marriage certificate with a 9/11 imam at a 9/11 mosque, entered for the record and redacted, with family members' names redacted and protected. This is a picture of Corey Mills with a purported Russian hooker in Afghanistan, which he of course denies. And then last but not least, I would like to request unanimous consent to enter into the record a restraining order against Corey Mills for dating violence. Thank you. I just buried my father on Thursday, Mr. Chairman. My father died with shrapnel in his body. He had 3 tours of combat, 2 in Vietnam, 1 in 1965 during the coup d'etat of the Dominican Republic. And I take stolen valor seriously, because we have men and women in uniform that have given their lives. And an individual that steals the stories of dead soldiers or injured soldiers have no right to serve in this body, let alone on this committee. And so I take it very seriously. I want to thank you, Mr. Secretary, and the folks that serve under you in the Department of War. As my father lay dying on April 14th, there was only one thing that calmed him down, that gave him the courage to pass on to the next life. And that was for me to read stories and testimony from 3 different soldiers that we didn't have, our family previously didn't have. We've been doing a lot of research on my father's service when he received the Distinguished Service Cross with V device in 1968 in Dong Zai. Rescued every man in that battle, in that firefight, over a 2-day period. He rescued them dead or alive on his own. He stood up to take fire over and over and over again. He called on artillery, heavy artillery, onto his position within 100 meters of his position. The man should have never made it out of Vietnam alive. And in fact, his commanding officers kept him back in many cases because they thought he was on a suicide mission because he was just so dangerous out there, but he saved the lives of so many soldiers. And so as he was taking his final breaths, I was provided by the Department of the Army some testimony of soldiers we didn't have, and diagrams and information. It was the one thing that calmed him down so that he could pass away knowing that he was a war hero and knowing that Jesus loved him. And it changed our family's life, and it changed his life in his last moments, his last breaths, his last hours. And for that, I am so grateful for the ship that you're running at the Pentagon and the Department of War. I have heard from people in the way that you're trying to innovate and trying to change the way we do business there. And I'm glad that you're firing people. There are people there that are getting in your way. They need to go. And the efficiencies that you want to bring, whether it's shipbuilding, whether it's cyber, whether it's AI, whether it's public-private partnerships, we have never seen a secretary at the Department of War who has been as innovative as you have. So I can't say enough good things about you right now. I was impressed. I was concerned about troops on the ground in Iran early on, and I was impressed with where we are today, how those soldiers were evacuated that got in that flight that crashed. But everything I have seen, you have surpassed all of my expectations, and I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, and God bless you.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Maine, Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Secretary and General Kane. I'd like to use my time to drill down on an important decision concerning America's surface fleet. That is the future of the DDG-51 Flight 3 destroyer. Everyone on this committee knows about the Navy's struggles to successfully design, manage, and field new classes of ships. To name a few examples, I'll highlight the Littoral Combat Ship, the Zumwalt-class destroyer, and the recently canceled Constellation-class frigate. By any measure, the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer has been a highly successful program that continues to deliver the Navy a large surface combatant it can depend on. So the Zumwalt-class destroyers were going to replace the Arleigh Burke. It's a ship with some interesting capabilities, but the Navy rushed to construction before the design was complete, and it lacked a workable weapon system that the Navy wanted to outfit it with. So the Navy scrapped the program at 3 ships and went back to the DDG. I'm in my 8th year on this committee, and the entire time I've been in conversation with the Navy publicly and privately about the latest Flight 3 destroyer and how critical a role it would play, and now is playing for the surface fleet. And yet, even before we delivered one to the fleet, the Navy was already planning the DDG-X. I'm skeptical about the transition to yet another new class of surface ship, given the troubles I've laid out already. From my perspective, we have a proven hull for an Arleigh Burke destroyer that is described by CNO after CNO again and again and again as the backbone of the Navy's surface fleet. But now I'm even more skeptical. The proposal cuts production of the destroyer down to just 1 ship, scraps the future destroyer, and proposes $17 billion to build just a single new battleship, a class of ship the Navy decommissioned in 1992. Mr. Secretary, when you visited Bath Iron Works, you discussed this budget proposal with shipbuilders. You said, quote, "We're maxing out on DDGs. It's a workhorse, and it's a damn good workhorse." You were right about the DDGs. They are a workhorse. They're cost efficient, deadly effective, and feared by our enemies. And I'm wondering why would we move on so quickly from a relatively new Flight 3 destroyer that's the gold standard for ballistic missile and drone defense capabilities. It's a ship that's proven itself time and again, recently in the Mediterranean, Persian Gulf, and the Taiwan Strait. I understand the Navy wants to field hypersonic missiles, but look no further than the 3 Zumwalt ships that the Navy has in the fleet that have been refitted with vertical launch tubes capable of delivering hypersonic missiles at a great payload at over 17,000 miles this year. Perhaps what's most troubling to me is that the battleship plan proposes moving at a pace that is, I think, extremely dangerous, or just high risk, low reward. To begin construction so quickly, breezing right through design. It's well documented that expediting design and preemptively moving to construction is the greatest recipe for failure. This represents an unacceptable cost to taxpayers if it fails and leaves America less secure and our Navy less prepared. I understand the proposed battleship was a bit of a dream child of the recently departed Secretary of the Navy. I want to remind everyone here that recent history is littered with failed efforts to replace existing successful programs that remain the best in class worldwide. This isn't the failure of shipbuilders or sailors. It's a failure by leaders to learn a simple lesson. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. My sincere hope is that you, the Navy, and the Congress will pump the brakes on this battleship. Take the time to get it right, whatever it is. And for now, focus on the workhorse you can depend on. America cannot afford a surface fleet without a backbone.
I very much appreciate that perspective. And the idea of divesting of a asset that's indispensable right now is not just a Navy problem. I mean, we've seen the same on MQ-9s and Apaches and A-10s and systems that our warfighters continue to rely on, which is why divesting to invest, which was sold under the previous administration because of continuing resolutions and insufficient budgets, created a gap where now you're getting rid of the very things that you need right now, and you don't have available things of the future that you said you would have because of the way this department did business. Always overcost, always delayed. So there's one destroyer, one Arleigh Burke class destroyer in this budget because, and I hate to even say it, I'm not going to say it in open hearing, how many years behind we are on the backlog of building the Arleigh Burke class destroyers. So the bulk of the money goes into shipbuilding to fix that, ensure we can get new places to build more faster. Then you can fund additional, either whether it's this class or the next class. But the
We're almost over time. I'm going to reclaim and just say in my last seconds here, careful with the pace moving through design to construction so quickly as proposed by this budget. Thank you.
Gentleman's time's expired. As announced earlier, we're going to now recess until 10 minutes past the hour of 1.
ਸੋ ਇੱਕ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਆਪਾਂ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਆਵਾਂਗੇ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲ ਵੀ ਚੱਲਾਂਗੇ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਰ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਤੱਕ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਵਿਕਟੋਰੀਆ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਾਂਗੇ ਵਿਕਟੋਰੀਆ BC ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੀ ਵਿਧਾਨ ਸਭਾ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਦੀ legislature and from that legislature there's going to be an announcement by the Premier of British Columbia David Eby regarding their new Look West strategy. So ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਬਾਈ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕੁਝ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਮੌਕੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਕੁਝ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਦਾ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੱਸ ਦਿਆਂ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਟੈਸਟਮਨੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਅੱਜ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਟੈਸਟੀਫਾਈ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਪੀਟ ਹੈਗਸੈਥ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਔਰ ਜਨਰਲ ਕੇਨ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਾਂਗੇ ਪਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਸੀ ਟੈਰਰਿਸਟ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ UK ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੀਰ ਸਟਾਰਮਰ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜੂਇਸ਼ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲੰਡਨ ਦੇ ਗੋਲਡਰਸ ਗ੍ਰੀਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋਇਆ ਲੰਡਨ ਦੇ ਗੋਲਡਨ ਗ੍ਰੀਨਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋਇਆ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਟੂ ਦੈਟ ਪਲੇਸ So this is the information which I'm going to show it with you. That's an interview of just a 2-minute interview of Prime Minister of United Kingdom, Sir Keir Starmer, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੱਜ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਹੋਇਆ ਲੰਡਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ Prime Minister of United States, Keir Starmer.
My thoughts and all of our thoughts are with the victims, their families, their loved ones. And Let's be frank, this is not an isolated incident. There have been a series of anti-Semitic attacks. And I know firsthand the anxiety that that is causing in the community and concern. I was at Kenton Synagogue last week where I heard a lot about that level of anxiety. It'll be worse after today. We're very much in touch with the community and I'll visit as soon as possible.
This is yet another anti-Semitic attack in this country. You've said yourself that it's the first responsibility of government to ensure citizen safety. Your critics will say you're not doing that.
Well, I've just held a COBRA meeting, bringing together all the relevant partners, including the Home Secretary, the London Mayor, the Metropolitan Commissioner, to coordinate our response and to look at enhanced security. I've also spoken to CST. There is enhanced funding already in place. We need to increase that to give the level of protection that is needed. We need to take measures to deal with malign state actors, but we also have to be really clear that we need to get to the root causes of extremism and anti-Semitism, and so that is what we're doing.
Kemi Badenoch says this is a national emergency. Nigel Farage says the Jewish community is in your thoughts and prayers, but with no action. What do you say to these criticisms?
Well, the government is taking action in relation to security, cohesion, extremism. But of course, it's our responsibility to coordinate the immediate response here to this appalling attack, to ensure security is in place, to take other measures. I'm holding a meeting tomorrow with the criminal justice agencies to make sure that we can have effective and swift justice in these cases. But we do have to recognise the levels of anxiety and concern there are that I know about in terms of the Jewish community feeling very much exposed and vulnerable, feeling they've got to hide their identity, sometimes in the health service, sometimes at school, on the streets where they live. And it's our job to make sure that they feel safe and secure. It's our job to make sure that we absolutely deal with the roots of anti-Semitism.
Roots of anti-Semitism ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਡੀਲ ਕਰ ਸਕੀਏ ਔਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਾਊਂਗਾ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਟੈਬਿੰਗ ਵਾਲੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਟੈਬ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ ਅੱਜ ਮੈਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹਦੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਵੀ ਆਈਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅਟੈਕ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਸਾਰਾ ਇਹ ਰੌਲਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਿਆ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਉਹ ਬਾਹਰ ਨਿਕਲਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਯੂਕੇ ਦੇ ਕੀਰ ਸਟਾਰਮਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਬਿਆਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਕੀਰ ਸਟਾਰਮਰ ਨੇ Sky News media ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਕੁਝ ਕਿਹਾ
My thoughts and all of our thoughts are with the victims, their families, and their loved ones. And let's be frank, this is not an isolated incident. There have been a series of anti-Semitic attacks. And I know firsthand the anxiety that that is causing in the community and concern. I was at Kenton Synagogue last week where I heard a lot about that level of anxiety. It'll be worse after today. We're very much in touch with the community and I'll visit as soon as possible.
This is yet another anti-Semitic attack in this country. You've said yourself that it's the first responsibility of government to ensure citizen safety. Your critics will say you're not doing that.
Well, I've just held a COBRA meeting, bringing together all the relevant partners, including the Home Secretary, the London Mayor, the Metropolitan Commissioner, to coordinate our response and to look at enhanced security. I've also spoken to CST. There is enhanced funding already in place. We need to increase that to give the level of protection that is needed. We need to take measures to deal with malign state actors, but we also have to be really clear that we need to get to the root causes of extremism and anti-Semitism, and so that is what we're doing.
Kemi Badenoch says this is a national emergency. Nigel Farage says the Jewish community is in your thoughts and prayers, but with no action. What do you say to these criticisms?
Well, the government is taking action in relation to security, cohesion, extremism, but of course, it's our responsibility to coordinate the immediate response here to this appalling attack, to ensure security is in place, to take other measures. I'm holding a meeting tomorrow with the criminal justice agencies to make sure that we can have effective and swift justice in these cases. But we do have to recognise the levels of anxiety and concern there are that I know about in terms of the Jewish community feeling very much exposed and vulnerable, feeling they've got to hide their identity, sometimes in the health service, sometimes at school, on the streets where they live. And it's our job to make sure that they feel safe and secure. It's our job.
So ਜੇ ਇਹ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਜੇ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਬਣੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ Jew community ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਮ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੁਕਾਉਣੇ ਪੈ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ they sometimes they have to hide their names in the public sector just to get some services or schools or certain other places, then it is a matter of great concern. I mean, anti-Semitism ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, how will they ensure their own people ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ? This is a very big thing. This is a very big thing. ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ UK ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਧਾਰਮਿਕ ਸੰਸਥਾ ਹੈ ਉਸਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਰੇਡ ਮਾਰੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਥੋਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਗਿਣਤੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੁਝ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਸੋ ਵੀ ਆਰ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਦੈਟ, ਬਟ ਐਟ ਦ ਸੇਮ ਟਾਈਮ ਕਿੰਗ ਚਾਰਲਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਿੰਗ ਚਾਰਲਸ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਹੀ ਇਜ਼ ਔਨ ਹਿਸ US ਟੂਰ, ਸੋ ਉੱਥੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਅੱਜ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ 9/11 ਮੈਮੋਰੀਅਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉੱਥੇ ਦੌਰਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਹੀ ਹੈਜ਼ ਵਿਜ਼ਿਟਡ ਓਵਰ देयर। So you got a chance to meet the mayor of New York, Zohran Mamdani. और Zohran Mamdani ने ਉੱਥੇ ਮਿਲਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਦਰਅਸਲ Zohran Mamdani ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ? Zohran Mamdani ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੌਕਾ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮਿਲਣ ਦਾ Prince, maaf karna, King de naal, I will ask them to return the Kohinoor to India. Let me just give you some information ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਇੱਕ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਕਹੋਗੇ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਬਜਟ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਸਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਵੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, ਆਪਣੀ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ ਕੋਹੀਨੂਰ ਵਾਲੀ। ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਛੋਟੀ ਜੀ ਕਲਿੱਪ ਹੈ but very interesting as well, very interesting. Zohran Mamdani ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੇਅਰ ਨੇ ਲੰਡਨ ਦੇ। ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, I'm going to ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਆਈ ਹੈ, ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਪਲੇ ਦੈਟ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿੰਗ ਚਾਰਲਸ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਕਹੋਗੇ। ਸੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ play that information here. Zohran Mamdani ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੇਅਰ ਨੇ ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ ਸਿਟੀ ਦੇ।
You haven't thought about anything you might say if you say hello to him and he stops to chat?
If I was to speak to the king separately from that, I would probably encourage him to return the Kohinoor diamond.
Kohinoor diamond ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਰਿਟਰਨ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਕਹੂੰਗਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਡਾਇਮੰਡ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਵਾਪਸ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਏ। ਸੋ ਕੇਵਲ ਇੰਨੀ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। Let's play once again just to have a clear.
You haven't thought about anything you might say if you say hello to him and he stops to chat?
If I was to speak to the king separately from that, I would probably encourage him to return the Kohinoor diamond.
ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਹੋਈ, ਇਹ ਮਿਲੇ, ਜਿਹੜਾ 9/11 ਦਾ ਮੈਮੋਰੀਅਲ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ, ਉੱਥੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਬੈਠਕ ਹੋਈ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਸੈਪਰੇਟ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਬੈਠਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਈ। ਐਸਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਸੈਪਰੇਟ ਬੈਠਕ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਕਿੰਗ ਚਾਰਲਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹੱਥ ਮਿਲਾਇਆ, ਔਰ ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਮੈਮੋਰੀਅਲ ਹੈ, ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ 9/11 ਮੈਮੋਰੀਅਲ ਹੈ, ਉੱਥੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੱਥ ਮਿਲਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ। ਔਰ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਹਾਂ ਉਹ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕਰਨਗੇ। ਸੋ ਲੈਟਸ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। Let me just play this information as well. ਜ਼ੋਰਾਨ ਮਮਦਾਨੀ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਅੱਜ ਦਾ ਦਿਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਰਿਹਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਆਮ ਪ੍ਰੀਟੀ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਇਸ 12-13 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਹੱਥ ਮਿਲਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਰਸਮ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਬੜੀ ਕਰਟਸ਼ੀਅਸ ਜੀ ਸੀ। ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਆਮ ਪ੍ਰੀਟੀ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣੀ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਅੱਜ ਬਹੁਤ ਚਰਚਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਚੱਲਦੀ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜ਼ੋਰਾਨ ਮਮਦਾਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੁਇਕ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ 9/11 ਦੇ ਮੈਮੋਰੀਅਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਬੜੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ, ਕਿ ਐਕਸੀਐਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਸਾਫ਼ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਕਿ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਲੌਕਟ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਲੱਗੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਸਖਤ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ। ਔਰ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਪੋਜ਼ਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਟਾ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ, ਈਰਾਨ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਪੋਜ਼ਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਮਨਾ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਦਿਸ ਵਾਜ਼ ਦ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ, ਦਿਸ ਵਾਜ਼ ਦ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ। ਬਰਾਕ ਰੈਵਿਡ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਕਸੀਅਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, he is working with them, he is a reporter in Axios, so this is the exclusive coverage where he confirmed, or he is claiming, that Trump ਨੇ ईरान ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਪੋਜ਼ਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਰਿਜੈਕਟ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਈਰਾਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ that they are going to stay under the naval blockade until the regime agrees to a deal that addresses US concerns। ਔਰ ਉਧਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ US concerns ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ, ਜੋ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਅੱਜ ਉੱਥੇ ਟੈਸਟੀਫਾਈ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਪੀਟ ਹੈਗਸੈਥ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਔਰ ਜਨਰਲ ਕੇਨ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, that was something big thing, that was really big thing। ਔਰ ਇੱਧਰੋਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟਾਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਿਕਟੋਰੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੈਜਿਸਲੇਚਰ ਹੈ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਦੀ, ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਵਾਈਡ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏ ਕਿ ਲੁੱਕ ਵੈਸਟ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ BC ਦੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਪਡੇਟ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੀਮੀਅਰ ਡੇਵਿਡ ਈਬੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏਗੀ। ਸੋ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਔਰ ਲਾਈਵ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਵਿਕਟੋਰੀਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ। ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੈ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੇ। ਬਾਈ ਦ ਸੇਮ ਟਾਈਮ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਇਸਲਾਮਿਕ ਐਕਸੈਕਟ ਮੈਂਬਰਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ, ਐਕਸੈਕਟ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੁਝ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ। ਕਾਹਦੇ ਲਈ? ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਮੋਸਟ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਬਲੀ ਜੇ ਅੱਜ ਸਮਾਂ ਰਿਹਾ ਤਾਂ ਅੱਜ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ, ਅਦਰਵਾਈਜ਼ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਹੁਣ ਆਪਾਂ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਪੀਟ ਹੈਗਸੈਥ ਦੀ, ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਜੁਆਇੰਟ ਚੀਫ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਟੈਸਟੀਫਾਈ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਦੇ ਮੂਹਰੇ, ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਔਰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਇੱਥੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਸੋ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਹਟਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਲਗਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਉੱਥੇ ਚੱਲਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ।
Continued service to this great country. Mr. Secretary, a few weeks ago, our Commander-in-Chief, President, signed an executive order over research on psychedelic medications, hovering over the veteran space as well as active members. Could you, and I know you're aware of this, and the health and well-being of the service members and the veterans is very near and dear to my heart. We lose over 6,000 veterans a day. A year. I would love to see that trajectory go to zero. Can you, at a high level, is the Department of War interested in kind of coming in with VA, HHS, NIH, and pushing this type of research?
First of all, thank you, Congressman, for all the work you've done on this. There's no more passionate advocate for them, and it was great to see you in the Oval Office with your brother and with so many other SEALs who are saying, hey, this option saved my life or gave me a new lease on life. And I've heard that time and time again based on that particular approach that the president has approved through the EO. And I think our department has shown a willingness to be flexible and look at new options and new alternatives. And I think if you talk to Secretary Collins at the VA, the partnership we've had is as deep as any partnership between the Department of War and the VA has ever existed. So we've got regular meetings between us as secretaries, but also our chiefs, and then down into the committees to ensure the flow is consistent. But if there's something that the VA is doing that we should be looking at that enables our service members to be better at their job, we're going to entertain it. So thank you for your advocacy on it, and we'll take a look at it.
Thank you very much. And it excites me that the two entities, one couldn't exist without the other. Our veteran, I've had the opportunity to not only travel the country, but travel the world and visit our troops, either OCONUS or CONUS. And I have to say, sir, the morale, the well-being, just the sheer excitement our service members see and how they're acting today. It kind of takes me back to our generation, if you will, just to see that kind of that forward momentum, that intestinal fortitude kind of glows on them. And I think that's a direct correlation to your leadership, sir, as well as the president. Can you, from your perspective, I'm assuming you're seeing the same thing. And I think that blue line that needed to be popped, got popped, and our service members are absolutely leading from the front. And the world has noticed. Tell me I'm not seeing that just from my own eyes.
No, you're not, Congressman. And I meant this when I said it. I would encourage every single member of this committee to talk to lieutenants and captains and majors and colonels and sergeants and staff sergeants and sergeants major and specialists who are doing the job right now on the front lines or across the country. And they have seen a sea change in the environment and the morale and the spirit in their formations. And it isn't some secret sauce. It's don't treat us as a petri dish in your social justice exercise or your social engineering approach. Just let us do our job. Let us get back to basics. Let us train. Let us choose people and elevate people simply on merit and merit alone. That's motivating for people. That's why they join. That's why they do really difficult things like you did. And are away from their families for a very long time. They want to defend their kids and grandkids, but they don't want to have distractions and debris on the inside. So when we talk to them, they are so grateful for the fact that we're just getting back to the basics of readiness, training, accountability, discipline, warfighting. Commanders, squad leaders, you name it. And to those watching across the country, ask folks who have served, who've been in it, how they view it. And they see it under President Trump's leadership fundamentally different. And we haven't even talked about the border, which is now secure. I mean, there's the recruiting successes, the fitness and combat standards that have been restored. We're treating everybody at the same level. Sounds like basics, but it all translates into morale. And then morale translates into readiness, and that translates into capabilities. And then when you have a commander-in-chief that unleashes them, it turns into mission success. And then the world pays attention to what the American military is capable of doing. And it's on the shoulders of leaders like you who did it in previous generations, and we're simply doing it again. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And for everyone in the room that's in uniform, God bless each and every one of you for your service, as well as your families. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Sorry about that.
I thought you liked me.
I did. I'm sorry. That slipped.
Gentleman's time to
Chairman, I yield
expire.
back.
We now go to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, as you know, I represent San Diego, the largest military community in the country. Right now, as we are speaking, 2,500 San Diego Marines are off the coast of Iran. Many, many other San Diegans in uniform have gotten 48-hour deployment notices. So this war in Iran is not theoretical for me or for my constituents. It's deeply personal. As you also know, on Easter Sunday, President Trump threatened to destroy Iran's bridges and power plants, writing, quote, "Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch." And 2 days later, President Trump wrote, quote, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will." My office's phones have been ringing off the hook. I've heard from so many military families concerned about the president's mental fitness and whether he's fit to serve as our commander-in-chief, given that he's sending their loved ones into harm's way. Our troops, who have shown incredible bravery and tactical proficiency, deserve to know that their leaders are focused and stable. So, Mr. Secretary, you are with the president a lot, and it pains me to even have to ask this about our president, but my constituents' lives are at stake. Do you believe that the president is mentally stable enough to be the commander-in-chief?
Did you ask the same question of Joe Biden for 4 years?
Mr. Secretary, Joe Biden is not the president. Mr. Trump has been president for a year and a half, and I'm asking you
You did
right
not,
now.
and I won't even engage with the level of disparagement that you're putting on the commander-in-chief, who indeed is. Meeting with him
Mr. Secretary,
every single day.
Mr. Secretary, Biden is
He's
not
the
the president.
sharpest, most insightful commander-in-chief we've had in generations. And you want to compare? You want to ask that question after you and your fellow Democrats defended Joe Biden, who could barely speak and didn't know
Mr.
what day of the
Secretary,
week it
as
was?
you know,
He governed through an auto pen. You
when
had a Secretary of Defense who went AWOL for a week. I can't
Mr.
be gone
Secretary,
for 10 days, for 10
I will
minutes.
reclaim my
someone
time.
looking-
Thank you so much.
Gentlelady's time. She
Thank you.
reclaimed it.
So,
Astonishing.
as Mr. Jimenez said, we should be taking leaders at their word. So, is there a reason that we should not be taking our leader at his word?
Iran should not underestimate the will of President Trump and the United States military to achieve our mission.
Okay, well, I want you to know this is not a partisan thing. In fact, many Democrats have had, many Republicans have had these same questions. Marjorie Taylor Greene said he's out of control and he's gone insane. Candace Owens said the 25th Amendment needs to be invoked. Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, who you used to work with, Alex Jones, Stephanie Grisham, the list could go on. So how do I explain to my constituents that while they are in harm's way, their commander-in-chief is posting these unhinged posts?
How did you explain to your constituents what happened on October 7th, or what happened in Afghanistan, or what happened with the debacle and the withdrawal in Afghanistan, where the troops were left? How did you explain that with Joe Biden's leadership?
Mr. Secretary,
How did you
I'm not
explain that to the
asking you
Marines
about
that
the
didn't get
previous
medals, that
administration.
we restored their medals because of that
Mr.
disastrous
Secretary,
withdrawal in
I'm asking
Afghanistan?
about
Did you
what's
explain
happening
that to your
right now.
constituents when Joe Biden was asleep at the wheel and he had an AWOL
Okay, Mr.
Secretary of
Secretary,
Defense?
how
I don't
about
think you
this
did.
next post? How can I explain this next post to my constituents? I'm Jewish, so this doesn't really bother me, but my understanding is that this is quite offensive to many Christians. So how do you explain this post?
I'm not here to explain posts. We have an incredible commander-in-chief
Okay,
who puts
Mr.
our troops
Secretary,
first. I'm here for a budget hearing about our troops.
This is
It's a historic budget
about
that's giving
our
us a
troops.
chance to defeat
Mr. Secretary,
our adversaries. And
Mr.
President
Secretary,
Trump
please,
is doing that
this
in
is my time.
world-class fashion.
This is about
Gentlelady
our
has reclaimed her
troops.
time, Mr. Secretary.
This is about our troops. This is about who is commanding our troops and if our troops can trust that they are being sent into harm's way under good strategy. The mental stability of our commander-in-chief is deeply important to our troops. It's deeply important to this country. It
wasn't
our
important to you
troops'
during Joe
lives at
Biden.
stake. I'll remind you that when there were concerns, Democrats came together, and he was not our nominee for president. So I encourage you to have the same courage that Democrats had. Mr. Secretary, you keep saying that he is the best commander-in-chief we've ever had, the best negotiator.
Talk to the troops.
13 American troops have died. More than 380 have been wounded. The Strait of Hormuz, which was wide open, is now closed. Less than 90% of traffic through the strait is still not going despite ceasefire. The Iranian regime is still in power. It still has nuclear material. The war is costing Americans billions of dollars. And Mr. Secretary, if you think that this is what winning looks like, then maybe we should be questioning your mental stability. Maybe you are the one responsible for this failure, and the president should think about replacing you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair, I recognize the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for being with us. I have the privilege of representing Virginia's 2nd Congressional District, so Hampton Roads, home to a lot of our East Coast Navy. And I had the privilege of attending the VFA 106 Change of Command on Friday, which is our fleet replacement squadron for the F-8 for the aging F-18s. But what an awesome event. And to talk to some of the Navy leadership that was there and to listen to them say firsthand just about the morale of the squadrons that are currently deployed on the USS Ford, specifically talking to leadership. A lot of our children serve. It's a family business for those of us in naval aviation. And they're like, don't believe the media. The morale's amazing. Those guys are doing tip of the spear mission work. I live with a retired F-18 pilot husband who also is begging to find a way to get back in the cockpit because he's jealous of what he sees. So just that type of mentality. Thank you for that. I know that they're doing a mission, and keeping them engaged is an important part of the fight. Along the same lines about naval aviation, I would love to hear, Mr. Secretary, your thoughts about the future of naval aviation. I know that this is a budget hearing, so last year's budget, we had $900 million that we were looking forward to using the FAXX program, and then the fiscal year 27 request was reduced to $140 million. And I, of course, keeping tabs on the Air Force, $5 billion for their F-47 program. So we love aircraft carriers. We love that mobile air superiority piece. What are your plans for the future of naval aviation? I kick and scream every day of the week here in this committee about the F-35s and getting them at our East Coast Master Jet Base. I know the FAXX is our next generation strike fighter, but just would love to hear your plans and timelines for the future of naval aviation.
Well, I appreciate your comments, and then I would defer to the chairman too on it, on the remaining utility of the F-18s, which are still flying critical missions right now off our carriers and do a fantastic job.
30 plus years old, but yes.
Yes, correct. Which is why the issue of the FAXX is important. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It's a matter of trade-offs in industry and design and capabilities, ensuring we're not slowing other things down at the behest of others. So I think in August, the August timeframe is, I'm sure you're familiar with that. Is what we're looking at. It's a critical capability that we need to fund for the future of naval aviation. I would defer if anything you want to add.
Sure, I think you covered it. We don't need access basing and overflight off of a CSG and a CVN, and so it gives the secretary and the president a lot of options. So, and I just want to echo the thanks for the joint force on behalf of the joint force for all 3 CSGs that are out there getting after it right now. I share your husband's jealousy. But just want the force to know how much we appreciate him, especially the Ford.
Thank you. Thanks very much, General. Then, Mr. Secretary, just again representing a big Navy district and having just a concern for the Navy, could you shed any light on why the Secretary of the Navy was relieved and what that timeline to replace him looks like for permanent leadership? I think that's one of the reasons why we struggle with even, I think, about the basing decisions and, again, naval aviation. And I wish we would talk more about just the contributions of our aviators. But could you shed any light on that issue?
Well, as the president stated, we thank the previous secretary for his service. Appreciate a lot of the initiatives that he undertook. Ultimately, it was time for a new leadership and a new direction as far as running fast toward those objectives. And so we made a change. We think it's hard personnel is policy. And the sooner you identify, especially we talked about general officers, as you're evaluating whether they're running with the mission they've been given, you got to make a change if they're not. The same with civilians. And in this case, we made that change.
And any timeline to replace or have a new Secretary of the Navy?
Well, right now we have an acting in Hung Kao who's did a fantastic job as the number 2, and he'll be acting for now. And I would imagine we'll know in due time.
Thank you. And then General Kane, I know you're a VMI graduate, and I know you're watching some of the partisan attacks that have been going on with some of our senior military academies, specifically in Virginia. And I was wondering if you had any thoughts or have had any discussions about how we can remove some of our senior military academies from these partisan state politics. I think it requires a further discussion. We had 170 Army ROTC officers that we commissioned out of that school specifically, but we've seen pushes to shut down, defund, replace their board of visitors. Any thoughts on how we can be more protective of those great schools?
Well, ma'am, you sort of started where I'm going to land on the importance of staying politics as the chairman and not unintentionally or inadvertently stepping into a political matter where I should not. As the secretary said, people are policy, and policies are things that we don't do in the joint force. I appreciate all of the commissioning sources that are out there.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Chair, now recognize the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Strickland.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers and Member Smith, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. This committee is being asked to consider a $1.5 trillion DoD budget request that funds not only weapons and system programs, but the people, leadership, readiness, and trust required to make them effective. When senior leaders are removed abruptly or merit-based promotions are disrupted without clear explanation, Congress does have the responsibility to understand the rationale and operational consequences. So I'm going to focus on Secretary Hegseth. And to start, no one is disputing that senior officers serve at the pleasure of civilian leadership. The issue in front of this is whether the decision to remove General Randy George strengthened the Army or created an avoidable disruption during an active operational period. General George, who also served as commanding general at First Corps at JBLM, has been serving for 4 decades, including multiple command and operational leadership roles, culminating as Chief of Staff of the Army, responsible for readiness, force modernization, and the welfare of over 1 million soldiers and civilians. He was removed in the middle of an active conflict involving U.S. operations against Iran, when leadership continuity is most critical. Public reporting indicates that General George's removal may have followed disagreements over Army personnel matters, including concerns regarding withheld promotions. So my question, Secretary, is this: what specific national security risk, mission risk, or leadership concern did General George present that justified removing him in the middle of a conflict, or was he removed because he challenged some decisions being made?
As I stated earlier, out of respect to these officers, I don't discuss the nature of the removal, but I would ask an earnest question of you: where does General George fall in the operational chain of command?
So I'm asking you, why did you fire him?
No, but
don't change.
You
the
talked
subject,
about
sir.
an
Please
operational
answer my
moment.
question.
Where does General
Please
George
answer
fall
my
in the
question.
No, it's a
National
question. You're on the House Armed
mission
Services
risk,
Committee.
leadership concern. What did he present that justified removing him in the middle of a conflict?
Do you know where General George serves in the operational chain of command?
So I'm asking you my question one more time, sir. Don't try to flip it on me. Why was he removed? Was he a national security risk, mission risk, or leadership concern?
We don't.
Yes or no?
We don't talk about the
okay, that's
nature of
okay. Don't
removals,
answer the
but
question. It's
you
all
also
good.
won't answer where
So
he
to
is
be
in the
clear,
operational chain of
you
command because
removed
he
the
isn't
Army's-
in it. He isn't
I'm gonna
in the
reclaim my time.
operational chain of
Gentlelady,
command.
you reclaimed your time.
Yeah, we're gonna
You want to tie it to the war, but you don't
Sir,
even know where he
Mr.
is in the chain of
Secretary,
command.
Show some
It's
respect,
the
okay?
gentlelady from Washington's time.
Under DoD 1320.04, the Secretary of Defense may withhold or disapprove forwarding nomination after service recommendations in limited circumstances, including newly identified adverse information, pending investigations, reportable information, and questions regarding mental, physical, moral, or professional qualification, incomplete or non-compliant nomination packages, missing certifications, or the need for additional clarification from the military department. Several colonels reportedly selected for brigadier general were removed or withheld after board selection and service certification. Which of these specific grounds applied to each withheld officer, and what objective evidence supported these decisions?
Congressman, that was just one of many boards across the services where we will perform similar reviews, and I anticipate other officers will be removed also.
Okay, but what were the grounds for those?
Again, we don't talk about, out of respect for those officers, we don't talk about the nature of that, and we all serve at the pleasure of the president. We're solving for an institution that needs to be based on merit and professional execution, and there's been a lot of gender and demographic engineering that's been going on for reasons other than the focus of exactly what we should be doing on the battlefield. So whether it's that or
I did not raise
execution,
gender.
That's implied in every statement that everybody makes. And
I
so
did not- I did not
ultimately, as
raise
we
that.
review all these boards, it has nothing to do with anything other than their performance on the battlefield or their performance in their career.
These people are thoroughly vetted, thoroughly researched. And I guess my question is this about loyalty to Trump or is it about what's good for the mission?
I understand what you're implying, but it's about the Constitution and our military and its ability to execute. And I'm going to make sure the president has the finest officers across the force prepared to deliver.
So this committee funds weapons, readiness, recruiting, professional development, and leadership pipelines. But no amount of money can compensate for a force that may lose trust in the fairness of advancement. And this is fairness. We believe in merit. We have always had a merit-based system. That's not the argument.
No, we have not. Not under the
But as
Biden
we
administration.
consider-
We did not. It became social engineering, not merit, and we're fixing
it
it
didn't.
quick.
No, it did not. It did not. And when we consider this budget request, we must ensure that taxpayer dollars are matched by sound judgment, credible leadership, and a personnel system worthy of those who serve. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you for being here today. I'm sorry I was late. I was on the floor of the House of Representatives with a FISA rule vote. And I did not hear the majority of the testimony. But Secretary Hegseth, I respect you. I do want you to know I disagree with the firing of General George. I've sent you a letter. I hope you'll, I look forward to seeing the responses on that. And I mean, it takes 218 votes to get something across the floor of the House of Representatives. And with NDAA and with budget plus ups and everything else, we're going to lose some dim votes. I mean, we're going to have, we're going to lose some Republican votes. I mean, we're going to have some dim votes to do the things that we have to do to fund the Department of Defense. And I just, I would encourage everybody to keep that in mind, because we're gonna lose some Republican votes on the plus up. General Kane, the Joint Staff plays a unique role in our strategic direction. The integration of services is what gives us a coherent joint force. I have seen where disputes in the Air Force and the Army led to the elimination of systems that we needed. As the department has made attempts to right-size various components, could you talk about the importance of the Joint Staff and the value to the joint force?
You bet, sir. And I'm incredibly proud of the Joint Staff. You know, our job is to integrate options, to deliver those options to our National Command Authority, work with all the services. And the one area of exclusivity we have pursuant to the 2017 NDAA is as a global integrator. And our J2, J3, J5, J7 team, J8 all do a fantastic job, along with the 1 and the 6 every day and the 4 to really bring the totality of American combat capability together into a range of options and risks that we can then bring to the Secretary and the President. So they are extraordinary in everything they do, and I appreciate the chance to brag on them a little bit.
Well, I have watched as the Air Force was paying for a system that was predominantly used by the Army in the past. I'm talking about JSTAR specifically. It was the ground moving target indicator that the Army used, but it was coming out of the Air Force budget. And then I think that dispute led to the stand down of a system before another system was ready to go. And that's a dangerous, it's a dangerous thing. I spent a fair amount of time in Africa from this committee's work and from HIPSI's work. We lost Airbase 101 and 201. All of you at that table know what happened there. I blame that on State Department and the way the State Department handled that. How do you intend to handle, one is, are we looking at Niger and the potential to get 101 and 201 back? And I do believe that an apology would go a long way with that country. As someone who's met with the ministers over there, and interestingly enough, Minister Toomba wanted tractors. He wanted John Deere tractors is what he asked for. But where will we base out of if we can't get Niger back? And are we looking at getting 101 and 201 back?
Yes, sir. Well, we all want tractors. So I echo his thoughts there. You know, I know General Anderson is doing a lot of work right now, leaning forward, doing a fantastic job along with his Deputy Commander, General Brennan, on looking at the total requirements across the western flank for access, basing, and overflight. 101 and 201 are one of many things that they're considering. I think the key is what are they going to be able to do with the resources that they have? And we're always in a resource-constrained environment, Congressman, to put sufficient pressure on the CT adversaries there in order to hold them at bay.
Well, the mill-to-mill relationships are still good.
Yes, sir.
I've been out with some of the ODA teams over there as a civilian, as a member of Congress.
Yes,
And,
sir. Yes, sir.
It does bother me that our footprint has gotten so much smaller over there, but I do know with drones and other things, it makes it much more difficult to have those outposts. But I appreciate all of you being here. Sorry that I have not been here.
No, sir. Appreciate the other work.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Head wounds, heavy bleeding, and then just shrapnel all over. So folks are bleeding from their abdomen, bleeding from arms, bleeding from legs. Secretary Hegseth, do you know who said that?
I'm not sure I do.
It was one of our soldiers describing the devastating Iranian drone strike at Port Shuaibah, March 1st in Kuwait. As you know, 6 of our soldiers killed, over 30 wounded. Secretary, do you know the range of the Shahed 136 one-way attack drone, approximately?
It depends on the variant, but it's got serious distance.
Several hundred miles. Do you know how far Port Shuaibah is from Iran?
There's a reason why we took extreme measures
I'm gonna
of
reclaim
force
my time.
protection,
I'm
because
gonna
we
reclaim
understood
my
the
time.
proximity challenges.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to reclaim my time. It's well under 100 miles. Before the war started, there was clear intelligence that Shuaibah was high on Iran's target list. Internal analysis had said the site was indefensible from aerial attack and should not be used. Yet you sent our soldiers from the 103rd Sustainment Command there anyway. Is that true or false? True or false? Straightforward question.
Are you going to give me a chance to answer or just play gotcha?
Did you send them there or not?
We took proactive
I'll
measures
take that
from the
as a yes
beginning to
and
ensure
reclaim my
force
time.
protection and defensive
Now,
posture were
let's talk,
maximized
Mr.
across
Secretary,
the theater.
Let's talk about what defenses they had. Prior to the attack, officers on the ground knew our troops were vulnerable. In fact, they requested additional force protection. Did they receive it?
Wherever humanly possible, force protection and
not.
counter
I'll
UAS
save you
was
the
always
time.
made available.
They did not. In fact, when asked to describe the base's defense, one survivor who's come forward from the unit said, quote, I would put it in the none category. From a drone defense capability, none. So let's be clear, no counter drone capabilities, no counter rocket systems, no counter mortar or counter artillery, not even the basic overhead protection that you and I had 20 years ago in Iraq. And now 6 of our soldiers are dead. The next day, you downplayed the attack. You said it was a squirter that squeaked through fortified defenses. But since then, thankfully, brave survivors have come forward to set the record straight. One of our surviving soldiers told CBS, quote, painting a picture that one squeaked through is a falsehood. Another said the unit was, quote, unprepared to provide any defense for itself. It was not a fortified position. Another survivor said the building's protection was about as weak as one gets. Secretary Hegseth, that is obviously in direct contradiction to what you said from the Pentagon podium the next day. So are you saying that these soldiers, our soldiers who survived this horrific attack, are lying?
What I'm saying is before the commencement of the conflict, we put in maximum defensive posture we could.
That's a direct
We moved
contradiction to what
70
they said,
in this
Secretary.
directing. Can I speak, or are you just going to monologue falsehoods all over the place?
It's not a falsehood.
We moved
Excuse me.
7,500 troops off of the
Reclaiming
X
my
based
time.
on the intel.
Stop.
based on the
Stop reclaiming my time.
Because you yell doesn't
Are
make you right.
calling-
Just because you yell doesn't
I'm
make you right.
reclaiming my time on behalf of these survivors. You just said what they said is a falsehood.
There's a much larger
that true?
picture. There's a much larger picture at play here that included integrated air defenses, bunkers, moving people off
Then
the
why,
X
Mr.
to
Secretary,
ensure
are
that they
they
were
dead?
not part of the target. We moved those troops and all across the theater, thousands of troops off the X, off of their bases, because we knew what Iran was going to try to strike, and we knew there
So
could
no
be a
answer.
tragic moment.
No
There could be a
answer, Mr.
tragic moment where
Secretary.
something
Again,
could get through. Of
again,
course, that's the
I'm
consequence of
reclaiming my
conflict,
time.
and we
Again.
remember those 6 every single day.
I want to
But
finish.
don't play games with.
I'm not playing games. I
raising your
want to
voice and
finish with
pointing
one more
fingers.
quote from a survivor of the attack. And I put this on the record. Telling the truth is important. And we're not going to learn from these mistakes if we pretend these mistakes didn't happen. Secretary Hegseth, those soldiers told the truth. Those soldiers are braver than you are.
I commend
They are asking for accountability. They deserve accountability. And I'm asking for the same, starting with you. And as I said a year ago, you need to resign immediately.
I commend those
And I
soldiers.
yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Hegseth, I want to tell you something right now. You focused our military once again and finally, and you shaped it into the meritocracy, and you've dramatically increased the United States' ability to protect power and, when needed, lethality. And I mean, and as a result, our deterrents have never been more evident the world over. So thank you. General Kane, you mentioned in your opening remarks George Marshall. Unfortunately, some of your immediate predecessors were clearly one type of a general. They were Democratic generals. One of them, even in this committee, used politically charged rhetoric of the left. And I don't want Democratic generals. And for that matter, I don't want Republican generals either. I want American generals. You, sir, are an American general. You know exactly what we need. Generals, a Joint Chief of Staff that knows, understands, respects, and embodies your role to serve this republic, the troops, and the mission. And that is precisely what you're doing. And I want to thank you because you do remind me of George C. Marshall. He was a great American, and so are you. Secretary Hegseth, what do you know of any nation state that ever enriched uranium to 60% that then didn't make a nuclear weapon?
Well, first of all, I want to second your comments about the chairman, and I agree. I appreciate how he does his job. Usually when a country pursues at that level, it's pursuing a nuclear weapon.
100% of the countries that have reached 60% enrichment have then produced a nuclear weapon. And is it true that Iran was in the process of building such a swarm of UAVs and ballistic missile shield conventionally, once they wanted to bake the cake because they had all the ingredients to make the nuclear weapon, it would have been damn near impossible for us or anyone else to prevent them?
As I pointed to, the president was wise enough to understand that at its weakest moment, following the 12-day war in Midnight Hammer, now is the time to degrade their conventional capabilities, the umbrella they were building of missiles, long-range, short-range, cruise missiles, one-way attack drones, that they were going to use to blackmail the countries around them to not do anything about their nuclear program when they broke out from 60%. We know that to be they knew that to be their intention, and something had to be done about it, and President Trump had the courage to do it.
Well, President Trump, there's been a lot of quotes that people have been mentioning his words, and I wanted to mention some that I thought were interesting. There's a quote: "I will take no options off the table to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon." Barack Obama. "Iran will never get a nuclear weapon." Joe Biden. "I will never hesitate to take whatever action necessary, and I will never allow Iran to acquire nuclear weapons. All options are on the table." Kamala Harris. In this one, "We would totally obliterate Iran. That's a terrible thing to say, but those people who run Iran need to understand that." Hillary Clinton, 2008. So it seems to me that Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Donald Trump had something in common. They weren't going to allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon. And some of them, 4 of them, were all words, and one of them took action. There's 93 million. We're involved in a land war in Asia. I get it. It's complicated. 93 million people, much larger than Iraq, but 80% of their country hates their guts. This is a regime that murdered 40,000 of them and gunned them down in the streets. They're responsible for over 600 American deaths. How long was World War II? You have any idea? In days? I have it right here. In days exactly.
I got to multiply by 365, but
yeah, it's 1,347 days. Korea was 1,129, and our involvement in World War I, which was rather quick, was 585. How long we've been involved in Iran?
Just shy of 60 days.
60 days, 2 months. And what is the degradation of their Navy right now, Secretary?
Their conventional Navy is destroyed. They had 3 drone aircraft carriers. They have none. They had 11 submarines. They had none. They had different frigate classes. They have none. They may have small speedboats at this point, Coast Guard type vessels, but their conventional Navy is gone.
Air Force?
Likewise, functionally destroyed.
Command and control?
It's hard for them. There's a reason why there's a challenge in communicating around a deal is because their command and control is fundamentally broken as far as who's in control and how they communicate.
We could make very good arguments that the serious nature of any action in a country like Iran, there were good things to consider before doing it. There were also very good reasons to do it. The fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, Republicans and Democrats, we're here now. This is an evil regime. We can fundamentally reshape not only the region, but the world. They were the largest exporter of terror and ballistic missile technologies. We need, gentlemen, to win. Secretary General Kane, win. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. DeLuzio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all just heard pretty powerful reporting, courtesy of Mr. Ryan, from many of our wounded troops who were injured in the attack in Kuwait. Mr. Secretary, you heard direct quotes from some of them via CBS's reporting. They were willing to talk to the press. Things like they were unprepared to provide any defense for themselves in the unit. Things like we were moved closer to Iran to a deeply unsafe area that was a known target. Your spokesperson, Sean Parnell, in response to that reporting, said it was not true. Do you agree with that? He was calling these guys liars?
I'm not calling our troops liars, and I don't know if what you're representing is correct or not. I'll take you at your word on that. But all I know is that we took every effort possible at the commencement of this campaign to ensure the defense of our troops, to include moving them off of known bases to places that were not known, and we had intel.
Understood,
intel
Secretary.
were not known, and then those were fortified with bunkers and other fortifications with theater air defenses. Was our concern that something could
I'm going to pause you there. I'm going to give you a chance.
Absolutely.
Secretary,
But
I'm going to
you're
give you a
disparaging me that I don't care.
I'm
about the
asking you whether you
passing
think
of-
they're
No,
liars or not.
You
That's what I
and
asked
you
you.
are disparaging me that I don't care about the passing of our troops.
Nope.
That
I asked
think
if you
our
thought
troops
they're
are-
liars, Secretary.
That's disparaging and
reclaim my
smearing
time.
in every way. Nobody cares more about the fate of our troops. Nobody cares about the health of our troops.
Mr. Secretary,
Nobody wants to bring them all hope
Mr.
more than I do.
Secretary, I understand, but he controls the time. He controls the time. You get to control your answer. And the gentleman's
If we're allowed to answer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Secretary, my question was clear, whether you thought they were liars or not. You don't seem to want to answer it. We can move on. The other part of what your spokesman said, and you just reiterated here, was that, and I'm quoting your spokesman, every possible measure has been taken to safeguard our troops, end quote. You mean to tell us, and I'll give you a chance to clarify, there is not a single additional thing you could have done to protect those troops who are now wounded, 6 of whom are dead?
I'm telling you that as a department, we did every conceivable thing at my level and every echelon down to ensure the maximum force protection for our troops. We live in a dangerous world, in a dangerous place against a determined enemy that can't have a nuclear weapon, and that requires sacrifice and risk. And it tragically, in this case, it meant 6 Americans lost their lives and others were wounded. And we all know that. And that's part of the cost. But it does not mean we didn't care. And it doesn't mean we didn't
I
commit.
didn't ask you that.
It doesn't mean we
Secretary, I'm
didn't
not
do
saying that.
everything
What-
possible, which we did.
But let's be clear about what was done. There were T-walls there, essentially. There was no overhead protection. The known threat in that environment, and I think we all here understand it, is overhead drone strike. There was no protection for overhead drone strike. So I'm struggling to understand how your answer and your spokesman's answer is that every possible measure was taken. We can move on. Mr. Chairman, Chairman Kane, I want to ask you something very different topic. Folks at home know you're the senior military officer in our armed services. They may not have as much of understanding of your role in the chain of command. You're outside the operational chain of command, but you are the president's and the secretary's senior military advisors. I want to ask a very basic thing, what you would expect our commanders in the field, our troops to do should the enemy lay down their weapons and try to surrender. What would you expect commanders in the field to do?
Well, sir, I think I'll go back to something I said earlier with deep respect for your question, but I think you're trying to take me to a partisan place here, and I can't let you do that.
General, as
expect-
always, I respect your
No, sir,
desire
just-
to avoid it. I'm not
Yes,
trying to
sir.
put you in a partisan
No,
place.
and I know that, but our officers and enlisted service members always follow lawful orders. There's a checklist for them to do that, and I'll stay in the
Very
middle.
good. Understood, General. Secretary, let me give you a chance. And you've been asked about this earlier. You said in, I think, your press conference, essentially, and I'll quote you here, no quarter, no mercy for our enemies. That's the end of the quote. Is your guidance that you expect our troops in harm's way, if there's a foreign enemy surrendering, laying down their arms, they're supposed to provide no quarter and kill them?
You denied it, but you were indeed trying to take the chairman to a partisan place. That was General Milley. That was the previous administration, which played politics. We don't play that
It's a
way.
simple question. I'm asking
We
you what
fight
you
to
meant.
win, and we ensure the rules of engagements are such that our troops have every authority possible.
I'll give you another chance. In saying that, are you trying to tell commanders that that's what you expect? You're in the chain of command. It's a simple question.
I understand that. My commanders know exactly what the guidance is with each and every mission. I know every tool.
Secretary,
every tool at
in
their disposal
refusing
be
to answer
effective.
it, I think you speak volumes. I think that's a dangerous thing. We all know the expectations. We know the law of war. We know what is lawful. I'd expect our commanders to understand that as well. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, I recognize the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Headstaff, thank you for your continued attention to Guam. Really appreciate it. And while leading the War Department here, and I'd like to remind my colleagues that one of your first official trips as Secretary was to visit Guam. And during your confirmation hearing, you identified the island as America's most strategic location globally. And this commitment does not go unnoticed, sir. So I thank you, Mr. Secretary, for that. And as we continue our buildup for the defense of our nation in Guam and the people of Guam, we have many active duties personnel, but we also have a lot of Department of War civilian personnel too. And right now, one of our most consistent question from my constituents have been asking is, when would the living quarter allowance authorization for War Department civilians in Guam, when will it be implemented? And recently, your office confirmed that the guidance should be published early May. Will you work to keep that timeline? And will you work to ensure living quarter allowance will properly incentivize local hires to stay on Guam?
Well, if that's what we stated, we need to stick with it. That's been our pledge. And I think it reiterates that the amount we're paying on to pay for housing and for quality of life and living at certain, especially unique locations, is usually mismatched, and it causes staffing and workforce problems that we need to address in a tailored nature to some of those unique locations like Guam, like Hawaii, and others in Europe. So yes, we're committed to that. And I would just note that in our budget, we've got almost $1 billion for the Guam defense system. Also, we're investing in ensuring that that critical location you described is part of our theater umbrella.
Excellent, sir. Thank you for that. Another longstanding request I have from the War Department has been the increased support for Guam's power grid. As you know, we all, the one island approach there and working together, our water, our power, our port, our airports, our hospital, it's all in support, working together with the military. But one of the important ones for us is Guam's power grid. And most of Guam's grid is owned by the department and is leased to the Guam Power Authority. And as the military demands upon the power grid increases, do you see either O&M funds or military construction funds being the best path for the department to support Guam's power grid needs?
I'd welcome your input, first and foremost, as we have throughout. But as was noted, we've got $450 million for small modular reactors, which is a new approach we're taking, which we think makes our bases.
ਡੇਵਿਡ ਈਬੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਪ੍ਰੀਮੀਅਰ ਨੇ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਦੇ, ਉਹ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਡੇਵਿਡ ਈਬੀ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਵਿਕਟੋਰੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਸਟਰੋਂਗਰ BC ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ. ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਟੂ the Look West strategy of government of British Columbia. So that's live. from
ensure that we are diversifying our trade around the world. And this follows on missions to Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, Vietnam, and India. I know the other side is having a lot of conversations about who hates diversity the most. But I hope that British Columbians are seeing with our trade mission, we value a diversity of people, and we value diversity of trade partners to ensure that we are building a strong province for everybody. Now, about 6 months ago, we announced our Look West strategy. This is a targeted plan to deliver major projects in British Columbia that will do two important things for British Columbians. First, ensure high-paid jobs and opportunities in a time of an affordability crunch for British Columbians, especially for young people. The second component is to ensure that we have the resources available to be able to pay for the public services that people need, including increasing demands on our healthcare system as a result of our aging population and the cost of delivering care. We set ambitious goals for this strategy, and I'm here to provide an update on where we are at. In short, we are on track and we are delivering. We have about $88 billion worth of private investment that is on track to move forward in the next 3 years alone. This will generate tens of thousands of construction jobs and billions of dollars in revenue for the province. This is the prosperity that is needed to support schools, hospitals, and the public services that we all rely on. This includes natural gas projects like LNG Canada Phase 2, new mines generating jobs in Northwest BC. You'll hear more details about that from the ministers. This is British Columbia's moment. There is no question about it. And it is our responsibility to seize that moment and ensure we are delivering, not just for British Columbians, but for Canadians. We are proud of what we are doing here. The Look West strategy is delivering, and major projects have reached final investment decision that were on our initial list already. More important than any of this is that British Columbians benefit directly from the work that we're doing, which is why our announcement of the $250 million in skilled trades training for British Columbians, now coupled with the very positive news out of the spring economic update from the federal government about their contributions to skilled trades training, will ensure that British Columbians will be first in line to benefit from these jobs and opportunities. Thank you for joining us. With that, I'll pass it on to our next speaker, Minister Kaushal.
It's great. Thank you so much, Premier. I think people know we're dealing with tariffs, we're dealing with a war in Iran, and we're dealing with global uncertainty. And despite that, we're continuing to see unprecedented investment and growth here in British Columbia. We are currently 40% of the federal government's priority major projects. We believe that it should be more. As the Premier has mentioned, that today we're sharing that we're doubling the number of priority projects from 18 to 35. We're also doubling our trades training for up to $240 million in this budget. We're making sure that the people of British Columbia have the skills they need to take the opportunities that we see coming forward. We're supporting BC businesses. We're creating jobs through our Manufacturing Jobs Fund. We're partnering with businesses to grow and create jobs here in British Columbia with our $400 million strategic investment fund. We're growing key sectors like life sciences, AI, quantum, defense spending, procurement, tourism, as well as much more. And we have big goals, and we're working on those every single day. Look West is about building long-term economic security, about improving investor certainty and increasing investment during this unstable time in the world. We are making some significant progress here in British Columbia, and we're getting major projects built as well. We're delivering on natural resources the world needs, powered by clean, renewable energy, supported by a very talented and a skilled workforce. We have, as the Premier's mentioned, $88 billion in major project investments going forward. And I'm confident that we'll continue to see that number rise in the months and years ahead. This means even more good, stable jobs for people across the province. It means strong local economies and more revenue to support the public services that people depend on. schools, hospitals, and key infrastructure. In BC, we have everything that we need to be a world leader. Since 2017, we have led all large provinces in GDP growth. We've had the highest per capita capital growth in investment in the country and the highest wage growth in the country as well. And we've led on the way while we're also trying to reduce interprovincial trade barriers, and we're leading that conversation across the country. Look West is our path forward, our path to grow, our path to a stronger future. It's about unlocking opportunity, creating good jobs, and strengthening our local economies during the global uncertainty that we're dealing with. So it is a good day to be sharing that we're doubling the major projects that are on our major project list. And to speak more about some of those projects, I would like to invite up Minister Brar.
ਸੋ ਇਹ ਰਵੀ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਜੌਬ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ, ਹੁਣ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਈਨਸ ਜਗਰੂਪ ਬਰਾੜ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਏ ਆ.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Ravi. I'm really pleased to be part of the team that is announcing now doubling the important project we have in the province of British Columbia. I would like to start by acknowledging that we are gathered today on the territory of the Algonquin-speaking people, the Songhees and Esquimalt First Nations. Mining and mineral exploration is the backbone of regional development, national prosperity, and long-term global resilience. In 2025, BC recorded a historic of $750.9 million in mineral exploration spending. That was first time the province achieved that number. We also projected mineral production value of $16.6 billion with B, dollars. The investment in critical minerals nearly doubled, and additionally, by 2040, new and expanded critical mineral project could represent an investment of $44 billion. The proposed Anglo-Teck merger with its headquarters in Vancouver and Coeur mining acquisition of new gold signal global confidence in the BC mining sector. With record investment last year, over 1,000 global mining and exploration company headquartered here and growing interest from the world's top producers. BC is leading the future of responsible resource development. We are reinforcing this foundation through Look West. Since its launch, 5 major mining projects have received permits. Quinton Mine, Highland Valley Copper, Mount Milligan Mine, SK Creek Mine, Copper Mountain Mine, they all received the permit. These projects will drive lasting economic growth in the province of British Columbia, create good family supporting jobs, and deliver revenue that support healthcare and education for all British Columbians. Notably, 3 projects were part of the original priority list, and it is encouraging to see even more projects advancing, building on the strong momentum of the past year. Through Look West, we continue to position BC as an attractive destination for investment, grounded in the strong environmental standards, dedication to the health and safety of our workers, and commitment to reconciliation. Thank you very much.
So much, Minister Barr. I'd like to now invite Minister Dix up to talk about some of the energy projects on the new list.
Minister Adrian Dix, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆਫ ਹੈਲਥ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ, ਹੁਣ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆਫ એનર્ਜੀ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਹੁਣ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੁੱਕ ਵੈਸਟ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਰੋਲ ਹੈ?
Thank you very much. It's an exciting day today to talk about British Columbia. And as we prepared to announce today, even in the last 96 hours, we've seen significant progress in British Columbia in terms of projects. On Friday, we spoke of Enbridge's Sunrise project, the extraordinary cooperation between Enbridge and First Nations on that project. Over the weekend, of course, we heard news of Shell increasing its presence in British Columbia by buying ARC. And in speaking of that, their Canadian CEO, Whale Sawan, talked about the work that we're doing to bring investment, to bring jobs, to bring wealth to British Columbia. And I want to express my appreciation for those investment announcements, which demonstrate today the success British Columbia is having. We have the best resources, we have the best workers, and in Look West, we have a plan that will drive that forward. On the energy side, we see it in a number of ways. We see it through BC Hydro and all of our clean energy initiatives. The 10 projects which were on the original major project work list, all moving forward significantly. Projects such as the North Coast Transmission Line, shovels in the ground this summer. Projects such as the East-West Connector, North X's East-West Connector, also a midstream announcement in the natural gas sector, as well as Enbridge. We see it with the Prince Rupert Gas Transmission Line and other projects that we're going to build out the interconnection, the connection between the wealth we can create through LNG, the wealth we can create through mining, and the work of the energy sector. If you look at BC Hydro, it's significant. This is the largest investment in clean electricity in the history of British Columbia. If you look in the private sector, at downstream with LNG, 6 major projects, all making progress, all with particular relationships with First Nations, different but significant, all of them bringing wealth to British Columbia moving forward. In the midstream, we see it with the North X East-West Connector. We see it with the other midstream projects. And upstream, we see an increase in natural gas production, an increase in improvement in issues such as restoration, which are fundamental to ensuring, working with Treaty 8 First Nations and working with the industry, that we can continue to succeed in that sector. In short, what you're seeing in this first 6 months of Look West is what we expect to see in the next 6 months. Growth, investment, jobs, and a strengthening of the resilience and the economic wealth of British Columbia. I believe that this is an optimistic future. I believe that Look West, as a plan, demonstrates the government's commitment to ensuring that we have the resources to pay for healthcare, to pay for education, to pay for services, and as well ensure jobs for the next generation of British Columbians. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Dix, and thank you everyone for joining us here today in the Hall of Honor. We're going to take questions from the press now. All members of the media will have one question and one follow-up. And for media on the phone line, please press *1 to enter the queue. And we're going to start here with Ben O'Hara-Byrne from Global News.
Thanks. Oh, so you want to hold that? Sorry, I was going to take the mic away. Thanks for the question, Premier. 6 months is a quick time to stand out here and sort of say, hey, it's all going great. The deficit's big, credit rating is down. Why today?
You heard the energy minister talk about what has happened just in the last 96 hours in terms of major energy investment decisions in the province related to natural gas. The Sunrise Project, the CEO of Shell, Whale Sawan, speaking publicly about the work our government is doing, supporting the largest private sector investment in Canadian history, again, in British Columbia. You heard the Minister of Mines talk about the fact that we have a report now that last year we set a record for mining exploration in the province. We've never hit that level before. A record in the first few months of this year, major mines opening, major expansions opening. And the Minister of Jobs talking about a doubling of the number of major projects on our list that are receiving concierge services and support through the province to get to final investment decision sooner. It is crucial that British Columbians understand how we are working to protect them in these uncertain times. As they see the cost of everything going up because of the war in Iran, and those impacts are just beginning, that they know that their government is working to do 2 things. One is to ensure that we are a prosperous and wealthy place. But the second is to ensure that they benefit from that through jobs, through better public services. And that is the piece that a lot of people reasonably feel anxiety about across Canada right now, and critical for British Columbians to see and to hear from us updates on how we're doing to work for them on these crucial issues.
Thank you. Follow up on another matter. We've reported at Global that several families from Tumbler Ridge have launched a lawsuit in California against OpenAI. Just a reaction to them having to go abroad to do this, or having to go to the States to do this.
Well, certainly there were strategic decisions, I'm sure, on the part of council about filing in California versus British Columbia. California is well known for having significantly larger court awards than any Canadian jurisdiction. They have a very different legal system that may have played a part in that decision. But what I can say is that in terms of accountability for families, for Tumbler Ridge, for British Columbians and Canadians about what happened in this event, whether it was OpenAI's role, or whether it was mental health services role, or whether how the guns were handled, we will ensure that they get the answers to those questions here in British Columbia. There will be a coroner's inquest that will delve into all of these questions. If necessary, we will go to a public inquiry to ensure that the answers are provided. I'll also take the opportunity to speak to the crucial issue that has been top of the news recently around regulation of social media access, AI access, especially for children. The crucial piece here, and we already know from Tumbler Ridge how important this is. The crucial piece here, in our opinion, is national level regulation that requires AI and social media companies to come forward when they have information that someone could be making a decision to hurt other people. It is crucial that our kids are protected in that way. But it is also crucial to ensure that our kids are protected in the known harms that social media perpetrate on them through the algorithms that feed them content. If they are inclined towards the risk of an eating disorder, extreme dieting information. If they are inclined towards taking risks and risky behavior, extreme stunting videos. If they are inclined towards asking questions about issues related to race and racism, or the treatment of other people, or the environment, whatever the issues, we know what it is feeding them is not positive. We can see it. And so the urgency of the federal government taking the lead, and in the absence of that, a willing coalition of the provinces taking action on that is absolutely crucial. We know that now. We don't need to wait for a lawsuit in California or a coroner's inquest here. We just know that action is needed.
Katie DeRosa, CBC.
Premier, as a follow-up to this issue, how do you respond to families who have slammed Sam Altman's letter as as performative and hollow? And do you have a timeline for the coroner's inquest or the public inquiry?
We're advised by the RCMP that their investigation is reaching a conclusion. That is the crucial piece for the coroner to be able to begin his work in terms of the coroner's inquest. And those timelines are the vital piece. In terms of the families and the reaction to the apology letter from Mr. Altman, I completely understand. There is no way that this letter is sufficient for what they have gone through. And I will also say that it was absolutely necessary for OpenAI to at least acknowledge in some way the profound harm that was caused by the decision not to bring this information forward to potentially interrupt and prevent this tragedy from taking place.
I am also going to ask a question in this press conference ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਸਵਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੁੱਛੂੰਗਾ ਮੇਰੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਵੀ ਜੇ ਆਈ ਤਾਂ definitely I will ask a question as well ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖੂਗਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਫੋਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ so that is going to be the question which I am going to ask the premier or any minister.
Of importance for British Columbia, one I already spoke about, which is the training money, which will match up very nicely with our historic investment in trades training for British Columbia, so they could benefit from these major projects that are on the screen behind me. A second important component of the announcement, let's wait for those bells to stop. A second important component of the spring economic update was money dedicated to security, Related to FIFA, I can confirm that the Prime Minister has told me that $100 million of that money is coming to British Columbia to support with security costs. As you can see, there is still information coming in even at this late date about security costs. We will be providing a full update to British Columbians about security costs and the costs of hosting the event in the coming weeks. And I look forward to sharing that information with you as soon as possible. But I can assure you of this, there will be no coverage in terms of cost for Pope-like motorcades for FIFA executives as part of security expenditure by the province of British Columbia.
Rob Shaw, Check News.
Hi, Premier. I think it was a year ago that you passed Bill 15, which was intended to sort of fast track priority projects. I'm not sure, you know, there were schools, but there was also private sector projects too. I don't think it's been brought into place. I don't think the regulations are done. Do you need it to do the priority things you're talking about here? Why hasn't it happened when it was such a big deal? And what is the value of even doing it now if you're making progress without it?
Thanks, Rob. The Ministry of Infrastructure is finalizing those regulations. We expect to have them out soon. We've been co-developing them with First Nations to ensure that they are effective in achieving the ultimate goal of speeding up projects. The work that we have done on the priority projects here has been about concierge level service that does two things. One is it assists the companies in getting through the regulatory systems in the province, but it also enables us to understand where the hangups are. And that has resulted in us feeding back into legislative change, whether it's in relation to the Environmental Assessment Act or other permitting processes to be able to really expedite projects. These aren't just words. We saw the company that is advancing the Mount Milligan mine expansion say that other jurisdictions have a lot to learn from British Columbia about mining permitting, because now we do our environmental assessment at the same time as we do other permits, cutting permitting time almost in half for major mining projects. So we've had some really good successes in moving things along faster through traditional channels, but we do expect there will still be projects that will benefit from from Bills 14 and 15, and look forward to that soon.
Just on the Whitecaps, are you willing to give them BC Place Stadium, which is sort of one of the suggestions that's floating around out there? It's a public asset. Is that on the table for your discussions with them? And what would that mean for the Lions and other folks who use it and the public that holds BC Place? Or is that a no-go for you in talks with the Whitecaps?
It's not on the table. And I would say the simple reason for that is the Whitecaps have shown absolutely no interest in taking over BC Place. It's not a moneymaker for the province. It's an important, critical institution, I would say, for hosting many events, including Lions and Whitecaps games. We haven't seen that. I'll be meeting with the head of Major League Soccer today. I'll be asking him, what is it? Can we get a specific proposal from you or from the Whitecaps team about what it'll take to stay and to do our best to see what we can do? I note that in Columbus, Ohio, for example, Major League Soccer took over the franchise there, bought some time for the local community to come together and put forward a local bid. Maybe that's something that they could do, and we could work on that together, give Ryan Reynolds a chance to kick the tires on the Whitecaps. But we have to be creative and be cooperative in this project of keeping the Whitecaps here. That's the goal of everybody, and certainly Minister Kaushal and his team have been working hard on that for the government, and we'll be advancing that conversation hopefully this afternoon.
Rob Buffum, CTV.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about, as we talk about the security costs and other costs of hosting FIFA, your party had initially decided not to go for a bid on FIFA now and changed its mind. In light of things like projects for healthcare being put on pause and the huge deficit that the province currently has, do you have any concerns or regrets about the NDP greenlighting hosting FIFA?
There's a very significant reality for our economy here in the province, which is that tourism drives so much activity for British Columbia. The hospitality sector has never fully recovered post-COVID. Bars and restaurants, they've seen their costs going up just like everybody else. They're struggling to make it. We know that tourism can drive significant economic activity here in British Columbia, and it does. Tens of thousands of jobs around the province depend on tourism. This is a unique opportunity, the single largest sporting event in the world, bigger than the Olympics. More than 5 billion people will be watching these games, and they will be seeing British Columbia at our best, our restaurants, our scenery, our people, our communities. I look forward to sharing the information about costing, the revenue that we're seeing from the games, and just assure everybody who works in that tourism sector, the hospitality sector, whose jobs are dependent on people coming, learning about British Columbia, choosing to come here, that we're going to put on a heck of a show, and we're dependent on them to help us put on a heck of a show and driving that tourism economy, one of our critical sectors, to be able to ensure we're responding to the threats that we face economically here.
Can't resist trying to do a two-parter in light of the information about you meeting with the commissioner. I gather that he had requested the meeting with you. I don't know if there are any other ideas that you can share that might be a possible way to keep the Whitecaps, on how heartbreaking it would be to see them leave BC after being here since 1974. And also I'm wondering, we've talked a lot about the legal liability the province is exposed to coming out of that mineral tenure case last year, and concerns about the impact of that on the province economically. How do we reconcile all those concerns in the context of mining or other projects with this enthusiasm about the prospects going forward?
Well, you're right. It's a complicated moment. It is. I don't think there's a single project that's up on the board behind me that doesn't rely on some way on an Indigenous partnership, or in some cases being Indigenous projects entirely. These are creating jobs and opportunity across the province. And so it is hard to reconcile some of what you're hearing from the opposition, some of the things that they're saying that they would do in terms of shutting down conversations with First Nations, the repealing of the Declaration Act that allows for these agreements to be established, how that doesn't shut down all of this activity and is incredibly disruptive to lose jobs and opportunity. They haven't explained that, and I think they owe the public an explanation about what their plan is to be able to do that. But that is an aside. It is clear that we have a moment, that we are seizing that moment. We are delivering projects, jobs, and opportunity for British Columbians. And it is my sharing of that interest that we have in creating those jobs and opportunity with our First Nations partners about why we need to address this litigation risk. And I hope to be able to share more once we've gone through that process with them. Those conversations are underway. As far as the Whitecaps themselves, we're Whitecaps fans here. Minister that has lead on the file is a season's ticket holder. We want the Whitecaps to stay. And so the goal is to get that information from MLS, from the Whitecaps. How do we get to that shared goal that I think that we have? And whether or not the province is able to meet that, we'll do our best to be creative and find a path forward.
Wolfgang Deppner, Canadian Press.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for taking my question. If only Infantino were the Pope, he'd be doing less damage to the game. But still speaking on the
ਮੋਸਟਲੀ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਹੋਏ ਆ
can you comment on the
ਉਹ
league's
ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਨਾਉਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਦੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਆ
what, if any, reason is why is this not a shakedown? So can you sort of talk about how the league communicated the potential move of the Whitecaps to Las Vegas, and how does that strategy not amount to a public shakedown? Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to pass this to Minister Kaushal, who's been our frontline on this for a while.
We can't comment on what the league does with their press releases. Certainly the Premier, Minister Kang, and the team will be meeting with the Commissioner a little later today. And in that conversation, as the Premier's highlighted, our question will be, what is it that you think that the province should be doing more? We have renegotiated the contract that they had for more than a decade here in British Columbia. They've seen a $2 million reduction in their costs. We've seen an additional $1 million in revenue for them. So $3 million in total. And we're still at the table wanting to work with them, but we have to be reasonable. We've been hearing from fans who are trying to save the Caps, and I get it. There's frustration amongst supporters, and I get it because I was in the stands with them for the last 10 years when the team was struggling to get the wins. We were all chanting, "We believe the team will win," when deep down we didn't really believe the team would win. But we did that because we supported the team, and to see the team now become successful And then all of a sudden now the value is at its highest and the owner is saying we want to sell. That is a frustrating thing for supporters of the team to deal with. Now, we are keen to hear from the commissioner about what they believe needs to be done to keep the team here. But I think also the premier's highlighted the role that the commissioner and the MLS has to keep the team here. I think they owe it to the team, they owe it to the fans to do their part, and we're going to look forward to hearing from them on what that is.
Yeah, excuse me, sorry, stuffy throat. Thank you for that answer. I want to go back to the Look West strategy. Premier, what are you telling potential investors about your government strategy, given the uncertainty surrounding DRIPA? You've always said that DRIPA has to do a lot of lifting when it comes to Look West. Yet we continue to hear different messages from you and your government about DRIPA. So how can you reconcile these two competing agendas? On one hand, changing DRIPA, and on the other hand, making it the cornerstone of your Look West strategy. Thank you.
Well, look, you don't show up with $1 billion to spend on a project in British Columbia without having a pretty sophisticated understanding of the jurisdiction that you're walking into. There are challenges around the world right now. There is instability around the world right now. But these companies are voting with their dollars in British Columbia. There's a famous saying that money talks and bull crap walks, right? There is a lot of fog and misinformation about Indigenous relations in the province. The companies are showing up. They are investing at record levels. We have never had as much mining and exploration activity in our province as we did last year. We have never had as much investment in mines in the first 4 months of the year ever. We are talking about the largest private sector investment in Canadian history, again, that was positively commented on by the CEO of Shell just yesterday. This is really significant for our province. We have to address the DRIPA issue, no question. We will. And the companies know that they have strong Indigenous partnerships, that is working, that they can invest here with certainty, and they are doing that. And it's important for British Columbians to know that because it will impact their lives. It will mean more employment opportunities, not just in rural and remote areas, but in major centers across the province where jobs rely on mining and energy supply, accountants, lawyers, engineers, but also money for services that we know we need to pay for things like healthcare and education. People know the province is under financial strain, so is the whole country, so are many countries around the world. How are we going to pay for this stuff? This is part of the crucial answer. So I'm incredibly proud of the work that the ministers have done here, Minister Kaushal and the Look West team in the Ministry of Jobs, Minister Dix, clean energy projects across the province in partnership with First Nations, the largest private sector investment in Canadian history, Minister Brar, the largest company ever to locate in our province, coming to British Columbia, Anglo Tech, as well as setting records in the mining sector. This is the work that's happening, and it will benefit British Columbians.
Alec Lazenby, Vancouver Sun. Hi, Premier. I just want to ask, the BC Nurses Union strike will be taking a strike vote in the middle of May. They've said that they've come to an impasse at the table. What's your, concern level around whether there could be a nurses strike in this province, especially after everything that happened with the BCGEU in the fall? And given mediation didn't seem to help with that impasse, what are the next steps here?
Well, I mean, I think every British Columbian knows how important nurses are. There's very few of us who haven't had an experience in the healthcare system that wasn't made better by a compassionate nurse showing up at just the right moment. And we also know that nurses are highly stressed in their jobs, whether it's because of long work hours or safety-related issues or other challenges that they face. We will find a path forward with the nurses. I am convinced of that. That deal will be reached at the bargaining table, and we will ensure that it is a respectful agreement that reflects the hard work that nurses do and respectful of the financial position of the province and our ability to pay for those critical public services like healthcare. And I look forward to resolution of this issue as soon as possible.
Hi, Premier. I know you've gotten lots of questions about the Whitecaps here, but here's another one. I know
Do you at all feel like this is ownership of the Whitecaps trying to squeeze more out of the government in terms of concessions on the stadium, in terms of rights around, revenue, in terms of, the potential? I know, a new stadium is far off, but around the potential for that. Like, what do you feel is the motivating factor here? And do you feel that, there is a chance to come at the impasse if this is in actuality a chance to play for concessions?
Yeah, thanks. I mean, it's a bit hard to say because we know two things about professional sports teams. It's about passion and love of the team, love of the game. If you want to make a lot of money, typically buying a professional sports team is not necessarily the avenue to do that. But these are also for-profit entities. There is a hope to make a return. There is a hope to make money. I don't blame anyone for negotiating hard. All I ask is that they bring forward their proposal around what, from their perspective, it will take to stay. And then the province will see what is possible, where we can be creative and try to find a path forward. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to get there. And if the current owner is facing significant pressure, perhaps MLS could engage in a process like they did in Columbus of taking over the team and assisting in finding a local buyer to keep the team here in British Columbia.
Jeremy Hainsworth, BC Today.
Complete change of direction. The other Bill 21, Legal Profession Act, Justice Skullroot issued a decision saying that the act does not violate the Constitution and has dismissed the claims of the Law Society and the Trial Lawyers Group and Kevin Westall. What's your comment after all the controversy about the claims about that piece of legislation?
Well, what's critically important for everybody is that when they engage a lawyer, they hire a lawyer, and they have a concern about that lawyer's conduct, that lawyer is held to the highest standard possible. People go to lawyers with their most serious and intimate issues, family breakdown issues, major financial challenges, criminal charges. And this legislation is about increasing public confidence in the regulation and oversight of lawyers in the province. We are certainly pleased to receive the court's decision. We'll be reading it carefully. I think there's a reasonable prospect we'll see an appeal. But at this point, certainly glad to know that that legislation will be in place to ensure British Columbians are protected when they engage a lawyer in our province.
How does the legislation increase public confidence in access to justice?
One of the key provisions of this legislation is ensuring that there is good representation on the board that governs lawyer conduct in the province from the public. Those benchers that show up and represent the public interest in the discussions that happen within the Law Society about how lawyers are regulated. To have that public voice there is very important. But also, one of the big challenges we've had is around the regulation of things like paralegals and notaries public and other people that provide legal services, and a frustration about their ability to deliver services that are more affordable for British Columbians and their practice ability to be able to do things that support British Columbians in a more affordable way. This legislation provides that oversight and ensures that public participation, but also enables the possibility of more affordable legal services for people delivered from a variety of sources, not just from lawyers, reserving for lawyers those critical pieces where solicitor-client confidentiality is of utmost importance.
Amelia Macauer, Radio Canada.
Thank you for taking my question. It's for any of the ministers and Premier. I was wondering, since you're looking at different trading partners across the globe, what is your strategy to attract them? What are you selling them? Like, who are you looking for?
I will say there's been a significant shift in the conversations pre-Donald Trump and post-Donald Trump. In our initial missions to Asia, I would say we were politely received. There was a recognition of the trade that we already have, and we were launching on that relationship building process for a multi-year, hopefully a positive outcome maybe in 5 or 10 years down the road. Post-Trump, now particularly post-war in Iran, there was an urgency. When we have these meetings, it's like, okay, what can we get done as soon as possible? You guys have metals and minerals and energy and other pieces that we desperately need. We're rationing fuel. We're telling businesses they can't open. How quickly can we do things together? We can't rely on the supply chains that we used to rely on to get these metals and minerals. What opportunities are there for us to invest with mining companies in British Columbia to get these things up and running? So it's really us trying to play that matchmaker role between BC companies and investments and the trading partners that we're visiting. In terms of our trade mission to China, specifically, we'll be engaging on issues of energy, agricultural products, and softwood products, areas where China has in the past been a major consumer of BC products, created a lot of jobs and opportunity here. And hopefully we'll be able to identify other areas where we can work together.
Thank you. And I was wondering, with the war in the Middle East, a lot of experts are saying that it's a perfect opportunity for BC to sell LNG. So I was just wondering, what have you been doing to just be like, hey, like we've got a lot of LNG to sell. Who's interested in that? And if Minister Dix, if you're answering, if you could answer in French too, that would be appreciated.
Je dirais qu'il y a un grand avantage actuellement. Et on fait ce travail de
President Dix ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੂੰ ਫ੍ਰੈਂਚ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੋਲਣ ਲਈ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਦਾ ਜਵਾਬ ਦੇਣ ਲਈ।
On a vu aujourd'hui le président de Shell indique l'intérêt de son entreprise et ses partenaires en Colombie-Britannique, ce qui est quand même remarquable. Mais aussi avec Cedar LNG, qui va être en production dans 2 ans, Woodfibre LNG dans 1 an. Nous avons trouvé le moment. Il n'y avait 0 projet LNG avant que les néo-démocrates sont venus au pouvoir. Il y en a 6 maintenant. Il y a d'autres opportunités. Et aussi avec notre énergie nette, nous pouvons vendre la possibilité de réduire des émissions dans le secteur. C'est ce qu'on fait et c'est extraordinaire. Donc on a un tas d'opportunités. L'énergie qui est le meilleur dans le monde, notre position géographique qui est le meilleur dans le monde, surtout pour le marché de l'Asie. Et finalement, nos gens, la démonstration déjà de ce qu'on peut faire ensemble avec nos travailleurs ici en Colombie-Britannique. Donc, je pense que ce sont toutes des conditions pour une réussite et on est en train de réussir. Il faut en faire plus quand même.
Mark Page, Black Press.
Yeah, Premier, thank you for taking my question. Having read through the legal filings in the Tumbler that were filed in California by the families of the Tumbler Ridge victims this morning, I mean, details are nothing short of horrifying. They also raised some more questions, at least in my mind. Can you share anything, or did Sam Altman share anything with you about the suspect's chat history, the specifics of his chat history, or sorry, her chat history when you met with him?
No, he didn't, and I specifically did not ask. I have little interest in appearing as a witness in a criminal or civil proceeding, and those are certainly the RCMP is doing a criminal investigation of the entire incident, and there is civil litigation as well. This is a key question that I have. What was it in the chats that were so concerning that multiple staffers within OpenAI said we should call the police? And what was the consideration that was given when the decision was made not to call the police, not to advise Tumbler Ridge RCMP of the threat in the community, and underlines the importance of the federal government setting that clear standard to protect kids and protect communities for these companies that clearly are not capable of making that judgment call on their own. Those details will come out. They'll come out either through the coroner's inquest, they'll come out through the civil processes in the United States, or they'll come out through a public inquiry. British Columbians will have those answers, and we'll all get them at the same time.
Sort of related to that, were you aware that the OpenAI, had referred this case to a specialized internal safety team that then, and Mr. Altman had then declined to take the safety team's advice and notify the RCMP? Were you aware of that, and did you ask him about that?
No, again, my goal was to communicate to Mr. Altman that at a minimum, he owed the people of Tumbler Ridge an explanation and an apology, that I wanted his support in a national standard for AI companies and social media companies to report to the police and to authorities when people are planning violent acts on their platforms. That was the core part of my discussion with Mr. Altman, was how do we protect kids? How do we begin the process of him acknowledging the harm in Tumbler Ridge? The committee you're referring to, my understanding of what happened related to that came from a news story that was in an American newspaper, where an informant came forward and allegedly shared information about what had taken place within OpenAI.
ਮੈਂ ਰਿਕੁਐਸਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਸਵਾਲ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੁੱਛ ਲਈਏ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕਿਊ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ, ਸਵਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਲਾਈਵ ਰਿਕਾਰਡ ਅਨਾਉਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਕਨਕਲੂਡ ਕਰਤੀ।
And that concludes today's event. Thank you very much for joining us here today.
ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਾਈਵ ਬ੍ਰੌਡਕਾਸਟ ਸੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ, ਔਰ ਮੈਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜੇਕਰ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਮਿਲ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏ, ਬਟ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮਿਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕੀ। ਔਰ ਦੂਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੋਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਸੁਪਰੀਮ ਕੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਕੁਝ ਕੇਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ US ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਜੇਕਰ ਸਮਾਂ ਰਿਹਾ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿੰਗ ਚਾਰਲਸ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਈਨ ਕੈਮਿਲਾ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ ਸਿਟੀ ਦਾ ਦੌਰਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਉਹ ਦੌਰਾ ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ, ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ, ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਝਲਕੀਆਂ ਜੇਕਰ ਉਹਦੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਦਿਖਾ ਸਕਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਦਿਖਾਵਾਂਗੇ। ਔਰ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਸ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਬੜੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹੈ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ। ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜੇਕਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦੇਖੀਏ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਟਰੰਪ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰਪੋਜ਼ਲ ਹੈ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਖਤਮ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੋਲੀਟੀਕਲ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸਿਨੈਰੀਓ ਬਣਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ JD ਵੈਂਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ, ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੱਤਰਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਬਲੌਕੇਡ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਬਲੌਕੇਡ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜੀਨੀਅਸ ਦੱਸਿਆ। ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੰਡਾਈਟਮੈਂਟ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ FBI ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟਰ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੀ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਡਿਫੀਟ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰ ਦੇਣਾ। ਸੋ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ BC ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਬੰਦ ਕਰ ਦਈਏ ਸੋ ਦੈਟ ਦਿਸ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਜ਼ ਡਨ ਫॉर ਨਾਓ। ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਲਾਈਵ ਅਪਡੇਟਸ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਬੰਦ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ। ਸੋ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਡੈਸ਼ਬੋਰਡ ਸੋ ਦੈਟ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਰੰਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਉਹ ਦੇ ਦੀ। ਸੋ ਫੌਕਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈਆਂ, ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਟਰੰਪ ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ US ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੀ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਔਰ ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਦ ਯੂਨਾਈਟਿਡ ਸਟੇਟਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਥੱਲੇ ਟਿੱਕਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਉਹ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਏ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਥੱਲੇ ਟਿੱਕਰ ਵੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਸਵਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਪੁਤਿਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਨੇ।
About Iran, I talked about a few different subjects, mostly about Ukraine, and we had a very good conversation. I think we're going to come up with a solution relatively quickly, I hope.
What does he want?
I think he'd like to see a solution, I can tell you, and that's good.
What involvement does he want to have in the Iran situation?
He told me he'd like to be involved with the enrichment if he can help us get it. I said, I'd much rather have you be involved with ending the war with Ukraine. To me, that would be more important because we're gonna have that. Look, we're not gonna let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and we've knocked out their Navy, we've knocked out their Air Force, we've knocked out their anti-aircraft, everything, apparatus, everything they have, their radar, they have very little left. And they have some missiles, a small percentage. They have a small percentage of missile making facilities. We knocked out about 80% of them. The rest could come very quickly if we don't make a deal. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They know it. And just about everybody else does. And so we talked about that a little bit. He doesn't want to see them have a nuclear weapon either. But I had a long talk with President Putin. I suggested a little bit of a ceasefire, and I think he might do that. He might announce something having to do with that. Did he announce it yet?
No, but I was wondering, I was just going to ask you.
No, I asked him about...
ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪੁਤਿਨ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਛੋਟਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਸੀਜ਼ ਫਾਇਰ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ। ਸੋ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਲੈਟਸ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਸੀਜ਼ ਫਾਇਰ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ। ਆਈ ਡੋਂਟ ਨੋ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਸਾਰੀ, ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਦੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਹੀ ਜੇਕਰ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਿਆਂ ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ, ਰੀਸੈਂਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰ ਦਿਆਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਹੀ ਲਈ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਹਟੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ। ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਪੁੱਛੇ ਗਏ ਆ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੁਝ ਐਸੇ ਸਵਾਲ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਆਰਟੇਮਿਸ ਦਾ ਕਰੂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਗ੍ਰੀਟਿੰਗਸ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਰਟਿਸਿਪੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਇੱਥੇ ਸੱਦਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ। ਸੋ ਇੱਥੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਪੁੱਛੇ ਗਏ ਜਰਨਲਿਸਟ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਮਿਲਣੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਦਿਖਾਣਾ।
Again, I've never seen anything. Everybody I knew, they wanted to see the launch, and they especially wanted to see a successful landing. And Jared, I want to congratulate you what you've done at NASA. I made a great choice. And if you have any questions for any of us, feel free to ask. But we're very proud of these people. They have unbelievable courage, unbelievable. A lot of other things too, by the way. To get in there, you have to be very smart. You have to do a lot of things physically good. So I would have had no trouble making it. I'm physically very, very good. Maybe a little bit of a problem. No, I'm sure. We'll have to try it sometime. Is a president allowed to go up in one of these missions?
We can get working on that, Mr. President.
We'd have no problem, right?
We'll launch more rockets. The opportunity.
We'll have to try it. Congratulations very much. And by the way, their families are over here, beautiful families, and they're in the Oval Office, and they walked in, they said, wow, the Oval Office. Everybody likes the Oval Office. Any questions, please?
President. Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, it's a great honor to meet all of you. Congratulations and welcome to the White House. I have had the privilege of interviewing Gene Cernan, the last man to walk on the moon. Is that what you would like to do? And Mr. President, do you think that will happen during your second term?
Well, we have a shot at it. I mean, we don't like to say definitely, because then you say, oh, we failed. Because I think we could say we're ahead of schedule. So we have a good shot. We've authorized it. And I think with this team and, with Jared's done such an amazing job at NASA, I think we have a good shot, right? We'll see.
Yes, Mr. President, we have an achievable plan now back to the moon, and we're back in the business of launching moon rockets with frequency. So we just sent Artemis 2 around the moon. We're going to launch Artemis 3 in 2027. We'll protect for up to 2 opportunities in 2028 to return astronauts to the surface of the moon.
I like space. You know, I started Space Force, as you very well know. It's been very, very important. Then they tried to kill it. And actually, the military would not let the Biden administration kill it. They wanted to kill it. And it's going to turn out to be one of our most important things. I think it'll turn out to be one of the most important things they did. But we got involved with NASA bringing it back. And I was saying when I first looked at some of your facilities, they had grass growing on the runways right in between the cracks of the asphalt. And but not anymore. It's really strong. And you know what they do, one of the things they do that's so important is for our military offense and defense. And a lot of people say, well, is it worth it? It's really worth it, because what's happened militarily, you see what we're doing militarily, a lot of that comes from space. So it's been pretty great. Good question. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 2 questions for you. First, on the topic of space, do you have an update on the UFO files and what might be, when we're going to be seeing those?
Well, I think we're going to be releasing as much as we can in the near future. For some reason, and I guess it's just a reason that's been in the minds of people for a long time, and that is such, they want to find out about the UFOs and anything having to do with UFO or related material. And we're going to be releasing a lot of things from that we have. And I think some of it's going to be very interesting to people. I've interviewed people, my first term primarily, but I interviewed some pilots, very solid people, and they said they saw things that you wouldn't believe. So you're going to be reading about it. Yes.
Sir, you spoke to Vladimir Putin not too long ago. Did you talk to him
I did
about
today.
Did you talk to him about the progress in the space area, and what else did you?
I didn't talk about space. No, I talked about Ukraine, and I talked a little bit about Iran. I talked about a few different subjects, mostly about Ukraine, and we had a very good conversation. I think we're going to come up with a solution relatively quickly. I hope.
What does he want?
I think he'd like to see a solution, I can tell you, and that's good.
What involvement does he want to have in the Iran situation?
He told me he'd like to be involved with the enrichment if he can help us get it. I said, I'd much rather have you be involved with ending the war with Ukraine. To me, that would be more important, because we're gonna have that. Look, we're not gonna let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and we've knocked out their Navy, we've knocked out their Air Force, we've knocked out their anti-aircraft, everything, apparatus, everything they have, their radar, they have very little left. And they have some missiles, a small percentage. They have a small percentage of missile-making facilities. We knocked out about 80% of them. The rest could come very quickly if we don't make a deal. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They know it. And just about everybody else does. And so we talked about that a little bit. He doesn't want to see them have a nuclear weapon either. But I had a long talk with President Putin. I suggested a little bit of a ceasefire, and I think he might do that. He might announce something having to do with that. Did he announce it yet?
No, but I was wondering, I was just going to ask you.
No, I asked him about, even if it's a little ceasefire, there's so many people being killed, it's so ridiculous.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. In light of today's Supreme Court ruling on the Voting Rights Act, do you want Republican states in the South to look at redrawing congressional districts before
I
the
don't think you have
midterms?
to tell me, when did the ruling come out? I've been with the astronauts. I've been with contractors, because we're trying to get the ballroom built
Yeah.
ahead of schedule. It's right on schedule. It's ahead of schedule now. I want to keep it that
It
way.
came out today.
And I was also with commissioning some people, but one of, David Warrington's son, I don't know, you know David, everybody knows David. He's got this incredible son. So he was just sworn in. So we had other things. Tell me about the what happened.
Well, some think that the ruling could create more Republican-held congressional seats in the South.
That's good.
Yeah, would you want
That's the
them
kind of
to,
ruling I like.
would you want them to
When
pursue
did that
that?
happen?
Well, the Supreme Court ruled on it this morning.
Really? Is that right? Tell me about the ruling.
Well, I have a
This
question.
is CNN fake news.
On your call with President Putin today, do you think the war in Iran ends first or the war in Ukraine?
Well, we talked more about the war in Ukraine, but he would like to be of help. I said, before you help me, I want to end your war. So we had a good talk. I've known him a long time. I think he was ready to make a deal a while ago. I think some people made it difficult for him to make a deal, but we talked more about Ukraine.
But which war do you think ends first?
That's an interesting question. You know, coming from you, that's very interesting. Which war would end first? I don't know. Maybe they're on a similar timetable. I think Ukraine, militarily, they're defeated, okay? You wouldn't know that by reading the fake news, but militarily, look, their Navy. So they had 159 ships. Every ship is right now underwater. Typically, that's pretty good. What do you think, Jared? I mean, it's going to be hard for them to make a naval comeback. Okay, now they have an Air Force. Every one of their planes has been shot down or has been decimated. They have missiles, about 82% are gone, and they have drones, and most of them are gone. Most of the factories are mostly gone, and we have tremendous anti-drone equipment now, between lasers and that new, very special machine gun that knocks them out of the air like flies. And we use bullets instead of $1 million, missiles to knock out a $30,000 drone. So I would say Jared would tell me that with everything you just heard, typically we're in pretty good shape. And in addition, their economy is crashing. Their, as you know, their money, they call it their money. They don't have a name for it. Their money is valueless. They've got inflation that nobody's ever seen before. Other than that, I think they're doing quite well. If you read the New York Times, you'd say they're doing wonderfully because it's fake news. Or if you watch CNN, I mean, you cover it all the time. You think they're doing well. Do you think they're doing well where they have no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft apparatus, other than what they may have put there? They may have brought in some light stuff during the ceasefire, and we know exactly where it is, so it'll be knocked out within the first 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to go back to the Supreme Court ruling on the Voting Rights Act. I know you said you haven't seen it.
When did it come out, just now?
No, it came out this morning, but basically very much narrows the Voting Rights Act.
Was it considered a win for?
A win for Republicans.
I love it.
Absolutely. But my question.
This is a very good, we can end this just conversation. I want to read it.
My question
Wow.
for you, Mr. President, is that some Republican governors have not responded in terms of what they're going to do. I guess early voting, for example, in Louisiana
Republican
starts.
governors what?
Republican governors.
What about it?
Early voting begins Saturday there, for instance. Should they redraw the map in the next couple of
I would. I mean, it depends. I mean, some states don't need to redraw, and some do. I mean, I know what the concept of the rule. I just haven't seen the result. Yeah, I would say generally, I would think that they would want to do it. Some are greatly helped, and some, didn't make much difference. Yeah, I would say they would do that. They have time to do it. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask you, there's a lot of drama on the House floor today. Several bills were stalled, and a rule took 2 hours to pass today, and there's still some tension over the farm bill. Do you think that you need to get more involved legislatively on Capitol Hill?
Well, we want the farm bill. The Democrats don't. We want security, okay? We need security. We want security. The Democrats don't think we need security. They actually do, but they suffer greatly from Trump derangement syndrome, like at levels that nobody's ever seen. They're sick people. There's something wrong with them. They don't want to pay anybody for security. They don't like ICE. They don't like Border Patrol people. They don't like the people that keep us safe. When they ran this, they let 25 million people into our country, and many of those people were from prisons. They were from mental institutions, drug dealers, murderers, 11,888 murders, half of whom committed more than one murder. They think that was fine. I happen to like law enforcement. They essentially want to defund law enforcement. And I don't think the public's going to let them get away with it. We got it all approved in the great big beautiful bill, and they want to renegotiate. We don't like that. Yeah.
Mr. President, the King's speech that he made to Congress, he spoke strongly, forcefully about the necessity for a strong NATO alliance. He also spoke about the necessity to continue to support Ukraine. Did his speech in any way change your thinking on either of those issues?
Well, you have to understand, my thinking is, I think, exactly correct, but I was very disappointed with the fact that when we called on them to give us a little hand, we didn't need it. I actually did it just to see whether or not they'd be there. When we called on NATO to give us a hand with Ukraine, and in particular, the most recent, we asked them to do certain things on Ukraine, And we also wanted them to do things with Iran. And on Ukraine, they're very much involved, but they didn't do things the way we would like to see it. You know, it's been going on for a long time. And on Iran, they weren't there. As you know it better than anybody. They weren't there. The king is fantastic. We spent a lot of time together. We had a lot of talk. We talked about this also. And he loves his country, and he's a great king, and he's a great friend of mine. And I think if he were doing that, if that were up to him, he would have probably helped us with Iran. He would have followed the suggestions we made with respect to Ukraine, because, you know, we have some disagreements on Ukraine, and not having to do with NATO so much as European countries. But no, he's coming back tomorrow. We had an incredible evening last night, and he's leaving tomorrow. He's going to come back and see us before he leaves, and but I think he's a phenomenal representative for his country. I think the people in the United Kingdom should be proud. I loved the speech yesterday. I watched it. I loved the speech last night. I don't know about my speech. I thought my speech was okay too, but I thought he was. I think he's an unbelievable king, and by the way, an unbelievable queen. They are a great couple.
This morning, I don't think we were talking about how busy you were this morning. James Comey was in court. He self-surrendered. He's now in charge a second time. This time over a social media post with seashells that said 8647. Do you really think that he was endangering your life or threatening your life with that?
Well, if anybody knows anything about crime, they know 86. You know what 86? It's a mob term for kill him. You know, you ever see the movies? 86 him. The mobster says to one of his wonderful associates, 86 him. That means kill him. It's. I think of it as a mob term. I don't know. People think of it as something having to do with disappearing, but the mob uses that term to say when they want to kill somebody, they say 86, the son of a gun. I'm trying to keep the language nice and clear. They don't use that term, son of a gun. They use another term. But that's a mob term for kill him. Yeah.
But do you really think your life was in danger?
Probably. I don't know. You know, based on what I'm seeing out there. Yeah.
FBI ਦੇ former director ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ
People
ਜਿਹੜੀ
like
ਕਰ ਰਹੇ
Comey have
ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ
created
ਲਿਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ
tremendous danger, I think, for politicians and others. Comey is a dirty cop. He's a very dirty cop. He cheated on the elections. He tried to help Hillary Clinton, as you know. He dismissed a lot of things that he should have proceeded with. I wasn't involved, but he should have proceeded with. No, he's a dirty cop. He's a crooked man. Yeah.
Mr. President, you just described there's been disagreement between the U.S. and Keir Starmer on support for Iran. Did your visit with the king smooth that over or create any more?
My visit with the king really was it was extraordinary. I mean, he's an extraordinary man. He's an extraordinary person. And yeah, it helps from the standpoint that, you know, when you like the king of a country so much, it probably helps your relationship with the prime minister. But, you know, in that case, the prime minister, I said, do you want to send a little help? He said, no, we'll send it after you win the war. I said, that's not good. That's not good. What do you think of that, Jared? Sending help after we win the war? I don't know. Some of that bothers me. I don't want to get you guys involved, but I can imagine what you're thinking.
The United Arab Emirates, the UAE, they pulled out of OPEC.
I have a
What do you
question
think about
ਜਿਹੜੇ
that?
OPEC ਚੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੋਏ
I think it's great. Look, I know him very well, Mohammed, and very smart. And he probably maybe wants to go his own way. That's a good thing. I think ultimately it's a good thing for getting the price of gas down, getting oil down, getting everything down. They have it all. He's a great leader, actually. So no, I'm okay. They're having some problems in OPEC.
Kevin Warsh passed a hurdle today. The Senate Banking Committee confirmed his nomination and will go to the Senate floor. He'll be on the Fed in mid-May. Is it your expectation that he can persuade the other Fed governors to lower interest rates?
Well, we'll see. I mean, they should,
Recently.
because it's a good time to lower them. We're the most prime country anywhere in the world. We're right now having investments made in our country at a level that nobody's ever seen. No other country's ever seen it. Tens of billions of dollars are being invested. Factories, auto plants, AI. I mean, not just AI, because AI is, We're leading China by a lot in AI, as you know. I'm letting them build their own electric plants. They're building them, otherwise you could never do it. It was a concept that I came up with. I'm very proud of it. And by the way, they're building electric plants that people in the utility industry have never seen before. They're saying, man, that's incredible. So they're building these massive buildings that cost billions of dollars, and they're building their own electric plants. So they're not taking from a source or the old grid, an old grid that would be able to do it. No, we're leading with everything. But in the history of our beautiful world, there's never been a country that has so much money being invested in it as us. And tremendous number of auto plants, by the way. The auto plants are coming out of Canada, Mexico, Japan, South Korea, Germany. They're all coming to the United States. And the reason is I have a very smart tariff policy. We were taken advantage of for years. We were being ripped off by other countries for years. And those days are over. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, correct me if I'm wrong, how long are you prepared to maintain the blockade? Could that go several more months?
Well, the blockade is genius, okay? The blockade has been 100% foolproof. It shows how good our Navy is, I can tell you that. Nobody's going to play games. We have the greatest military in the world, and I built much of it during my first term, and we've been building it since. And the greatest anywhere in the world, nobody even close. And you see that whether it's Venezuela, and they have a good military in Venezuela, but it was over in one day. It was actually over in about 48 minutes. Iran, the same thing. I mean, militarily, we've wiped them out. They have no military left. It's all the Navy's at the bottom of the sea. The Air Force is never going to fly again. We've got an amazing military. Now they have to cry uncle. That's all they have to do. Just say, we give up. We give up. But their economy is really in trouble. So it's a dead economy.
So will Operation Economic Fury and the blockade get Iran to nuclear talks fast enough, or do you think another wave of strikes will be necessary?
I don't know. It depends. We have talks. We're having talks with them now, and we're not flying anymore with 18-hour flights every time we want to see a piece of paper. We're doing it telephonically, and it's very nice. I make a call, or I have my people make a call, and the answer. I always like face-to-face. I consider it better. But when you have to fly 18 hours every time you want to have a meeting, and you know what the meeting's all about, and they're going to give you a piece of paper that you don't like before you even leave. It's ridiculous. And they've come a long way. The question is whether or not they're going to go far enough. So at this moment, there will never be a deal unless they agree that there will be no nuclear weapons. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you considering relocating NASA's headquarters out of DC? States like Florida, Texas, and Ohio have expressed interest.
You're going to have to say it differently.
Sorry, are you considering relocating NASA's headquarters out of DC once the lease is up? States like Texas, Ohio, and Florida.
Well, the best man to tell you that is the man standing right over here. You heard that question with those beautiful ears of yours? He's got great hearing, super. He's got super hearing.
Trick of the trade, sir.
What's the answer to that?
I think the answer to that is we have 10 amazing centers around the country that all kind of bubble up to contribute to the mission we're able to undertake, like Artemis 2. I think in terms of the headquarters, we have a lot of people very interested in our mission. So being here in DC gives us the opportunity to kind of interact from all our stakeholders, make sure we make the right decisions for the nation.
Yeah, DC is an advantage, I guess, for you. It's got to go around. It's got to see some senators, make sure they keep going, right?
Yes, Mr. President.
Probably staying around is not so bad. And importantly, Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. When I came here a little more than a year ago, it was a very unsafe city. And now, maybe even more importantly than that, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And you helped make it hot. You helped make it hot. When a year and a half ago, and I say it a lot, the King of Saudi Arabia, but others also, the King of Saudi Arabia said, Mr. President, a year and a half ago, we thought you had a dead country. We thought the United States was a dead country, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and we do. And believe it or not, I mean, when everybody in the world was watching that incredible performance by NASA, these incredible people behind me, where they get the bravery, I have no idea. But you're a big part of it. You really are. We have the hottest country in the world. Thank you very much, everybody. Great.
ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਖਤਮ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਔਰ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਨਾਲ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਅਗਰ ਕੋਈ ਐਸੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਨਵੇਂ ਸਿਰੇ ਤੋਂ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਐਸੀ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੱਕ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨੀ ਉਹ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਟਰਾਈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੱਕ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਣ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਐਸੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਐਡਰੈਸ ਕਰਨੇ ਨੇ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਯੂਨੀਅਨ ਵਰਕਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਆਟਵਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਸੋ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵਰਕਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਬੋਧਨ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ CBTU ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਉਣਾ ਔਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਰਕਰਸ ਯੂਨੀਅਨ ਹੈ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਵਰਕਰ ਯੂਨੀਅਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਦੇਣਾ ਸੋ ਇਹ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਦੇਣਾ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਚ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਐਡਰੈਸ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਯੂਨੀਅਨ ਵਰਕਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਆਟਵਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ
Welcome for John Turchelli.
Well, hello again. It's great to be here again. Thank you, Sean, for that introduction. I want to acknowledge Greg Fergus, the MP for this area for Hull Elmer. Thank you for being here. It's especially great to be in a room full of people who build things with their hands. Because let's be clear, we still build in this country with our hands. We build with Canadian steel, we build with Canadian aluminum, we build with Canadian lumber, and we build with Canadian union workers. That's who you are, that's what you do, and that's what builds this country. So let me say this. We're living through a serious moment. And in moments like this, Canada does one thing well. We come together and we build. We build for today and we build for the future of this country. And that's the vision of our next speaker, a man who inspires me every day, who inspired me to run for office. Just over a year ago, he said something simple but very powerful, and I know it will resonate in this room. Build, baby, build. And now we're delivering. Yesterday's spring economic statement makes it clear. This is the largest investment in the skilled trades in generations. I think you can clap for that. The future of this country won't be decided in boardrooms alone. It will be built by you, by your members, by Canadian workers, on job sites across the country. And we have a Prime Minister who reminds us every day, not only of Canada's greatest achievements, but that our best years are ahead of us. Someone who believes deeply in the promise of Canada, a patriot with a real love for Canadians and a deep pride in the Canadian way of life. And someone who will do everything he can to keep this country moving forward, to grow our economy, to make sure that no one is left behind, and to build a Canada strong for all. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to introduce the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Wow. Merci beaucoup. Alors, I, that is, it's incredibly heartening. It's, merci beaucoup. Merci, John. Thank you, John. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sean Strickland. Sean knows this. A number of you know this. Boy, it was only 14 months ago we started this conversation. Seamus, how are you? You're here? Wait, what? You're thinking about, come back. You never know. Yeah, sorry. That we talked about how important it was to take our future into our hands, to build this country strong, and it starts with the people in this room and who you represent. Thank you so much for welcoming me. I've been looking forward to this day as a symbol. It's a symbol of what we're doing together. So thank you for what you do. Thank you for welcoming us here. It is great to be with Canada's building trades unions. You are the force, the literal force of the Canadian economy. 14 international unions bound together, representing more than 600,000 skilled trade workers across Canada. Union workers have built the very foundations of Canada's shared prosperity. And our message is that Canada needs you more than ever. You know, throughout our history, throughout Canada's great history, whether in the face of economic hardship, threats to our sovereignty, pursuit of greater prosperity, we have chosen to build. Before Confederation, not far from here, Canadians built the Rideau Canal. As a young nation, Canadians built the Canadian Pacific Railway. 1950s, after the war, Canadians built the St. Lawrence Seaway. All nation-building projects that connected and transformed our country, built by workers like you. Workers like Andres Flores, a member of Canada's building trades, whose father would point to projects and say, I helped build that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Flores. Thank you, Andres. Thank you to every worker in this room and who you represent for everything you've helped to build, from homes to stadiums to power lines to ports to energy. That has shaped this country that we know today. Thank you. And we know that Canada faces challenges from a world that's changing rapidly. We know we can't control what other nations do, so we're focusing on what we can control, and what we can control is what we choose to build. Nous bâtissons une économie canadienne plus forte, plus indépendante, plus résiliente. À cette fin, nous diversifions nos partenariats à l'étranger. Nous avons déjà conclu plus de 20 partenariats économiques et de sécurité sur 5 continents en moins d'un an. Et nous consolidons notre force au pays. Nous réalisons des investissements historiques afin de réaliser de grands projets, de construire davantage de logements abordables et de bâtir des infrastructures locales. Et la transformation économique de ce pays se produit sur les chantiers de construction. Et ce sont les bâtisseurs qui la rendent possible. To build Canada strong, we're catalyzing a series of nation-building projects in energy, trade, critical minerals, transport, data, and beyond. And the work's just starting. To give examples, last spring, construction began on the Darlington new nuclear project here in Ontario. This month, we broke ground on the Contrecoeur terminal expansion at the Port of Montreal. This summer, there'll be shovels in the ground in the Mackenzie Valley Highway in the north. These are just a few examples. These are projects, particularly the last two. They have been dreams for decades. Dreams for decades. Been talking about the Mackenzie Valley Highway since I was born. They are becoming realities within months. Nous réduisons les formalités administratives pour permettre la construction de logements et ce plus rapidement. Maison Canada s'est déjà engagé à construire plus de 10 000 nouveaux logements et ce n'est qu'un début. Through Build Community Strong Fund, we're building new hospitals, public transport, community centers. Give some examples: Embleton Community Center and Park in Brampton, new roads in Laval, the Marpole Community Center in Vancouver. And our message is that we are just getting started. And because we are just getting started, the next decades, not the next years, the next decades are going to be a great time to be in the skilled trades. It's a tough time to be a Minister of Finance around the world. Yesterday, our Minister of Finance released the government's first spring economic update. It's the next step in our plan to build a stronger, more independent, more resilient Canadian economy. Its message: simplify it. Despite the chaos, the turmoil in the world, Canadians can have confidence in our future. As responsible fiscal managers, Canada's new government has made some tough but pragmatic choices to deliver results. In that update yesterday, the deficit is $11 billion below what we had projected just last fall, before the war started. And the deficit will keep going down every year for the next 5 years. We're cutting more than $60 billion in expenses. Within 2 years, we'll balance the operating budget right on schedule. And this matters, because just as Canadians are carefully managing their expenses, they rightly expect their government to do the same. And we know that when we spend less on government operations, Canadians can invest more for a brighter future for all. Dans cette mise à jour, nous avons combiné une gestion financière responsable de nouvelles mesures pour veiller à ce que tous les Canadiens et tous les Canadiens puissent nous aider à bâtir le pays. Le premier mesure faire est le nouveau Fonds pour un Canada fort, le premier fonds souverain du Canada. Et ce fonds permettra à tous les Canadiens de participer directement à la construction d'un Canada fort. À côté d'investisseurs privés, le fonds investira dans les grands projets canadiens. Et pour ceux qui souhaitaient contribuer de manière encore plus concrète, nous ferons en sorte que chaque Canadien et Canadien puisse investir dans le fonds et ainsi d'en tenir un petit part des projets d'intérêt national et bénéficier de leurs retombées. Notre avenir profitera à tous les Canadiens et tous les Canadiens, pas seulement à quelques chanceux. This is an important point. I listed those previous big infrastructure projects, and they were great projects, and they benefited Canada and Canadians. More jobs, stronger growth, more connected economy. But they also benefited a very few private investors at the core. I joked the other day, you ever notice there's a lot of things named Strathcona? Well, Lord Strathcona was the guy who built the CPR, or who owned the CPR that was built. And what we're looking to do is make sure that all Canadians benefit from these projects directly and give them a chance to do so even more. Now, to build those ports, bridges, the mines, data centers, yes, we need investors and companies, but to build Canada strong, truly strong, we need welders, we need crane operators, we need electricians, we need builders like you. By 2033, less than a decade from now, we will need more than 1.4 million additional trade workers. 1.4 million. To build more homes for families, new transit lines for cities, and new hydro plants to power communities. That means we need to expand, speed up, make more effective our training and apprenticeship programs. There's lots of issues right now. There's too few seats in those programs today. The certification path is long. It's tough to start. It's confusing to start young people getting in. And the steps are disconnected, so people fall out through the way. Too many employers won't take a chance on a first-year apprentice. En 2024, plus de 100 000 nouveaux apprentis se sont inscrits. Mais seulement quelques 34 000 ont terminé leur apprentissage. Si nous ne faisons rien, il manquera plus de 20 000 travailleurs de métiers spécialisés au Canada par année. Nous ne pouvons pas nous priver de ces personnes dans les métiers spécialisés. Si un ou une jeune veut couler du ciment, installer une ligne de transport d'électricité ou conduire une excavatrice, nous devons le former et le mettre au travail dès que possible. C'est pour cette raison que nous lançons l'initiative Une équipe Canada forte dotée de 6 milliards d'investissements. $6 billion of investment in new Team Canada Strong. In workers, in skilled workers. Money well spent, because Team Canada Strong is our new nationwide effort to recruit, to train, to hire up to 100,000 new Red Seal trade workers in the next 5 years. Yeah. It's a serious plan. It's an urgent plan to get more young Canadians properly trained and onto job sites faster. And what does that require? It means end-to-end support, standing alongside young Canadians every step of the way, from their first interest in the trades to their first job. It means faster results. Our goal is to cut the time it takes to get certified by at least 50%. It means scale, to deliver training capacity for those extra 100,000 skilled workers. And it demands a multi-channel approach, starting with unions, including colleges, employers, the Canadian Armed Forces, and Indigenous partners. We'll provide youth aged 15 to 30 with paid entry-level trades-related work experience. This will help pave the way for apprenticeships and new careers in the skilled trades. We'll make it easier and more affordable for employers, particularly SMEs, to hire and train apprentices. And with our new Build Canada Apprentice Service, we'll provide SMEs with up to $10,000 towards a first-year apprentice's salary. De cette façon, tous les travailleurs pourront occuper un travail syndiqué dans les métiers manuels et réaliser de grands projets ambitieux. Ajoutons à cela que nous allons jumeler les apprentis à de nouvelles possibilités d'emploi, ce qui va répondre à une demande. Ils vont ainsi pouvoir passer moins de temps à se chercher un emploi et plus de temps à travailler sur un chantier. When apprentices want to learn from the best, who do they call? They contact unions. And the federal government will support your work in training the next generation by expanding the Union Training and Innovation Program, so-called UTIP. And I've been visiting these centers. I know what they can do, and this will help upgrade union-run training centers, provide modern equipment, expand the number, obviously, of apprenticeship opportunities. Now, we know that one of the challenges, one of the reasons why it's only about a third of apprentices, as I said earlier, that are going through the process are actually finishing. One of the challenges is because of the costs, opportunity costs of being in and the costs of training. So what we're going to do with the new Team Canada Strong is ensure that an apprentice gets an extra $400 a week top up while they're training. So that means a total of up to $16,000 in addition to employment insurance payments. And when an apprentice finishes their certification, they will get a $5,000 completion bonus as an incentive and to help them transition into work. Et parallèlement à tout cela, nous allons mettre à l'essai un nouveau parcours réservé aux forces armées canadiennes. Le programme pilote d'acquisition d'expérience dans les métiers de la réserve, qui est conçu pour attirer des Canadiennes et Canadiens dans la première réserve. Ce programme va offrir une formation au métier entièrement payé qui va s'ajouter à des expériences de travail à temps partiel rémunérées dans le cadre de projets liés à la résilience et aux infrastructures critiques dans les réserves de l'EFAC. A year ago this week, just a year ago this week, a year ago yesterday, right? Yeah, time flies. Yesterday. A year ago this week, we were elected, and we were elected on a clear commitment to build a stronger Canada in the face of a more dangerous and divided world. Our plan has always been built on the foundation of workers, on builders like you. So one of our first initiatives as a government was to introduce the most comprehensive suite of workers' supports in history. We created our Buy Canadian policy so that when we build major projects or build new homes, when we buy and manufacture new defense hardware, we're building with Canadian steel, Canadian aluminum, Canadian lumber, and Canadian workers. We launched some.
You know, in sports, what they say, speed kills. Competitive.
ਸੋ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਯੂਨੀਅਨ ਦੇ ਵਰਕਰਸ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ SMCC CBTU ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਯੂਨੀਅਨ ਦੇ ਵਰਕਰਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਗਏ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਉੱਥੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਪੀਚ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਬਣਿਆ ਔਰ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਉਪਲਬਧੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਦੱਸ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੁਣ ਥੋੜੇ ਦਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਅਨਾਉਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ।
For you and your family. We also recognize the challenges Canadians are facing with affordability. So we're providing a boost today for that bridge to tomorrow. Nearly half of the measures by dollar value in that spring update released yesterday are targeted to bring down costs for Canadians. That includes temporarily suspending the federal fuel excise tax, cutting taxes for 22 million middle-class Canadians, and introducing the new Canada Groceries and Essential benefits. On that one, 12 million Canadians will be getting their first checks on the 5th of June, up to $533 for a family of 4. Because we are building a Canada that's not just strong, but that's good. A Canada that's not just prosperous, but is fair. A Canada that is not just for some, most of the time, but for all of the time. Et en période d'incertitude, de menaces et de difficultés économiques, les Canadiens et Canadiennes ont choisi de bâtir. C'est l'héritage que nous perpétuons aujourd'hui. Nous avons la même conviction, soit celle que l'ambition et la détermination peuvent changer le destin de nation. And as we built a better future, we've learned from our past. I mentioned a few moments ago the Rideau Canal. In the 19th century, yes, it transformed the economy of this region, provided a new supply route from Montreal all the way to Kingston. But it came at a huge human cost. 1,000 workers died building it. Thousands more toiled in appalling conditions. The wealth created by it accrued to the few, not the many. So today we're building differently. We're building better. We're building sustainably. We are building inclusively in full partnership with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. And above all, we're building in solidarity with workers, creating good union jobs. Because one of the fundamental things that unions do is to help make the difference between prosperity that's seized by the few and prosperity that's shared by the many. You've always understood that it's not just what we build, but how we build. Unions have always known that we're strongest when we're united. And together, we're building for all Canadians. Together, we are building Canada strong for all. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
ਸੋ ਇੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹੁਣ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਜਾਜ਼ਤ ਲੈਣਾ ਜੀ। ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀਆ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇਖਿਆ, ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਿਰਕਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਐਂਡ ਡੈਫੀਨੇਟਲੀ ਜੇ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ, ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਦੇਈ ਜਾਈਏ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਫਿਲਹਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਵੇਰ ਤੋਂ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ, ਲਗਭਗ 7 ਕੁ ਘੰਟੇ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਟੈਰਰਿਸਟ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਹੋਇਆ। ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਬੈਂਕ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਇੰਟਰਸਟ ਰੇਟ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ 'ਚ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ। ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅਨਾਊਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ, ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਸਪੀਚ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ, ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਉਹ ਡੇਵਿਡ ਈਬੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜਿਹੜੇ BC ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੀਮੀਅਰ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਲੁੱਕ ਵੈਸਟ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੀਟ ਹੈਗਸੈਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਨੇ, ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਵਾਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਚੀਫ ਆਫ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਦੇ ਜਨਰਲ ਕੇਨ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਟੈਸਟਮਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਤਿੱਖੀ ਰਹੀ। ਉਹਦਾ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਲਾਈਵ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਰਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀਤਾ ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਈ ਹੋਰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ, ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ 'ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ US ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ ਹੋਈ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਡਿਸਕਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ, ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੁਣੇ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਔਰ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਅੱਜ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਦੇ ਚੀਫ ਦੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ। ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਦੇ ਚੀਫ ਨੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ, ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਚੀਫ ਨਹੀਂ, ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ, ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਰਜੈਂਟ ਨੇ, ਸਟਾਫ ਸਾਰਜੈਂਟ ਲਿੰਡਸੇ ਹੁਟਨ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ 148 ਐਂਡ 68 ਐਵਨਿਊ ਤੇ, 68 ਬਲਾਕ ਐਂਡ 148 ਸਟਰੀਟ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਬੰਦਾ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ, ਯੰਗ ਮੇਲ, ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜ਼ਖਮੀ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ। ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਹੁਣ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ BC ਦੇ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮੇਜਰ ਯੂਨਿਟ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ IHIT ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੀ ਇਨਕੁਆਇਰੀ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਹੁਣ ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਹੁਣ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਿੰਦਾ। ਇਹ ਸਟਾਫ ਸਾਰਜੈਂਟ ਕ੍ਰਿਸ ਕਲਾਰਕ ਨੇ BC RCMP ਦੇ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਉਸ ਆਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਸਰਕੂਲੇਟ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੀ ਆਥੈਂਟਿਸਿਟੀ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਕੰਪੀਟੈਂਟ ਅਥਾਰਟੀ ਹੈ, ਪੁਲਿਸਿੰਗ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੈਂਟ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਔਰ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਆਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ, ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਦਿਸ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ। ਸੋ ਇਹ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਫ਼ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ IHIT continues to work in close partnership with BC RCMP Major Crime Unit, Surrey Police Service Major Crime Unit, Forensic Identification Services and BC Coroner Service to advance this investigation. ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ the victim was a 25-year-old resident of Surrey. His name is not yet being released as family notifications are still ongoing. ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਨੂੰ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਨੋਟੀਫਿਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ, ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਸਕੀ, ਕਿ ਉਹ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਸਰੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕੀ ਉਹ ਸਿਟੀਜ਼ਨ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਹੈ, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਨਾਟ ਸ਼ੋਰ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਸਰੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਨੋਟੀਫਿਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਆਰ ਸਟਿਲ ਪੈਂਡਿੰਗ ਔਰ ਔਨਗੋਇੰਗ। ਹਜੇ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਕਿ while the investigation is in its infancy, investigators believe this was an isolated and targeted incident with initial information suggesting that the shooting has tied to BC gang conflict. BC gang conflict ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਟਾਈਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਦੱਸੀਆਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਸਰਕੂਲੇਟ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ, ਉਹ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਆਹ ਹੈ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਦੀ ਪੁਸ਼ਟੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਤੇ ਘੁੰਮ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਸ਼ਾਰਾ ਇਹੀ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ, ਔਰ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਦੀ ਉਸੇ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। once again we are not confirming this, but ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਘੁੰਮ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਸੋ I just want to give this info ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਉਸੇ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਨਾਲ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ। ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਅੰਸ਼ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ CCTV ਫੁਟੇਜ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਮੰਗੀਆਂ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਗਿਵ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਪਡੇਟ ਆਈ ਹੈ, ਅਪਡੇਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਗਿਵ ਯੂ ਦ ਹੋਲ ਪਿਕਚਰ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਪਡੇਟ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਸਮੇਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ BCRCMP ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਕਰੰਟ ਅਪਡੇਟ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਪਡੇਟ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ BCRCMP ਵੱਲੋਂ। IHED continues to work to close partnership with BCRCMP Major Crime Unit। ਔਰ ਸਾਰੀ ਉਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਟਾਫ ਸਰਜਨ ਨੇ ਕ੍ਰਿਸ ਕਲਾਰਕ BCRCMP ਦੇ, he thanks to Surrey Police Service frontline officers for their quick actions in securing the scene and preserving vital evidence, which also managing a large number of potential witnesses in the area। ਫਿਰ ਉਹਨੇ ਆਮ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ IHED is also seeking CCTV or dashcam video from April 28, 2026 between 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. in and around the following areas: 148th Street between 72nd Avenue and 64th Avenue, 96th Avenue between 123rd Street and 25th Street, including alleyways। The alleyways ne ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਿੱਚ include ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ। So this is the update which has been shared by the BCRCMP just few minutes ago। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਲੈ ਆਇਆ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਦੀ ਸਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਦੱਸੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਇਹ 'ਚ ਅਜੇ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫਿਲਹਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ। ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਜਾਜ਼ਤ ਲੈਣਾ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਜੀ। ਅਪਰੋਕਸੀਮੇਟਲੀ 7 hour 22 minutes ਦਾ ਇਹ ਸ਼ੋ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲਾਈਵ ਉਹ ਹੋਇਆ। ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਵਨ ਆਫ ਦ ਬਿਗੇਸਟ ਔਰ ਲਾਰਜੈਸਟ ਜਾਂ ਵਟਐਵਰ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਹੀਏ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਅਜੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਲੋਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ, ਬਟ ਸਟਿਲ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਥੈਂਕਫੁਲ ਟੂ ਈਚ ਐਂਡ ਐਵਰੀਵਨ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੋਅ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਿਆ, ਸ਼ੋਅ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਰਟਿਸਿਪੇਟ ਕੀਤਾ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਪਲੇਟਫਾਰਮ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਫੇਸਬੁੱਕ, ਇੰਸਟਾ ਔਰ X ਐਂਡ YouTube ਉਹਨਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ। ਔਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਇਜਾਜ਼ਤ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ। ਔਰ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਵਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏਗੀ। ਅਦਰਵਾਈਜ਼ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਕਾਫੀ ਅੱਜ ਕੰਪੈਕਟ ਛੋਟਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਰਹੇਗਾ, ਪ੍ਰਸਾਈਸ ਰਹੇਗਾ। ਸੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੇਕਰ ਜੁੜਨਾ ਚਾਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਵੀ ਕਮੈਂਟ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਬਟ ਮੇਰੀ ਹੰਬਲ ਰਿਕੁਐਸਟ ਟੂ ਆਲ ਆਫ ਯੂ ਟੂ ਕਾਈਂਡਲੀ ਸਬਸਕ੍ਰਾਈਬ ਮਾਈ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਚੈਨਲਸ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, whichever channel you are watching this information, please subscribe to that channel and like the content, share the content, which is going to give me a very big boost। Thank you so much once again। और ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਇਜਾਜ਼ਤ ਲੈਣਾ। ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀਆ।